Chapter 25 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Denis caught at Gerard and somehow checked his fall, but it may be doubted whether this alone would have saved him from breaking his neck or a limb. His best friend now was the dying bear, on whose hairy carcass his head and shoulders descended. Denis tore him off her. It was needless. She panted still, and her limbs quivered, but her hair was not so harmless, and soon she breathed her last, and the judicious Denis propped Gerard up against her, being soft, and fanned him. He came to by degrees, but confused, and feeling the bear around him, rolled away yelling. "Courage!" cried Denis. "Le diable est mort!" "Is it dead? Quite dead?" inquired Gerard from behind a tree, for his courage was feverish, and the cold fit was on him just now, and had been for some time. "Behold!" said Denis, and pulled the brute's ear playfully, and opened her jaws, and put in his head, with other insulting antics, in the midst of which Gerard was violently sick. Denis laughed at him. "What is the matter now?" said he. "Also, why tumble off your perch just when we had won the day? I swooned, I trow." "But why?" Not receiving an answer, he continued, "Green girls faint as soon as look at you, but then they choose time and place. What woman ever fainted up a tree? She sent her nasty blood all over me. I think the smell must have overpowered me, for I hate blood. I do believe it potently. See what a mess she has made me. But with her blood, not yours, I pity the enemy that strives to satisfy you. You need not to brag, Maître Denis. I saw you under the tree, the colour of your shirt." "Let us distinguish," said Denis, colouring. "It is permitted to tremble for a friend." Gerard, for answer, flung his arms round Denis's neck in silence. "Look here," whined the stout soldier, affected by this little gush of nature and youth. "Was ever aught so like a woman? I love thee, little milksop. Go to. Good! Behold him on his knees now. What new caprice is this? Oh, Denis, ought we not to return thanks to him who has saved both our lives against such fearful odds?" And Gerard kneeled and prayed aloud, and presently he found Denis kneeling quiet beside him, with his hands across his bosom after the custom of his nation, and a face as long as his arm. When they rose, Gerard's countenance was beaming. "Good, Denis," said he, "heaven will reward thy piety." "Ah, bah! I did it out of politeness," said the Frenchman. "It was to please thee, little one. C'est égal. 'Twas well and orderly prayed, and edified me to the core while it lasted. A bishop had scarce handled the matter better. So now, our evensong being sung, and the saints enlisted with us, marchons." Ere they had taken 2 steps, he stopped. "By the by, the cub!" "Oh, no, no!" cried Gerard. "You are right. It is late. We have lost time climbing trees and tumbling off 'em, and swooning and vomiting and praying, but the brute is heavy to carry, and now I think on't, we shall have papa after it next. These bears make such a coil about an odd cub. What is this? You are wounded! You are wounded!" "Not I." "He is wounded, miserable that I am. Be calm, Denis. I am not touched. I feel no pain anywhere." "You? You only feel when another is hurt," cried Denis, with great emotion, and throwing himself on his knees, he examined Gerard's leg with glistening eyes. Quick, quick, before it stiffens!" he cried, and hurried him on. "Who makes the coil about nothing now?" inquired Gerard composedly. Denis' reply was a very indirect one. "Be pleased to note," said he, "that I have a bad heart. You were man enough to save my life, yet I must sneer at you, a novice in war. Was not I a novice once myself? Then you fainted from a wound, and I thought you swooned for fear, and called you a milksop. Briefly, I have a bad tongue and a bad heart. Denis, plaît-il? You lie." "You are very good to say so, little one, and I am eternally obliged to you," mumbled the remorseful Denis. Ere they had walked many furlongs, the muscles of the wounded leg contracted and stiffened, till presently Gerard could only just put his toe to the ground, and that with great pain. At last he could bear it no longer. "Let me lie down and die," he groaned, "for this is intolerable." Denis represented that it was afternoon, and the nights were now frosty, and cold and hunger ill companions, and that it would be unreasonable to lose heart, a certain great personage being notoriously defunct. So Gerard leaned upon his axe and hobbled on, but presently he gave in all of a sudden, and sank helpless in the road. Denis drew him aside into the wood, and to his surprise gave him his crossbow and bolts, enjoining him strictly to lie quiet, and if any ill-looking fellows should find him out and come to him, to bid them keep aloof, and should they refuse, to shoot them dead at 20 paces. Honest men keep the path, and knaves in a wood, none but fools do parley with them. With this he snatched up Gerard's axe and set off running, not, as Gerard expected, towards Dusseldorf, but on the road they had come. Gerard lay aching and smarting, and to him Rome, that seemed so near at starting, looked far, far off, now that he was 200 miles nearer it. But soon all his thoughts turned Sevenbergenwards. How sweet it would be one day to hold Margaret's hand and tell her all he had gone through for her. The very thought of it and her soothed him, and in the midst of pain and irritation of the nerves, he lay resigned and sweetly, though faintly smiling. He had lain thus more than 2 hours, when suddenly there were shouts, and the next moment something struck a tree hard by and quivered in it. He looked. It was an arrow. He started to his feet. Several missiles rattled among the boughs, and the wood echoed with battle cries. Whence they came he could not tell, for noises in these huge woods are so reverberated that a stranger is always at fault as to their whereabout. But they seemed to fill the whole air. Presently there was a lull. Then he heard the fierce galloping of hoofs, and still louder shouts and cries arose, mingled with shrieks and groans, and above all strange and terrible sounds like fierce claps of thunder, bellowing loud and then dying off in cracking echoes, and red tongues of flame shot out ever and anon among the trees, and clouds of sulphurous smoke came drifting over his head. And all was still. Gerard was struck with awe. "What will become of Denis?" he cried. "Oh, why did you leave me? Oh, Denis, my friend, my friend!" Just before sunset, Denis returned, almost sinking under a hairy bundle. It was the bear's skin. Gerard welcomed him with a burst of joy that astonished him. "I thought never to see you again, dear Denis. Were you in the battle?" "No. What battle?" "The bloody battle of men or fiends that raged in the wood a while gone. and with this he described it to the life and more fully than I have done. Denis patted him indulgently on the back. "It is well," said he. "Thou art a good limner, and fever is a great spur to the imagination. One day I lay in a cart shed with a cracked skull, and saw two hosts manoeuvre and fight a good hour on 8 feet square, the which I did fairly describe to my comrade in due order, only not so gorgeously as thou, for want of book learning." "What then, you believe me not? When I tell you the arrows whizzed over my head, and the combatants shouted, and—" "May the foul fiends fly away with me if I believe a word of it." Gerard took his arm, and quietly pointed to a tree close by. "Why, it looks like it is a broad arrow, as I live," and he went close and looked up at it. "It came out of the battle. I heard it, and saw it." "An English arrow? How know thou that?" "Marry, by its length. The English bowmen draw the bow to the ear, others only to the right breast. Hence the English loose a 3-foot shaft, and this is one of them. Perdition seize them. Well, if this is not glamour, there has been a trifle of a battle. And if there's been a battle in so ridiculous a place for a battle as this, why then 'tis no business of mine, for my duke hath no quarrel hereabouts. So let's to bed," said the professional. And with this he scraped together a heap of leaves, and made Gerard lie on it, his axe by his side. He then lay down beside him, with one hand on his arbalest, and drew the bearskin over them, hair inward. They were soon as warm as toast and fast asleep. But long before the dawn, Gerard woke his comrade. "What shall I do, Denis? I die of famine." "Do? Why, go to sleep again, incontinent. Qui dort dîne." "But I tell you I'm too hungry to sleep," snapped Gerard. "Let us march, then," replied Denis with paternal indulgence. He had a brief paroxysm of yawns, then made a small bundle of bear's ears, rolling them up in a strip of the skin, cut for the purpose, and they took to the road. Gerard leaned on his axe, and, propped by Denis on the other side, hobbled along, not without sighs. "I hate pain," said Gerard viciously. "Therein you show judgment," replied Papa smoothly. It was a clear starlight night, and soon the moon rising revealed the end of the wood at no great distance. A pleasant sight, since Dusseldorf, they knew, was but a short league further. At the edge of the wood they came upon something so mysterious that they stopped to gaze at it before going up to it. 2 white pillars rose in the air, distant a few paces from each other, and between them stood many figures that looked like human forms. "I go no farther till I know what this is," said Gerard in an agitated whisper. "Are they effigies of the saints for men to pray to on the road, or live robbers waiting to shoot down honest travellers? Nay, living men they cannot be, for they stand on nothing that I see. Oh, Denis, let us turn back till daybreak. This is no mortal sight." Denis halted, and peered long and keenly. "They are men," said he at last. Gerard was for turning back all the more. "But men that will never hurt us, nor we them. Look not to their feet, for that they stand on." "Where, then, in the name of all the saints?" "Look over their heads," said Denis gravely. Following this direction, Gerard presently discerned the outline of a dark wooden beam passing from pillar to pillar, and as the pair got nearer, walking now on tiptoe, one by one, dark snake-like cords came out in the moonlight, each pendant from the beam to a dead man, and tight as wire. Now as they came under this awful monument of crime and wholesale vengeance, a light air swept by, and several of the corpses swung or gently gyrated, and every rope creaked. Gerard shuddered at this ghastly salute. So thoroughly had the gibbet, with its sickening load, seized and held their eyes, that it was but now they perceived a fire right underneath, and a living figure sitting huddled over it. His axe lay beside him, the bright blade shining red in the glow. He was asleep. Gerard started, but Denis only whispered, "Courage, comrade, here is a fire." "Aye, but there's a man at it." "There will soon be 3. And he began to heap some wood on it that the watcher had prepared, during which the prudent Gerard seized the man's axe and sat down tight on it, grasping his own and examining the sleeper. There was nothing outwardly distinctive in the man. He wore the dress of the country folk and the hat of the district, a 3-cornered hat called a Brunswicker, stiff enough to turn a sword cut, and with a thick brass hatband. The weight of the whole thing had turned his ears entirely down like a fancy rabbit's in our century, but even this, though it spoiled him as a man, was nothing remarkable. They had of late met scores of these dog's-eared rustics. The peculiarity was this clown watching under a laden gallows. What for? Denis, if he felt curious, would not show it. He took out 2 bear's ears from his bundle, and running sticks through them began to toast them. "'Twill be eating coined money," said he, "for the burgomaster of Dusseldorf had given us a Rixdollar for these ears, as proving the death of their owners. But better a lean purse than a leer stomach." "Unhappy man!" cried Gerard. "Could you eat food here?" "Where the fire is lighted, there must the meat roast, and where it roasts, there must it be eaten, for naught travels worse than your roasted meat." "Well, eat thou, Denis, and thou canst. But I am cold and sick. There is no room for hunger in my heart after what mine eyes have seen." And he shuddered over the fire. "Oh, how they creak! And who is this man, I wonder? What an ill-favoured churl!" Denis examined him like a connoisseur looking at a picture, and in due course delivered judgment. "I take him to be of the refuse of that company, whereof these," pointing carelessly upward, "were the cream, and so ran their heads into danger. At that rate, why not stun him before he wakes?" And Gerard fidgeted where he sat. Denis opened his eyes with humorous surprise. "For one who sets up for a milksop, you have the readiest hand. Why should 2 stun 1? Tush! He wakes. Note now what he says at waking, and tell me." These last words were hardly whispered when the watcher opened his eyes. At the sight of the fire made up and 2 strangers eyeing him keenly, he stared, and there was a severe and pretty successful effort to be calm. Still a perceptible tremor ran all over him. Soon he manned himself and said gruffly, "Good morrow." But at the very moment of saying it, he missed his axe, and saw how Gerard was sitting upon it, with his own laid ready to his hand. He lost countenance again directly. Denis smiled grimly at this bit of by-play. "Good morrow," said Gerard quietly, keeping his eye on him. The watcher was now too ill at ease to be silent. "You make free with my fire," said he, but he added in a somewhat faltering voice, "You are welcome." Denis whispered Gerard. The watcher eyed them askant. "My comrade says, sith we share your fire, you shall share his meat." "So be it," said the man warmly. "I have half a kid hanging on a bush hard by. I'll go fetch it." and he arose with a cheerful and obliging countenance, and was retiring. Denis caught up his crossbow and levelled it at his head. The man fell on his knees. Denis lowered his weapon and pointed him back to his place. He rose and went back slowly and unsteadily, like one disjointed and sick at heart as the mouse that the cat lets go a little way and then darts and replaces. "Sit down, friend," said Denis grimly in French. The man obeyed finger and tone, though he knew not a word of French. "Tell him the fire is not big enough for more than thee. He will take my meaning." This being communicated by Gerard, the man grinned. Ever since Denis spoke, he had seemed greatly relieved. "I wist not ye were strangers," said he to Gerard. Denis cut a piece of bear's ear, and offered it with grace to him he had just levelled crossbow at. He took it calmly, and drew a piece of bread from his wallet, and divided it with the pair. Nay, more, he winked, and thrust his hand into the heap of leaves he sat on. Gerard grasped his axe, ready to brain him, and produced a leathern bottle holding 2 full gallons. He put it to his mouth and drank their healths, then handed it to Gerard. He passed it untouched to Denis. "Mort de ma vie!" cried the soldier. "It is Rhenish wine, and fit for the gullet of an archbishop. Here's to thee, thou prince of good fellows, wishing thee a short life and a merry one. Come, Gerard, sup, sup. Sure, never heed them, man. They heed not thee. Natheless, did I hang over such a skin of Rhenish as this, and 3 churls sat beneath a drinking it, and offered me not a drop, I'd soon be down among them. Denis, Denis! My spirit would cut the cord, and whomp would come my body amongst ye, with a hand on the bottle and one eye winking t'other." Gerard started up with a cry of horror, and his fingers to his ears, and was running from the place, when his eye fell on the watcher's axe. The tangible danger brought him back. He sat down again on the axe with his fingers in his ears. "Courage, l'ami, le diable est mort!" shouted Denis gaily, and offered him a piece of bear's ear, put it right under his nose as he stopped his ears. Gerard turned his head away with loathing. "Wine!" he gasped. "Heaven knows I have much need of it, with such companions as thee, and—" He took a long draught of the Rhenish wine. It ran glowing through his veins, and warmed and strengthened his heart, but could not check his tremors whenever a gust of wind came. As for Denis and the other, they feasted recklessly, and plied the bottle unceasingly, and drank healths, and caroused beneath that creaking sepulchre and its ghastly tenants. "Ask him how they came here," said Denis, with his mouth full, and pointing up without looking. On this question being interpreted to the watcher, he replied that treason had been their end, diabolical treason and priestcraft. He then, being rendered communicative by drink, delivered a long prosy narrative, the purport of which was as follows. These honest gentlemen, who now dangled here so miserably, were all stout men and true, and lived in the forest by their wits. Their independence and thriving state excited the jealousy and hatred of a large portion of mankind, and many attempts were made on their lives and liberties. These the Virgin and their patron saints, coupled with their individual skill and courage, constantly baffled. But yester eve a party of merchants came slowly on their mules from Dusseldorf. The honest men saw them crawling, and let them penetrate near a league into the forest, then set upon them to make them disgorge a portion of their ill-gotten gains. But alas, the merchants were no merchants at all, but soldiers of more than one nation in the pay of the Archbishop of Cologne. Habergeons had they beneath their gowns, and weapons of all sorts at hand. Natheless the honest men fought stoutly, and pressed the traitors hard, when lo! horsemen that had been planted in ambush many hours before galloped up, and with these new diabolical engines of war shot leaden bullets, and laid many an honest fellow low, and so quelled the courage of others, that they yielded them prisoners. These being taken red-handed, the victors, who with malice inconceivable had brought cords knotted round their waists, did speedily hang, and by their side the dead ones, to make the gallanter show. That one at the end was the captain. He never felt the cord. He was riddled with broad arrows and leaden balls, or ever they could take him. A worthy man as ever cried, "Stand and deliver," but a little hasty, not much. Stay, I forgot, he is dead. Very hasty, and obstinate as a pig. That one in the buff jerkin is the lieutenant, as good a soul as ever lived. He was hanged alive. This one here I could never abide. No, not that one. That is Conrad, my bosom friend. I mean this one right overhead in the chicken-toed shoon. You were always carrying tales, ye thief, and making mischief. You know you were. And, sirs, I am a man that would rather live united in a coppice than in a forest with backbiters and tale-bearers. Strangers, I drink to you. And so he went down the whole string, indicating with the neck of the bottle, like a showman with his pole, and giving a neat description of each, which, though pithy, was invariably false, for the showman had no real eye for character, and had misunderstood every one of these people. "Enough palaver," cried Denis. "Marchons, give me his axe. Now tell him he must help you along." The man's countenance fell, but he saw in Denis' eye that resistance would be dangerous. He submitted. Gerard it was who objected. He said, "Y pensez-vous? To put my hand on a thief, it maketh my flesh creep." "Childishness! All trades must live. Besides, I have my reasons. Be not you wiser than your elder?" "No, only if I am to lean on him, I must have my hand in my bosom, still grasping the haft of my knife." "It is a new attitude to walk in, but please thyself." And in that strange and mixed attitude of tender offices and deadly suspicion, the trio did walk. I wish I could draw them. I would not trust to the pen. The light of the watchtower at Dusseldorf was visible as soon as they cleared the wood, and cheered Gerard. When, after an hour's march, the black outline of the tower itself and other buildings stood out clear to the eye, their companion halted and said gloomily, "You may as well slay me out of hand as take me any nearer the gates of Dusseldorf town." On this being communicated to Denis, he said at once, "Let him go then, for in sooth his neck will be in jeopardy if he wends much further with us." Gerard acquiesced as a matter of course. His horror of a criminal did not in the least dispose him to active cooperation with the law, but the fact is that at this epoch no private citizen in any part of Europe ever meddled with criminals but in self-defence, except, by the by, in England, which, behind other nations in some things, was centuries before them all in this. The man's personal liberty being restored, he asked for his axe. It was given him. To the friend's surprise, he still lingered. Was he to have nothing for coming so far out of his way with them? "Here are 2 batzen, friend." "Add the wine, the good Rhenish." "Did you give aught for it?" "Aye, the peril of my life." What say you, Denis?" "I say it was worth its weight in gold. Here, lad, here be silver groschen, one for every acorn on that gallows tree, and here is one more for thee, who will doubtless be there in due season." The man took the coins, but still lingered. "Well, what now?" cried Gerard, who thought him shamefully overpaid already. "Dost seek the hide of our bones?" "Nay, good sirs, but you have seen tonight how parlous a life is mine. Ye be true men, and your prayers avail. Give me then a small trifle of a prayer, an't please you, for I know not one." Gerard's choler began to rise at the egotistical rogue. Moreover, ever since his wound, he had felt gusts of irritability. However, he bit his lip and said, "There go 2 words to that bargain. Tell me first, is it true what men say of you Rhenish thieves, that ye do murder innocent and unresisting travellers, as well as rob them?" The other answered sulkily, "They you call thieves are not to blame for that. The fault lies with the law." "Gramercy, so 'tis the law's fault that ill men break it? I mean not so, but the law in this land slays an honest man, and if he do but steal, what follows? He would be pitiful, but is discouraged herefrom. Pity gains him no pity, and doubles his peril, and he but cut a purse, his life is forfeit. Therefore cutteth he the throat to boot, to save his own neck. Dead men tell no tales. Pray then for the poor soul who by bloody laws is driven to kill or else be slaughtered. Were there less of this unreasonable gibbeting on the high road, there should be less enforced cutting of throats in dark woods, my masters." "Fewer words had served," replied Gerard coldly. "I asked a question, I am answered." And suddenly doffing his bonnet, "Obsicro Deum omnipotentem, ut qua cruci jam pendent isti quindicim latrones fures et homicidae, in ea homicida fur et latro tu perpenderis quam citissime, pro publica salute, in honorem justi Dei qui sit gloria, in aeternum. Amen. And so good day." The greedy outlaw was satisfied at last. "That is Latin," he muttered, "and more than I bargained for." So indeed it was, and he returned to his business with a mind at ease. The friends pondered in silence the many events of the last few hours. At last Gerard said thoughtfully, "That she-bear saved both our lives by God's will." "Like enough," replied Denis, "and talking of that, it was lucky we did not dawdle over our supper." "What mean you?" "I mean, they are not all hanged. I saw a refuse of 7 or 8 as black as ink around our fire." "When? When?" "Ere we had left it 5 minutes." "Good heavens! And you said not a word." "It would but have worried you, and had set our friend a looking back, and mayhap tempted him to get his skull split. All other danger was over. They could not see us. We were out of the moonshine, and indeed just turning a corner. Ah, there is the sun, and here are the gates of Dusseldorf. Courage, l'ami! Le diable est mort!" "My head, my head!" was all poor Gerard could reply. So many shocks, emotions, perils, horrors, added to the wound, his first, had tried his youthful body and sensitive nature too severely. It was noon of the same day. In the bedroom of the Silver Lion, the rugged Denis sat anxious, watching his young friend, and he lay raging with fever, delirious at intervals, and one word forever on his lips: "Margaret! Margaret! Margaret!" End of chapter 25. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 26 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. It was the afternoon of the next day. Gerard was no longer light-headed, but very irritable and full of fancies, and in one of these he begged Denis to get him a lemon to suck. Denis, who from a rough soldier had been turned by tender friendship into a kind of grandfather, got up hastily, and bidding him set his mind at ease, lemons he should have in the twinkling of a quart pot, went and ransacked the shops for them. They were not so common in the north as they are now, and he was absent a long while, and Gerard getting very impatient when at last the door opened. But it was not Denis. Entered softly an imposing figure, an old gentleman in a long sober gown trimmed with rich fur, cherry-coloured hose, and pointed shoes, with a sword by his side in a morocco scabbard, a ruff around his neck not only starched severely, but treacherously stiffened in furrows by robatos, or a little hidden framework of wood, and on his head a four-cornered cap with a fur border, on his chin and bosom a majestic white beard. Gerard was in no doubt as to the vocation of his visitor, for the sword excepted, this was familiar to him as the full dress of a physician. Moreover, a boy followed at his heels with a basket, where phials, lint, and surgical tools rather courted than shunned observation. The old gentleman came softly to the bedside, and said mildly and sotto voce, "How is't with thee, my son?" Gerard answered gratefully that his wound gave him little pain now, but his throat was parched and his head heavy. "A wound? They told me not of that. Let me see it. Ay, a good clean bite. The mastiff had sound teeth that took this out, I warrant me." And the good doctor's sympathy seemed to run off to the quadruped he had conjured, his jackal. "This must be cauterized forthwith, or we shall have you starting back from water and turning somersaults in bed under your hands. 'Tis the year for raving curs, and one hath done your business. But we will baffle him yet. Urchin, go heat up thine iron." "But, sir," edged in Gerard, "'twas no dog, but a bear." "A bear, young man?" remonstrated the senior severely. "Think what you say. 'Tis ill jesting with the man of art who brings his grey hairs and long study to heal you. A bear, quotha? Had you dissected as many bears as I, or the tithe, and drawn their teeth to keep your hand in, you would know that no bear's jaw ever made this foolish trifling wound. I tell you 'twas a dog, and since you put me to it, I even deny that it was a dog of magnitude, but neither more nor less than one of these little furious curs that are so rife, and run devious, biting each manly leg, and laying its wearer low, but for me and my learned brethren, who still stay the mischief with knife and cautery." "Alas, sir, when said I 'twas a bear's jaw? I said a bear. It was his paw now." "And why didst not tell me that at once?" "Because you kept telling me instead." "Never conceal aught from your leech, young man," continued the senior, who was a good talker, but one of the worst listeners in Europe. "Well, it is an ill business. All the horny excrescences of animals, to wit, claws of tigers, panthers, badgers, cats, bears, and the like, and horn of deer, and nails of humans, especially children, are imbued with direst poison. You had better have been bitten by a cur, whatever you may say, than gored by bull or stag, or scratched by bear. However, shalt have a good biting cataplasm for thy leg. Meantime, keep we the body cool. Put out thy tongue. Good. Fever! Let me feel thy pulse. Good. Fever! I ordain phlebotomy, and on the instant." "Phlebotomy? That is bloodletting. Well, no matter, if 'tis sure to cure me, for I will not lie idle here." The doctor let him know that phlebotomy was infallible, especially in this case. "Hans, go fetch the things needful, and I will entertain the patient meantime with reasons." The man of art then explained to Gerard that in disease the blood becomes hot and distempered, and more or less poisonous, but a portion of this unhealthy liquid removed, nature is fain to create a purer fluid to fill its place. Bleeding, therefore, being both a cooler and a purifier, was a specific in all diseases, for all diseases were febrile, whatever empirics might say. "But think not," said he warmly, "that it suffices to bleed. Any paltry barber can open a vein, though not all can close it again. The art is to know what vein to empty for what disease. T'other day they brought me one tormented with earache. I let him blood in the right thigh, and away flew his earache. By the by, he has died since then. Another came with the toothache. I bled him behind the ear, and relieved him in a jiffy. He is also since dead, as it happens. I bled our bailiff between the thumb and forefinger for rheumatism. Presently he comes to me with a headache and drumming in the ears, and holds out his hand over the basin, but I smiled at his folly, and bled him in the left ankle sore against his will, and made his head as light as a nut." Diverging then from the immediate theme after the manner of enthusiasts, the reverend teacher proceeded thus: "Know, young man, that two schools of art contend at this moment throughout Europe. The Arabian, whose ancient oracles are Avicenna, Rhazes, Albuchasis, and its revivers are Coliac and Lanfranc, and the Greek school, whose modern champions are Bessarion, Platinus, and Marsilius Ficinus, but whose pristine doctors were medicine's very oracles, Phoebus, Chiron, Aesculapius, and his sons Podalinus and Machaon, Pythagoras, Democritus, Praxagoras, who invented the arteries, and Dioctes, qui primus urinae animum dedit. All these taught orally. Then came Hippocrates, the 18th from Aesculapius, and of him we have manuscripts. To him we owe the vital principle. He also invented the bandage, and tapped for water on the chest, and above all he dissected, yet only quadrupeds, for the brutal prejudices of the pagan vulgar withheld the human body from the knife of science. Him followed Aristotle, who gave us the aorta, the largest blood vessel in the human body. Surely, sir, the Almighty gave us all that is in our bodies, and not Aristotle, nor any Grecian man, objected Gerard humbly. Child, of course he gave us the thing, but Aristotle did more. He gave us the name of the thing. But young men will still be talking. The next great light was Galen. He studied at Alexandria, then the home of science. He, justly malcontent with quadrupeds, dissected apes, as coming nearer to man, and bled like a Trojan. Then came Theophilus, who gave us the nerves, the lacteal vessels, and the pia mater. This worried Gerard. I cannot lie still and hear it said that mortal man bestowed the parts which Adam our father took from him, who made him of the clay, and us his sons. Was ever such perversity? Said the doctor, his colour rising. Who is the real donor of a thing to man? He who plants it secretly in the dark recesses of man's body, or the learned white who reveals it to his intelligence and so enriches his mind with the knowledge of it? Comprehension is your only true possession. Are you answered?" "I am put to silence, sir." "And that is better still, for garrulous patients are ill to cure, especially in fever. I say then that Erystratus gave us the cerebral nerves and the milk vessels. Nay, more, he was the inventor of lithotomy, whatever you may say. Then came another whom I forget. You do somewhat perturb me with your petty exceptions. Then came Ammonius, the author of lithotrity. And here comes Hans with the basin to stay your volubility. Blow thy chafer, boy, and hand me the basin. 'Tis well. Arabians, quotha! What are they but a sect of yesterday, who about the year 1000 did fall in with the writings of those very Greeks, and read them awry, having no concurrent light of their own? For their demigod and camel-driver Mahound, impostor in science as in religion, had strictly forbidden them anatomy even of the lower animals, the which he who severeth from medicine tollit solem emundo, as Tully quoth. Nay, wonder not at my fervour, good youth. Where the general weal stands in jeopardy, a little warmth is civic, humane, and honourable. Now there is settled of late in this town a pestilent Arabist, a mere empiric, who, despising anatomy and scarce knowing Greek from Hebrew, hath yet spirited away half my patience, and I tremble for the rest. Put forth thine ankle, and thou, Hans, breathe on the chafer." Whilst matters were in this posture, in came Denis with the lemons, and stood surprised. "What sport is toward?" he said, raising his brows. Gerard coloured a little, and told him the learned doctor was going to phlebotomise him and cauterise him. That was all. "Ay, indeed, and yon imp, what bloweth he hot coals for?" "What should it be for?" said the doctor to Gerard, "but to cauterise the vein when opened, and the poisonous blood let free? 'Tis the only safe way. Avicenna indeed recommends a ligature of the vein, but how 'tis to be done he saith not, nor knew he himself, I wot, nor any of the spawn of Ishmael. For me, I have no faith in such tricksy expedients, and take this with you for a safe principle. Whatever an Arab or Arabist says is right, must be wrong." "Oh, I see now what 'tis for," said Denis. "And art thou so simple as to let him put hot iron to thy living flesh? Didst ever keep thy little finger but 10 moments in a candle, and this will be as many minutes? Art not content to burn in purgatory after thy death? Must thou needs buy a foretaste on't here?" "I never thought of that," said Gerard gravely. "The good doctor spake not of burning, but of cautery. To be sure 'tis all one, but cautery sounds not so fearful as burning." "Imbecile! That is their art, to confound a plain man with dark words, till his hissing flesh lets him know their meaning. Now listen to what I have seen. When a soldier bleeds from a wound in battle, these leeches say, 'Fever, blood him,' and so they burn the wick at t'other end too. They bleed the bled. Now at fever's heels comes desperate weakness. Then the man needs all his blood to live, but these prickers and burners, having no forethought, recking naught of what is sure to come in a few hours, and seeing like brute beasts only what is under their noses, having meantime robbed him of the very blood his hurt had spared him, to battle that weakness withal, and so he dies exhausted. Hundreds I have seen so scratched and pricked out of the world, Gerard, and tall fellows too. But lo, if they have the luck to be wounded where no doctor can be had, then they live. This too I have seen. Had I ever outlived that field in Brabant, but for my most lucky mischance, lack of chirurgery, the frost choked all my bleeding wounds, and so I lived. A chirurgeon hath pricked yet one more hole in this my body with his lance, and drained my last drop out, and my spirit with it. Seeing them thus distraught in bleeding of the bleeding soldier, I place no trust in them, for what slays a veteran may well lay a milk and water bourgeois low." "This sounds like common sense," sighed Gerard languidly, "but no need to raise your voice so. I was not born deaf, and just now I hear acutely." "Common sense? Very common sense indeed," shouted the bad listener. "Why, this is a soldier, a brute whose business is to kill men, not cure them." He added in very tolerable French, "Woe be to you, unlearned man, if you come between a physician and his patient, and woe be to you, misguided youth, if you listen to that man of blood." "Much obliged," said Denis with mock politeness, "but I am a true man, and would rob no man of his name. I do somewhat in the way of blood, but not worth mention in this presence. For one I slay, you slay a score, and for one spoonful of blood I draw, you spill a tubful. The world is still gulled by shows. We soldiers vapour with long swords, and even in war beget two foes for every one we kill. But you smooth gownsmen, with soft phrases and bare bodkins, 'tis you that thin mankind." "A sick chamber is no place for jesting," cried the physician. "No, doctor, nor for bawling," said the patient peevishly. "Come, young man," said the senior kindly, "be reasonable. Quilabet in sua arte credendum est. My whole life has been given to this art. I studied at Montpellier, the first school in France and by consequence in Europe. There learned I driromancy, scatomancy, pathology, therapeusis, and greater than them all, anatomy. For there we disciples of Hippocrates and Galen had opportunities those great ancients never knew. Goodbye quadrupeds and apes, and paganism, and Mohammedanism. We bought of the churchwardens, we shook the gallows, we undid the sexton's work o' dark nights, penetrated with love of science and our kind. All the authorities had their orders from Paris to wink, and they winked. Gods of Olympus, how they winked! The gracious king assisted us. He sent us twice a year a living criminal condemned to die, and said, 'Deal ye with him as science asks. Dissect him alive if you think fit. By the liver of Herod and Nero's bowels, he'll make me blush for the land that bore me, and if he praises it any more,' shouted Denis at the top of his voice. Gerard gave a little squawk and put his fingers in his ears, but speedily drew them out and shouted angrily and as loudly, 'You great roaring, blaspheming bull of Basan, hold your noisy tongue!' Denis summoned a contrite look. "Tush, slight man," said the doctor with calm contempt, and vibrated a hand over him as in this age men make a pointer dog down charge. Then flowed majestic on. "We seldom or never dissected the living criminal, except in part. We mostly inoculated them with such diseases as the barren time afforded, selecting, of course, the more interesting ones." "That means the foulest," whispered Denis meekly. "These we watched through all their stages to maturity." "Meaning the death of the poor rogue," whispered Denis meekly. "And now, my poor sufferer, who best merits your confidence, this honest soldier with his youth, his ignorance, and his prejudices, or a greybeard laden with the gathered wisdom of ages?" "That is," cried Denis impatiently, "will you believe what a jackdaw in a long gown has heard from a starling in a long gown, who heard it from a jay-pie, who heard it from a magpie, who heard it from a popinjay? Or will you believe what I, a man with naught to gain by looking awry nor speaking false, have seen? not heard with the ears which are given to gullers, but seen with these sentinels mine eyne, seen, to wit, that fevered and blooded men die, that fevered men not blooded live? Stay, who sent for this sangsue? Did you? Not I. I thought you had. Nay, explained the doctor. The good landlord told me one was down in this house. So I said to myself, a stranger and in need of my art, and came incontinently. It was the act of a good Christian, sir. Of a good bloodhound, cried Denis contemptuously. What, art thou so green as not to know that all these landlords are in league with certain of their fellow citizens, who pay them toll on each booty? Whatever you pay this ancient for stealing your lifeblood, of that the landlord takes his third for betraying you to him. Nay, more, as soon as ever your blood goes down the stair in that basin there, the landlord will see it or smell it, and send swiftly to his undertaker, and get his third out of that job. For if he waited till the doctor got downstairs, the doctor would be beforehand and bespeak his undertaker, and then he would get the black thirds. Say I sooth, old rouge et noir? Dites! Denis, who taught you to think so ill of man? Mine eyes, that are not to be gulled by what men say, seeing this many a year what they do in all the lands I travel. The doctor, with some address, made use of these last words to escape the personal question. I too have eyes as well as thou, and go not by tradition only, but by what I have seen, and not only seen, but done. I have healed as many men by bleeding as that interloping arabist has killed for want of it. 'Twas but t'other day I healed one threatened with leprosy. I but bled him at the tip of the nose. I cured last year a quartan ague. How? Bled its forefinger. Our cure lost his memory. I brought it him back on the point of my lance. I bled him behind the ear. I bled a dolt of a boy, and now he is the only one who can tell his right hand from his left in a whole family of idiots. When the plague was here years ago, no sham plague such as empirics proclaim every 6 years or so, but the good honest Byzantine pest, I blooded an alderman freely, and cauterized the symptomatic buboes, and so pulled him out of the grave. Whereas our then chirurgeon, a most pernicious Arabist, caught it himself, and died of it, aha! Calling on Razis, Avicenna, and Mahound, who could they have come, had all perished as miserably as himself. Oh, my poor ears, sighed Gerard. And am I fallen so low that one of your presence and speech rejects my art, and listens to a rude soldier so far behind even his own miserable trade as to bear an arbalest, a worn-out invention that German children shoot at pigeons with, but German soldiers mock at since ever arquebuses came and put them down? You foul-mouthed old charlatan, cried Denis. The arbalest is shouldered by taller men than ever stood in Rhenish hose, and even now it kills as many more than your noisy, stinking arquebus, as the lancet does than all our toys together. Go to! He was no fool who first called you leeches. Sangsue, va! Gerard groaned. By the Holy Virgin, I wish you were both at Jericho bellowing. Thank you, comrade, and I'll bark no more, but at need I'll bite. If he has a lance, I have a sword. If he bleeds you, I'll bleed him. The moment his lance pricks your skin, little one, my sword hilt knocks against his ribs. I have said it. And Denis turned pale, folded his arms, and looked gloomy and dangerous. Gerard sighed wearily. Now, as all this is about me, give me leave to say a word. Aye, let the young man choose life or death for himself. Gerard then indirectly rebuked his noisy counsellors by contrast and example. He spoke with unparalleled calmness, sweetness, and gentleness. And these were the words of Gerard, the son of Eli. I doubt not you both mean me well, but you assassinate me between you. Calmness and quiet are everything to me, but you are like two dogs growling over a bone. And in sooth, bone I should be, did this uproar last long. There was a dead silence, broken only by the silvery voice of Gerard, as he lay tranquil and gazed calmly at the ceiling, and trickled into words. First, venerable sir, I thank you for coming to see me, whether from humanity, or in the way of honest gain. All trades must live. Your learning, reverend sir, seems great, to me at least, and for your experience, your age voucheth it. You say you have bled many, and of these many have not died thereafter, but lived and done well. I must needs believe you. The physician bowed. Denis grunted. Others, you say, you have bled, and they are dead. I must needs believe you. Denis knows few things compared with you, but he knows them well. He is a man not given to conjecture. This I myself have noted. He says he has seen the fevered and blooded for the most part die, the fevered and not blooded live. I must needs believe him. Here, then, all is doubt. But this much is certain, if I be bled, I must pay you a fee, and be burnt and excruciated with a hot iron, who am no felon. Pay a certain price in money and anguish for a doubtful remedy, that I will never. Next to money and ease, peace and quiet are certain goods, above all in a sick room. But 'twould seem men cannot argue medicine without heat and raised voices. Therefore, sir, I will essay a little sleep, and Denis will go forth and gaze on the females of the place, and I will keep you no longer from those who can afford to lay out blood and money in phlebotomy and cautery. The old physician had naturally a hot temper. He had often, during this battle of words, mastered it with difficulty, and now it mastered him. The most dignified course was silence. He saw this, and drew himself up, and made loftily for the door, closely followed by his little boy and big basket. But at the door he choked, he swelled, he burst. He whirled and came back open-mouthed, and the little boy and big basket had to whisk semicircularly, not to be run down, for de minimis non curat medicina, even when not in a rage. Ah! You reject my skill, you scorn my art. My revenge shall be to leave you to yourself. Lost idiot, take your last look at me and at the sun. Your blood be on your head. And away he stamped. But on reaching the door he whirled and came back, his wicker tail whirling round after him like a cat's. In 12 hours at furthest you will be in the secondary stage of fever. Your head will split, your carotids will thump. Aha! And let but a pin fall, you will jump to the ceiling. Then send for me, and I'll not come. He departed, but at the door-handle gathered fury, wheeled and came flying with pale, terror-stricken boy and wicker tail whisking after him. Next will come cramps of the stomach. Aha! Then bilious vomit. Aha!
then cold sweat and deadly stupor, then confusion of all the senses, then bloody vomit. And after that nothing can save you, not even I, and if I could I would not, and so farewell." Even Denis changed colour at threats so fervent and precise, but Gerard only gnashed his teeth with rage at the noise, and seized his hard bolster with kindling eye. This added fuel to the fire, and brought the insulted ancient back from the impassable door with his whisking train. And after that, madness, and after that, black vomit, and then convulsions, and then that cessation of all vital functions the vulgar call death, for which thank your own satanic folly and insolence. Farewell." He went, he came, he roared, "And think not to be buried in any Christian churchyard, for the bailiff is my good friend, and I shall tell him how and why you died. Felo de se, felo de se, farewell."
Gerard sprang to his feet on the bed. By some supernatural gymnastic power excitement lent him,
and seeing him so moved, the vindictive orator came back at him, fiercer than ever, to launch some master threat the world has unhappily lost. For as he came, with his whisking train, and shaking his fist,
Gerard hurled the bolster furiously in his face,
and knocked him down like a shot. The boy's head cracked under his falling masters, and crash went the dumb-stricken orator into the basket, and there sat wedged in an inverted angle, crushing file after file. The boy, being light, was strewed afar, but in a squatting posture, so that they sat in a sequence like graduated specimens, the smaller howling. But soon the doctor's face filled with horror, and he uttered a far louder and unearthly screech, and kicked and struggled with wonderful agility for one of his age. He was sitting on the hot coals. They had singed the cloth and were now biting the man. Struggling wildly but vainly to get out of the basket, he rolled, yelling, over with it sideways, and lo, a great hissing. Then the humane Gerard ran and wrenched off the tight basket, not without a struggle. The doctor lay on his face groaning, handsomely singed with his own chafer, and slaked a moment too late by his own villainous compounds, which, however, being as various and even beautiful in colour as they were odious in taste, had strangely diversified his grey robe, and painted it more gaudy than neat. Gerard and Denis raised him up and consoled him. "Courage, man, 'tis but cautery, balm of Gilead, why you recommended it but now to my comrade here." The physician replied only by a look of concentrated spite, and went out in dead silence, thrusting his stomach forth before him in the drollest way.
The boy followed him next moment, but in that slight interval he left off whining, burst into a grin, and conveyed to the culprits by an unrefined gesture his accurate comprehension of, and rapturous though compressed joy at, his master's disaster. End of chapter 26. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 27 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The worthy physician went home and told his housekeeper He was in agony from a bad burn. Those were the words. For in phlogistic, as in other things, we cauterize our neighbour's digits, but burn our own fingers. His housekeeper applied some old woman's remedy, mild as milk. He submitted like a lamb to her experience, his sole object in the case of this patient being cure. Meantime, he made out his bill for broken files, and took measures to have the travellers imprisoned at once. He made oath before a magistrate that they, being strangers and indebted to him, meditated instant flight from the township. Alas, it was his unlucky day. His sincere desire and honest endeavour to perjure himself were baffled by a circumstance he had never foreseen, nor indeed thought possible. He had spoken the truth, and in an affidavit. The officers, on reaching the Silver Lion, found the birds were flown. They went down to the river, and from intelligence they received there, started up the bank in hot pursuit. This temporary escape the friends owed to Denis's good sense and observation. After a peal of laughter that it was cordial to hear, and after venting his watchword 3 times, he turned short grave and told Gerard Dusseldorf was no place for them. "That old fellow," said he, "went off unnaturally silent for such a babbler. We are strangers here. The bailiff is his friend. In 5 minutes we shall lie in a dungeon for assaulting a Dusseldorf dignity. Are you strong enough to hobble to the water's edge? It is hard by. Once there, you have but to lie down in a boat instead of a bed. And what is the odds?" "The odds, Denis, untold, and all in favour of the boat. I pine for Rome is my road to Sevenbergen, and then we shall lie in the boat, but on the Rhine, the famous Rhine, the cool, refreshing Rhine. I feel its breezes coming. The very sight will cure a little hop-o'-my-thumb fever like mine. Away, away!" Finding his excitable friend in this mood, Denis settled hastily with the landlord, and they hurried to the river. On inquiry, they found to their dismay that the public boat was gone this half-hour, and no other would start that day, being afternoon. By dint, however, of asking a great many questions and collecting a crowd, they obtained an offer of a private boat from an old man and his 2 sons. This was duly ridiculed by a bystander. "The current is too strong for 3 oars." "Then my comrade and I will help row," said the invalid. "No need," said the old man. "Bless your silly heart, he owns t'other boat." There was a powerful breeze right astern. The boatmen set a broad sail, and rowing also went off at a spanking rate. "Are you better, lad, for the river breeze?" "Much better. But indeed the doctor did me good." "The doctor? Why, you would none of his cures." "No, but I mean, you will say I am naught, but knocking the old fool down, but somehow it soothed me." "Amiable dove, how thy little character opens more and more every day like a rosebud. I read thee all wrong at first." "Nay, Denis, mistake me not, neither. I trust I had borne with his idle threats, though in sooth his voice went through my poor ears. But he was an infidel, or next door to one, and such I have been taught to abhor. Did he not as good as say we owed our inward parts to men with long Greek names, and not to him whose name is but a syllable, but whose hand is over all the earth? Pagan! So you knocked him down forthwith, like a good Christian. Now, Denis, you will still be jesting. Take not an ill man's part. Had it been a thunderbolt from heaven, he had met but his due. yet he took but a sorry bolster from this weak arm." "What weak arm?" inquired Denis with twinkling eyes. "I have lived among arms, and by Samson's hairy pow never saw one more like a catapult." The bolster wrapped round his nose, and the two ends kissed behind his head, and his forehead resounded, and had he been Goliath or Julius Caesar instead of an old quacksalver, down he had gone. Saint Denis guard me from such feeble opposites as thou, and above all from their weak arms, thou diabolical young hypocrite. The river took many turns, and this sometimes brought the wind on their side instead of right astern. Then they all moved to the weather side to prevent the boat heeling over too much. All but a child of about 5 years old, the grandson of the boatman, and his darling. This urchin had slipped on board at the moment of starting, and being too light to affect the boat's trim, was above, or rather below, the laws of navigation. They sailed merrily on, little conscious that they were pursued by a whole posse of constables armed with the bailiff's writ, and that their pursuers were coming up with them, for if the wind was strong, so was the current. And now Gerard suddenly remembered that this was a very good way to Rome, but not to Burgundy. "Oh, Denis," said he, with an almost alarmed look, "this is not your road." "I know it," said Denis quietly, "but what can I do? I cannot leave thee till the fever leaves thee. And it is on thee still, for thou art both red and white by turns. I have watched thee. I must e'en go on to Cologne, I doubt, and then strike across." "Thank heaven," said Gerard joyfully. He added eagerly, with a little touch of self-deception, "'Twere a sin to be so near Cologne and not see it. Oh, man, it is a vast and ancient city, such as I have often dreamed of, but ne'er had the good luck to see." "Me miserable? By what hard fortune do I come to it now?" "Well then, Denis," continued the young man less warmly, "it is old enough to have been founded by a Roman lady in the 1st century of grace, and sacked by Attila the barbarous, and afterwards sore defaced by the Norman Lothair. And it has a church for every week in the year, for by chapels and churches innumerable, of convents and nunneries, and above all the stupendous minster yet unfinished, and therein, but in their own chapel, lie the 3 kings that brought gifts to our Lord, Melchior gold, and Gaspar frankincense, and Balthazar the Black King, he brought myrrh. And over their bones stands the shrine, the wonder of the world. It is of ever-shining brass brighter than gold, studded with images fairly wrought, and inlaid with exquisite devices, and brave with colours, and 2 broad stripes run to and fro, of jewels so great, so rare, each might adorn a crown or ransom its wearer at need, and upon it stand the 3 kings, curiously counterfeited, 2 in solid silver, richly gilt, these be bareheaded, but he of Ethiop ebony, and beareth a golden crown, and in the midst our Blessed Lady in virgin silver, with Christ in her arms, and at the corners in golden branches 4 goodly waxen tapers do burn night and day. Holy eyes have watched and renewed that light unceasingly for ages, and holy eyes shall watch them in saecula. I tell thee, Denis, the oldest song, the oldest Flemish or German legend found them burning, and they shall light the earth to its grave. And there is St. Ursul's Church, a British saint's, where lie her bones and all the other virgins, her fellows. 11,000 were they who died for the faith, being put to the sword by barbarous Moors on the 23rd day of October, 238.
Their bones are piled in the vaults, and many of their skulls are in the church.
St. Ursul's is in a thin golden case, and stands on the high altar, but shown to humble Christians only on solemn days."
11,000 virgins!" cried Denis. "What babies German men must have been in days of yore! Well, would all their bones might turn flesh again, and their skulls sweet faces, as we pass through the gates. 'Tis odds, but some of them are wearied of their estate by this time." "Tush, Denis," said Gerard. "Why wilt thou, being good, still make thyself seem evil? If thy wishing cap be on, pray that we may meet the meanest she of all those wise virgins in the next world, and to that end let us reverence their holy dust in this one. And then there is the church of the Maccabees, and the cauldron in which they and their mother Solomona were boiled by a wicked king for refusing to eat swine's flesh. O peremptory king and pig-headed Maccabees! I had eaten bacon with my pork liever than change places at the fire with my meat." "What scurvy words are these? It was their faith." "Nay, bridle thy collar, and tell me, are there naught but churches in this thy so vaunted city? For I affect rather Sir Knight rather than Sir Priest." "Ay, marry, there is a university near 100 years old, and there is a market-place no fairer in the world, and at the four sides of it houses great as palaces, and there is a stupendous senate-house all covered with images, and at the head of them
Stands one of stout Herman Grin.
a soldier like thyself, lad." "Ay, tell me of him. What feat of arms earned him his niche?" "A rare one. He slew a lion in fair combat, with naught but his cloak and a short sword. He thrust the cloak in the brute's mouth, and cut his spine in twain, and there is the man's effigy, and eke the lion's to prove it. The like was never done but by 3 more, I ween. Samson was one, and Lysimachus of Macedon another, and Benaiah a captain of David's host. Marry, 3 tall fellows! I would like well to sup with them all tonight." "So would not I," said Gerard dryly. "But tell me," said Denis, with some surprise, "when wast thou in Cologne?" "Never, but in the spirit. I prattle with the good monks by the way, and they tell me all the notable things, both old and new." "Ay, ay, have not I seen your nose under their very cowls? But when I speak of matters that are out of sight, my words they are small, and the thing it was big. Now thy words be as big or bigger than the things. Art a good limner with thy tongue, I have said it, and for a saint as ready with hand, or steel, or bolster, as any poor sinner living. And so, shall I tell thee which of all these things thou hast described draws me to Cologne?" "Ay, Denis." "Thou, and thou only, no dead saint, but my living friend and comrade true. 'Tis thou alone draws Denis of Burgundy to Cologne." Gerard hung his head. At this juncture, one of the younger boatmen suddenly inquired what was amiss with little Turnip Face. His young nephew, thus described, had just come aft, grave as a judge, and burst out crying in the midst, without more ado. On this phenomenon, so sharply defined, he was subjected to many interrogatories, some coaxingly uttered, some not. Had he hurt himself? Had he overate himself? Was he frightened? Was he cold? Was he sick? Was he an idiot? To all and each he uttered the same reply, which English writers render thus, "Oh, oh, oh!" and French writers thus, "Hi, hi, hi!" So fixed are fiction's phonetics. "Who can tell what ails the peevish brat?" snarled the young boatman impatiently. "Rather look this way and tell me whom these be after." The old man and his other son looked, and saw 4 men walking along the east bank of the river. At the sight they left rowing a while, and gathered mysteriously in the stern, whispering and casting glances alternately at their passengers and the pedestrians. The sequel may show they would have employed speculation better in trying to fathom the turnip-face mystery. I beg pardon of my age, I mean the deep mind of dauntless infancy. "If 'tis as I doubt," whispered one of the young men, "why not give them a squeak for their lives? Let us make for the west bank." The old man objected stoutly. "What?" said he. "Run our heads into trouble for strangers? Are ye mad? Nay, let us rather cross to the east side. Still side with the strong arm, that is my rede. What say you, Werther?" "I say, please yourselves." What age and youth could not decide upon, a puff of wind settled most impartially. Came a squall, and the little vessel heeled over. The men jumped to windward to trim her, but to their horror they saw in the very boat, from stern to stern, a ditch of water rushing to leeward, and the next moment they saw nothing, but felt the Rhine, the cold and rushing Rhine. Turnip-face had drawn the plug. The officers unwound the cords from their waists. Gerard could swim like a duck, but the best swimmer canted out of a boat capsized must sink ere he can swim. The dark water bubbled loudly over his head, and then he came up almost blind and deaf for a moment. The next he saw the black boat bottom uppermost, and figures clinging to it. He shook his head like a water dog, and made for it by a sort of unthinking imitation. But ere he reached it, he heard a voice behind him cry, not loud, but with deep, manly distress, "Adieu, comrade, adieu!" He looked, and there was poor Denis, sinking, weighed down by his wretched arbalest. His face was pale, and his eyes staring wide, and turned despairingly on his dear friend. Gerard uttered a wild cry of love and terror, and made for him, cleaving the water madly. But the next moment Denis was under water. The next, Gerard was after him. The officers knotted a rope and threw the end in. End of chapter 27. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 28 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Things good and evil balance themselves in a remarkable manner, and almost universally. The steel bow attached to the arbalestria's back, and carried above his head, had sunk him. That very steel bow, owing to that very position, could not escape Gerard's hands, one of which grasped it, and the other went between the bow and the cord, which was as good. The next moment Denis, by means of his crossbow, was hoisted with so eager a jerk that half his body bobbed up out of water. "Now, grip me not, grip me not!" cried Gerard, in mortal terror of that fatal mistake. "Pas si bête!" gurgled Denis. Seeing the sort of stuff he had to deal with, Gerard was hopeful and calm directly. "On thy back!" he said sharply, and seizing the arbalest, and taking a stroke forward, he aided the desired movement. "Hand on my shoulder, Slap the water with the other hand. No, with a downward motion. So. Do nothing more than I bid thee." Gerard had got hold of Denis' long hair, and, twisting it hard, caught the end between his side teeth, and with the strong muscles of his youthful neck easily kept up the soldier's head, and struck out lustily across the current. A moment he had hesitated which side to make for, little knowing the awful importance of that simple decision. Then, seeing the west bank a trifle nearest, he made towards it, instead of swimming to jail like a good boy, and so furnishing one a novel incident. Owing to the force of the current, they slanted considerably, and when they had covered near 100 yards, Denis murmured uneasily, "How much more of it?" "Courage," mumbled Gerard. "Whatever a duck knows, a Dutchman knows. Art safe as in bed." The next moment, to their surprise, they found themselves in shallow water, and so waded ashore. Once on terra firma, they looked at one another from head to foot as if eyes could devour, then by one impulse flung each an arm round the other's neck, and panted there with hearts too full to speak. And at this sacred moment life was sweet as heaven to both, sweetest perhaps to the poor exiled lover who had just saved his friend. O joy, to whose height what poet has yet soared or ever tried to soar? To save a human life, and that life a loved one, such moments are worth living for, 80 years and 10. And then, calmer, they took hands, and so walked along the bank hand in hand like a pair of sweethearts, scarce knowing or caring whither they went. The boat people were all safe on the late concave, now convex craft, Herr Turnipface, the inverter of things, being in the middle. All this fracas seemed not to have essentially deranged his habits. At least he was greeting when he shot our friends into the Rhine, and greeting when they got out again. Shall we wait till they right the boat? No, Denis, our fare is paid, we owe them naught. Let us on, and briskly. Denis assented, observing that they could walk all the way to Cologne on this bank. "I fare not to Cologne," was the calm reply. "I fear not to Cologne," was the calm reply. "Why, whither then?" "To Burgundy." "To Burgundy? Ah, no, that is too good to be sooth. Sooth 'tis, and sense into the bargain. What matters it to me how I go to Rome?" "Nay, nay, you but say so to pleasure me." "The change is too sudden, and think me not so ill-hearted as take you at your word. Also, did I not see your eyes sparkle at the wonders of Cologne, the churches, the images, the relics? How dull art thou, Denis! That was when we were to enjoy them together. Churches, I shall see plenty, go Romeward how I will. The bones of saints and martyrs, alas, the world is full of them. But a friend like thee, where on earth's face shall I find another? No, I will not turn thee farther from the road that leads to thy dear home, and her that pines for thee. Neither will I rob myself of thee by leaving thee. Since I drew thee out of Rhine, I love thee better than I did. Thou art my pearl, I fished thee, and must keep thee. So gainsay me not, or thou wilt bring back my fever. But cry courage, and lead on, and hey for Burgundy." Denis gave a joyful caper. "Courage! Va pour la Bourgogne! Oh, soyez tranquille! Cette fois il est bien décidément mort, ce concran-là." And they turned their backs on the Rhine. On this decision making itself clear, across the Rhine
there was a commotion in the little party that had been watching the discussion, and the friends had not taken many steps ere a voice came to them over the water. "Halt!" Gerard turned and saw one of those four holding out a badge of office and a parchment slip. His heart sank, for he was a good citizen and used to obey the voice that now bade him turn again to Düsseldorf. The laws. Denis did not share his scruples. He was a Frenchman and despised every other nation, laws, inmates, and customs included. He was a soldier and took a military view of the situation. Superior force opposed. River between. Rear open. Why, 'twas retreat made easy. He saw at a glance that the boat still drifted in mid-stream, and there was no ferry nearer than Düsseldorf. "I shall beat a quick retreat to that hill," said he, "and then, being out of sight, quick step." They sauntered off. "Halt, in the bailiff's name!" cried a voice from the shore. Denis turned round, and ostentatiously snapped his fingers at the bailiff and proceeded. "Halt, in the Archbishop's name!" Denis snapped his fingers at his Grace and proceeded. "Halt, in the Emperor's name!" Denis snapped his fingers at his Majesty and proceeded. Gerard saw this needless pantomime with regret, and as soon as they had passed the brow of the hill, said, "There is now but one course. We must run to Burgundy instead of walking," and he set off and ran the best part of a league without stopping. Denis was fairly blown, and inquired what on earth had become of Gerard's fever. "I begin to miss it, sadly," said he dryly. "I dropped it in the Rhine, I trow," was the reply. Presently they came to a little village, and here Denis purchased a loaf and a huge bottle of Rhenish wine. "For," he said, "we must sleep in some hole or corner. If we lie at an inn, we shall be taken in our beds." This was no more than common prudence on the old soldier's part. The official network for catching lawbreakers, especially plebeian ones, was very close in that age, though the cooperation of the public was almost null, at all events upon the continent. The innkeepers were everywhere under close surveillance as to their travellers, for whose acts they were even in some degree responsible, more so, it would seem, than for their sufferings. The friends were both glad when the sun set, and delighted when, after a long trudge under the stars, for the moon, if I remember right, did not rise till about 3 in the morning, they came to a large barn belonging to a house at some distance. A quantity of barley had been lately thrashed, for the heap of straw on one side the thrashing floor was almost as high as the unthrashed corn on the other. "Here be 2 royal beds," said Denis. "Which shall we lie on, the mow or the straw?" "The straw for me," said Gerard. They sat on the heap, and ate their brown bread, and drank their wine, and then Denis covered his friend up in straw, and heaped it high above him, leaving him only a breathing hole. "Water, they say, is death to fevered men. I'll make warm water on't anyhow." Gerard bade him make his mind easy. "These few drops from Rhine cannot chill me. I feel heat enough in my body now to parch a kennel, or boil a cloud if I was in one." And with this epigram his consciousness went so rapidly, he might really be said to fall asleep. Denis, who lay awake a while, heard that which made him nestle closer. Horses' hoofs came ringing up from Düsseldorf,
and the wooden barn vibrated as they rattled past, howling in a manner too well known and understood in the 15th century, but as unfamiliar in Europe now as a Red Indian's war whoop. Denis shook where he lay. Gerard slept like a top. It all swept by, and troop and howls died away. The stout soldier drew a long breath, whistled in a whisper, closed his eyes, and slept like a top too. In the morning he sat up and put out his hand to wake Gerard. It lighted on the young man's forehead, and found it quite wet. Denis then, in his quality of nurse, forbore to wake him. "It is ill to check sleep or sweat in a sick man," said he. "I know that far, though I ne'er minced ape or gallows bird." After waiting a good hour, he felt desperately hungry, so he turned and, in self-defence, went to sleep again. Poor fellow, in his hard life he had been often driven to this manoeuvre. At high noon he was waked by Gerard moving, and found him sitting up with the straw smoking round him like a dunghill. Animal heat versus moisture. Gerard called him a lazy loon. He quietly grinned. They set out, and the first thing Denis did was to give Gerard his arbalest, etc., and mount a high tree on the road. "Coast clear to the next village," said he, and on they went. On drawing near the village, Denis halted and suddenly inquired of Gerard how he felt. "What? Can you not see? I feel as if Rome was no farther than yon hamlet. But thy body, lad, thy skin, neither hot nor cold, and yesterday was hot one while and cold another. But what I cannot get rid of is this tiresome leg. Le grand malheur! Many of my comrades have found no such difficulty. Ah, there it goes again, itches consumedly." "Unhappy youth," said Denis solemnly, "the sum of thy troubles is this: thy fever is gone, and thy wound is healing. Sith so it is," added he indulgently, "I shall tell thee a little piece of news I had otherwise withheld." "What is't?" cried Gerard, sparkling with curiosity. "The hue and cry is out after us, and on fleet horses." "Oh!" End of chapter 28. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 29 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard was staggered by this sudden communication, and his colour came and went. Then he clenched his teeth with ire, for men of any spirit at all are like the wild boar. He will run from a superior force, owing perhaps to his not being an ass, but if you stick to his heels too long and too close, and in short bore him, he will whirl and come tearing at a multitude of hunters, and perhaps bore you. Gerard then set his teeth and looked battle. But the next moment his countenance fell, and he said plaintively, "And my axe is in the Rhine." They consulted together. Prudence bade them avoid that village. Hunger said, "Buy food." Hunger spoke loudest, Prudence most convincingly. They settled to strike across the fields. They halted at a haystack and borrowed 2 bundles of hay, and lay on them in a dry ditch out of sight, but in nettles. They sallied out in turn and came back with turnips. These they munched at intervals in their retreat,
until sunset. Presently they crept out shivering into the rain and darkness, and got into the road on the other side of the village. It was a dismal night, dark as pitch and blowing hard. They could neither see, nor hear, nor be seen, nor heard, and for aught I know passed like ghosts close to their foes. These they almost forgot in the natural horrors of the black, tempestuous night, in which they seemed to grope and hew their way as in black marble. When the moon rose, they were many a league from Dusseldorf, but they still trudged on. Presently they came to a huge building. "Courage!" cried Denis. "I think I know this convent. Ah, it is. We are in the Sea of Julier. Cologne has no power here." The next moment, they were safe within the walls. End of chapter 29. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 30 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Here Gerard made acquaintance with a monk who had constructed the great dial in the prior's garden, and a wheel for drawing water, and a winnowing machine for the grain, etc., and had ever some ingenious mechanism on hand. He had made several psalteries and 2 dulcimers, and was now attempting a set of regals, or little organ for the choir. Now Gerard played the humble psaltery a little, but the monk touched that instrument divinely, and showed him most agreeably what a novice he was in music. He also illuminated finely, but could not write so beautifully as Gerard. Comparing their acquirements with the earnestness and simplicity of an age in which accomplishments implied a true natural bent, youth and age soon became like brothers, and Gerard was pressed hard to stay that night. He consulted Denis, who assented with a rueful shrug. Gerard told his old new friend whither he was going, and described their late adventures, softening down the bolster. "Alack," said the good old man, "I have been a great traveller in my day, but none molested me." He then told him to avoid inns; they were always haunted by rogues and roisterers, whence his soul might take harm even did his body escape, and to manage each day's journey so as to lie at some peaceful monastery. Then, suddenly breaking off and looking as sharp as a needle at Gerard, he asked him how long since he had been shriven. Gerard coloured up and replied feebly, "Better than a fortnight." "And thou an exorcist? No wonder perils have overtaken thee. Come, thou must be assoiled out of hand." "Yes, father," said Gerard, "and with all mine heart," and was sinking down to his knees with his hands joined, but the monk stopped him half fretfully. "Not to me, not to me, not to me! I am as full of the world as thou, or any be that lives in't. My whole soul, it is in these wooden pipes and sorry leathern stops, which shall perish, with them whose minds are fixed on such like vanities." "Dear father," said Gerard, "they are for the use of the church, and surely that sanctifies the pains and labour spent on them." "That is just what the devil has been whispering in mine ear this while," said the monk, putting one hand behind his back and shaking his finger half threateningly, half playfully at Gerard. "He was even so kind and thoughtful as to mind me that Solomon built the Lord a house with rare hangings, and that this in him was counted gracious and no sin. Oh, he can quote Scripture rarely,
But I am not so simple a monk as you think, my lad," cried the good father with sudden defiance, addressing not Gerard but vacancy. "This one toy finished, vigils, fasts, and prayers for me. Prayers standing, prayers lying on the chapel floor, and prayers in a right good tub of cold water." He nudged Gerard and winked his eye knowingly. "Nothing he hates and dreads like seeing us monks at our orisons up to our chins in cold water. For corpus domat aqua. So now go confess thy little trumpery sins, pardonable in youth and secularity, and leave me to mine, sweet to me as honey, and to be expiated in proportion." Gerard bowed his head, but could not help saying, "Where shall I find a confessor more holy and clement?" "In each of these cells," replied the monk simply. They were now in the corridor. "There, go to Brother Anselm, yonder." Gerard followed the monk's direction, and made for a cell, but the doors were pretty close to one another, and it seems he mistook, for just as he was about to tap, he heard his old friend crying to him in an agitated whisper, "Nay, nay, nay!" He turned, and there was the monk at his cell door in a strange state of anxiety, going up and down and beating the air double-handed, like a bottom sawyer. Gerard really thought the cell he was at must be inhabited by some dangerous wild beast, if not by that personage whose presence in the convent had been so distinctly proclaimed. He looked back inquiringly, and went on to the next door. Then his old friend nodded his head rapidly, bursting in a moment into a comparatively blissful expression of face, and shot back into his den. He took his hourglass, turned it, and went to work on his regals. And often he looked up and said to himself, "Well-a-day! The sands, how swift they run when the man is bent over earthly toys." Father Anselm was a venerable monk, with an ample head and a face all dignity and love. Therefore Gerard, in confessing to him and replying to his gentle though searching questions, could not help thinking, "Here is a head! Oh dear, oh dear! I wonder whether you will let me draw it when I have done confessing." And so his own head got confused, and he forgot a crime or two. However, he did not lower the bolstering this time, nor was he so uncandid as to detract from the pagan character of the bolstered. The penance inflicted was this: he was to enter the convent church, and prostrating himself, kiss the lowest step of the altar 3 times, then kneeling on the floor to say 3 paternosters and a credo. This done, come back to me on the instant. Accordingly, his short mortification performed, Gerard returned, and found Father Anselm spreading plaster. "After the soul, the body," said he. "Know that I am the chirurgeon here, for want of a better. This is going on thy leg, to cool it, not to burn it. The saints forbid." During the operation, the monastic leech, who had naturally been interested by the Dusseldorf branch of Gerard's confession, rather sided with Denis upon bleeding. "We Dominicans seldom let blood nowadays. The lay leeches say 'tis from timidity and want of skill, but in sooth we have long found that simples will cure most of the ills that can be cured at all. Besides, they never kill in capable hands, and other remedies slay like thunderbolts. As for the blood, the Vulgate saith expressly it is the life of a man, and in medicine or law, as in divinity, to be wiser than the all-wise is to be a fool. Moreover, simples are mighty,
The little four-footed creature that kills the poisonous snake, if bitten herself, finds an herb powerful enough to quell that poison, though stronger and of swifter operation than any mortal malady. And we, taught by her wisdom and our own traditions, still search and try the virtues of those plants the good God hath strewed this earth with, some to feed men's bodies, some to heal them. Only in desperate ills we mix heavenly with earthly virtue. We steep the hair or the bones of some dead saint in the medicine, and thus work marvellous cures. Think you, father, it is along of the relics? For Peter a Floris, a learned leech and no pagan, denies it stoutly. What knows Peter a Floris? And what know I? I take not on me to say we can command the saints, and will they nill they, can draw corporal virtue from their blessed remains. But I see that the patient drinking thus in faith is often bettered as by a charm. Doubtless faith in the recipient is for much in all these cures. But so 'twas ever. A sick woman that all the Jewish leeches failed to cure did but touch Christ's garment and was healed in a moment. Had she not touched that sacred piece of cloth, she had never been healed. Had she without faith not touched it only, but worn it to her grave, I trow she had been none the better for it. But we do ill to search these things too curiously. All we see around us calls for faith. Have then a little patience. We shall soon know all. Meantime I, thy confessor for the nonce, do strictly forbid thee, on thy soul's health, to hearken learned layfolk on things religious. Arrogance is their bane. With it they shut heaven's open door in their own faces. Mind, I say, learned laics. Unlearned ones have often been my masters in humility, and may be thine. Thy wound is cared for. In 3 days 'twill be but a scar. And now God speed thee, and the saints make thee as good and as happy as thou art thoughtful and gracious. Gerard hoped there was no need to part yet, for he was to dine in the refectory. But Father Anselm told him, with a shade of regret just perceptible and no more, that he did not leave his cell this week, being himself in penitence, and with this he took Gerard's head delicately in both hands, and kissed him on the brow, and almost before the cell door had closed on him, was back to his pious offices. Gerard went away chilled to the heart by the isolation of the monastic life, and saddened too. Alas, he thought, here is a kind face I must never look to see again on earth, a kind voice gone from mine ear and my heart for ever. There is nothing but meeting and parting in this sorrowful world. Well-a-day, well-a-day. This pensive mood was interrupted by a young monk who came for him and took him to the refectory. There he found several monks seated at a table, and Denis standing like a poker, being examined as to the towns he should pass through. The friars then clubbed their knowledge and marked out the route, noting all the religious houses on or near that road, and this they gave Gerard. Then supper, and after it the old monk carried Gerard to his cell, and they had an eager chat, and the friar incidentally revealed the cause of his pantomime in the corridor. Ye had well nigh fallen into Brother Jerome's clutches. Yon was his cell. Is Father Jerome an ill man, then? An ill man? And the friar crossed himself. A saint, an anchorite, the very pillar of this house. He had sent thee barefoot to Loretto. Nay, I forgot, ye are bound for Italy. The spiteful old saint upon earth had sent ye to Canterbury or Compostela.
but Jerome was born old and with a cowl. Anselm and I were boys once, and wicked beyond anything you can imagine." Gerard wore a somewhat incredulous look. "This keeps us humble more or less, and makes us reasonably lenient to youth and hot blood." Then, at Gerard's earnest request, one more heavenly strain upon the psalterian, and so to bed, the troubled spirit calmed, and the sore heart soothed. I have described in full this day, marked only by contrast, a day that came like oil on waves after so many passions and perils, because it must stand in this narrative as the representative of many such days which now succeeded it. For our travellers on their weary way experienced that which most of my readers will find in the longer journey of life, viz., that stirring events are not evenly distributed over the whole road, but come by fits and starts, and, as it were, in clusters. To some extent this may be because they draw one another by links more or less subtle, but there is more in it than that. It happens so. Life is an intermittent fever. Now all narrators, whether of history or fiction, are compelled to slur these barren portions of time, or else line trunks. The practice, however, tends to give the unguarded reader a wrong arithmetical impression, which there is a particular reason for avoiding in these pages as far as possible. I invite, therefore, your intelligence to my aid, and ask you to try and realise that, although there were no more vivid adventures for a long while, one day's march succeeded another, one monastery after another fed and lodged them gratis with a welcome always charitable, sometimes genial, and though they met no enemy but winter and rough weather, antagonists not always contemptible, yet they trudged over a much larger tract of territory than that, their passage through which I have described so minutely. And so the pair, Gerard bronzed in the face and travel-stained from head to foot, and Denis with his shoes in tatters, stiff and footsore both of them, drew near the Burgundian frontier. End of chapter 30. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 31 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard was almost as eager for this promised land as Denis, for the latter constantly chanted its praises, and at every little annoyance showed him they did things better in Burgundy, and above all played on his foible by guaranteeing clean bedclothes at the inns of that polished nation. "I ask no more," the Hollander would say. "To think that I have not lain once in a naked bed since I left home. When I look at their linen instead of doffing habit and hose, it is mine eyes and nose I would fain be shut of." Denis carried his love of country so far as to walk 20 leagues in shoes that had exploded, rather than buy of a German churl, who would throw all manner of obstacles in a customer's way, his incivility, his dinner, his body. Towards sunset they found themselves at equal distances from a little town and a monastery, only the latter was off the road. Denis was for the inn, Gerard for the convent. Denis gave way, but on condition that once in Burgundy they should always stop at an inn. Gerard consented to this the more readily that his chart with its list of convents ended here. So they turned off the road, and now Gerard asked with surprise whence this sudden aversion to places that had fed and lodged them gratis so often. The soldier hemmed and hawed at first, but at last his wrongs burst forth. It came out that this was no sudden aversion, but an ancient and abiding horror, which he had suppressed till now, but with infinite difficulty and out of politeness. "I saw they had put powder in your drink," said he, "so I forbore them. However, being the last, why not ease my mind? Know then, I have been like a fish out of water in all those great dungeons. You straightway leavened with some old shaveling, so you see not my purgatory." "Forgive me, I have been selfish." Aye, I forgive thee, little one. 'Tis not thy fault. Art not the first fool that has been priest-rid and monk-bit. But I'll not forgive them my misery." Then, about a century before Henry VIII's commissioners, he delivered his indictment. These gloomy piles were all built alike. Inns differed, but here was all monotony. Great gate, little gate, so many steps, and then a gloomy cloister. Here the door tour, there the great cold refectory, where you must sit mum-chance, or at least inaudible, he who liked to speak his mind out. "And then," said he, "nobody is a man here, but all are slaves. And of what? Of a peevish tinkling bell that never sleeps. And 'twere a trumpet now, aye, sounding alarums, 'twouldn't freeze a man's heart so. Tinkle, 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 and you must sit to meat with maybe no stomach for food. Ere your meat settles in your stomach, tinkle, tinkle, and ye must to church, with maybe no stomach for devotion. I am not a hog for prayers, for one. Tinkle, tinkle, and now you must to bed with your eyes open. Well, by then you have contrived to shut them, some uneasy imp of darkness has got to the bell rope, and tinkle, tinkle, it behoves you say a prayer in the dark, whether you know one or not. If they heard the sort of prayers I mutter when they break my rest with their tinkle, well, you drop off again and get about an eye full of sleep. Lo, it is tinkle, tinkle for matins. And the only clapper you love is a woman's, put in Gerard half contemptuously. Because there is some music in that, even when it scolds, was the stout reply. And then to be always checked. If I do but put my finger in the salt cellar straightway, I hear, "Have you no knife that you finger the salt?" And if I but wipe my knife on the cloth to save time, then 'tis, "Wipe thy knife dirty on the bread and clean upon the cloth." Oh, small of soul, these little peevish pedantries fall chill upon good fellowship, like wee icicles a melting down from straw on eaves. "I hold cleanliness no pedantry," said Gerard. "Shouldst learn better manners once for all." "Nay, 'tis they who lack manners. They stop a fellow's mouth at every word." "At every other word, you mean? Every obscene or blasphemous one?" "Exaggerator, go to! Why, at the very last of these dungeons I found the poor travellers sitting all chilled and mute round one shaveling, like rogues awaiting their turn to be hanged. So to cheer them up, I did but cry out, 'Courage, tout le monde, le diable!' Connu, what befell? Marry this, 'Blaspheme not,' quo the borrow. 'Plaît-il?' say I. Doesn't he wheel and white on me in a sort of Alsatian French, turning all the P's into B's? I had much ado not to laugh in his face. Being thyself unable to speak 10 words of his language without a fault. Well, all the world ought to speak French. What avail so many jargons except to put a frontier atwixt men's hearts? But what said he? What signifies it what a fool says? Oh, not all the words of a fool are folly, or I should not listen to you. Well, then, he said, such as begin by making free with the devil's name, I end by doing it with all the names in heaven. Father, said I am a soldier, and this is but my consigna or watchword. Oh, then, it is just a custom, said he. I, not divining the old fox, and thinking to clear myself, said, "Aye, it was." "Then that is 10 times worse," said he. "'Twill bring him about your ears one of these days. He still comes where he hears his name often called." Observe, no gratitude for the tidings which neither his missiles nor his breviary had ever let him know. Then he was so good as to tell me, soldiers do commonly the crimes for which all other men are broke on the wheel, à savoir murder, rape, and pillage. "And is not true?" "True or not, it was ill manners," replied Denis guardedly. "And so says this courteous host of mine. Being the foes of mankind, why make enemies of good spirits into the bargain by still shouting the names of evil ones? And a lot more stuff." "Well, but, Denis, whether you hearken his rede or slight it, wherefore blame a man for raising his voice to save your soul?" "How can his voice save my soul when it keeps turning of his peas into bees?" Gerard was staggered. Ere he could recover at this thunderbolt of Gallicism, Denis went triumphant off at a tangent, and stigmatised all monks as hypocrites. "Do but look at them, how they creep about, and cannot eye you like honest men." "Nay," said Gerard eagerly, "that modest downcast gaze is part of their discipline. 'Tis custodia oculorum." "Cussed toads eating hoc hac horum? No such thing. Just so looks a cutpurse. Can't meet a true man's eye. Doff cowl, monk, and behold, a thief. Don cowl, thief, and lo, a monk. Tell me not they will ever be able to look God Almighty in the face, when they can't even look a true man in the face down here. Ah, here it is, black as ink. Into the well we go, comrade. Misericorde, there goes the tinkle already. 'Tis the best of tinkles, though. 'Tis for dinner. Stay, listen. I thought so. The wolf in my stomach cried, Amen. This last statement he confirmed with 2 oaths, and marched like a victorious gamecock into the convent, thinking by Gerard's silence he had convinced him, and not dreaming how profoundly he had disgusted him. End of chapter 31. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 32 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. In the refectory, allusion was made at the table where Gerard sat to the sudden death of the monk who had undertaken to write out fresh copies of the charter of the monastery and the rule, etc. Gerard caught this and timidly offered his services. There was a hesitation which he mistook. "Nay, not for hire, my lords, but for love, and as a trifling return for many a good night's lodging the brethren of your order have bestowed on me, a poor wayfarer." A monk smiled approvingly, but hinted that the late brother was an excellent penman, and his work could not be continued but by a master. Gerard on this drew from his wallet, with some trepidation, a vellum deed, the back of which he had cleaned and written upon by way of specimen. The monk gave quite a start at sight of it, and very hastily went up the hall to the high table, and bending his knee so as just to touch in passing the 5th step and the 10th, or last, presented it to the prior with comments. Instantly a dozen knowing eyes were fixed on it, and a buzz of voices was heard, and soon Gerard saw the prior point more than once, and the monk came back, looking as proud as Punch, with a savoury crustade rile, or game pie gravied and spiced, for Gerard,
and a silver grace cup full of rich pimentum. This latter Gerard took, and bowing low, first to the distant prior, then to his own company, quaffed and circulated the cup. Instantly, to his surprise, the whole table hailed him as a brother. "Art convent bred? Deny it not." He acknowledged it, and gave heaven thanks for it, for otherwise he had been as rude and ignorant as his brothers, Sybrand and Cornelis. "But 'tis passing strange how you could know," said he. "You drank with the cup in both hands," said two monks, speaking together. The voices had for some time been loudish round a table at the bottom of the hall, but presently came a burst of mirth so obstreperous and prolonged that the prior sent the very sub-prior all down the hall to check it, and inflict penance on every monk at the table. And Gerard's cheek burned with shame, for in the heart of the unruly merriment his ear had caught the word "Courage!" and the trumpet tones of Denis of Burgundy. Soon Gerard was installed in Feu Verta's cell, with wax lights and a little frame that could be set at any angle, and all the materials of calligraphy. The work, however, was too much for one evening. Then came the question, how could he ask Denis, the monk-hater, to stay longer? However, he told him, and offered to abide by his decision. He was agreeably surprised when Denis said graciously, "A day's rest will do neither of us harm. Write thou, and I'll pass the time as I may." Gerard's work was vastly admired. They agreed that the records of the monastery had gained by poor Werther's death. The sub-prior forced a rix-dollar on Gerard, and several brushes and colours out of the convent stock, which was very large. He resumed his march warm at heart, for this was of good omen, since it was on the pen he relied to make his fortune and recover his well-beloved. "Come, Denis," he said good-humouredly, "see what the good monks have given me. Now do try to be fairer to them, for to be round with you it chilled my friendship for a moment to hear even you call my benefactors hypocrites." "I recant," said Denis. Thank you, good Denis. I was a scurrilous vagabond." "Nay, nay, say not so neither." "But we soldiers are rude and hasty. I give myself the lie, and I offer those I misunderstood all my esteem. 'Tis unjust that thousands should be defamed for the hypocrisy of a few." "Now are you reasonable? You have pondered what I said?" "Nay, it is their own doing." Gerard crowed a little. We all like to be proved in the right, and was all attention when Denis offered to relate how his conversion was effected. "Well then, at dinner the first day, a young monk beside me did open his jaws and laughed right out and most musically. 'Good,' I said, 'at last I have fallen on a man and not a shorn ape.' So, to sound him further, I slapped his broad back and administered my consigne. 'Heaven forbid,' says he. I stared, for the dog looked as sad as Solomon. A better mime saw you never, even at a mystery. 'I see war is no sharpener of the wits,' said he. 'What are the clergy for but to fight the foul fiend? And what else are the monks for? The fiend being dead, the friars are sped. You may plough up the convents, and we poor monks shall have naught to do, but turn soldiers, and so bring him to life again.' Then there was a great laugh at my expense. 'Well, you are the monk for me,' said I, 'and you are the crossbowman for me,' quo he, 'and I'll be bound you could tell us tales of the war should make our hair stand on end.' 'Excusez, the barber has put that out of the question,' quoth I, and then I had the laugh. What wretched ribaldry!" observed Gerard pensively. The candid Denis at once admitted he had seen merrier jests hatched with less cackle. "'Twas a great matter to have got rid of hypocrisy. So," said I can give you the chair de poule, if that may content ye." "That we will see," was the cry, and a signal went round. Denis then related, bursting with glee, how at bedtime he had taken to a cell instead of the great dortour, and strictly forbidden to sleep, and to aid his vigil a book had been lent him of pictures representing 100 merry adventures of monks in pursuit of the female laity, and how in due course he had been taken out barefooted and down to the parlour, where there was a supper fit for the duke, and at it 12 jolly friars, the roaringest boys he had ever met in peace or war. How the story, the toast, the jest, the wine cup had gone round, and some had played cards with a gorgeous pack, where Saint Teresa and Saint Catherine, etc., bedizened with gold, stood for the 4 queens, and black, white, grey, and crutched friars for the 4 knaves, and had staked their very rosaries, swearing like troopers when they lost. And how about midnight a sly monk had stolen out, but had by him and others been as cannily followed into the garden, and seen to thrust his hand into the ivy, and out with a rope ladder. With this he had run up to the wall, which was 10 feet broad, yet not so nimbly but what a russet curtle had popped up from the outer world as quick as he. And so to billing and cooing that this situation had struck him as rather feline than ecclesiastical, and drawn from him the appropriate comment of a mew. The monks had joined the musical chorus, and the lay visitor shrieked and been sore discomfited. But Abelard only cried, "What are ye there, ye jealous miawling knaves? Ye shall caterwaul to some tune to-morrow night. I'll fit every man jack of ye with a fardingale." That this brutal threat had reconciled him to stay another day at Gerard's request. Gerard groaned. Meantime, unable to disconcert so brazen a monk, and the demoiselle beginning to whimper, they had danced caterwauling in a circle, then bestowed a solemn benediction on the 2 wallflowers, and off to the parlour, where they found a pair lying dead drunk, and other 2 affectionate to tears. That they had straightway carried off the inanimate, and dragged off the loving and lachrymose, kicked them all merrily, each into his cell, and so shut up in measureless content. Gerard was disgusted, and said so. Denis chuckled, and proceeded to tell him how the next day he and the young monks had drawn the fish ponds, and secreted much pike, carp, tench, and eel for their own use, and how in the dead of night he had been taken shoeless by crooked ways into the chapel, a ghost-like place being dark, and then down some steps into a crypt below the chapel floor, where suddenly paradise had burst on him. "'Tis there the holy fathers retire to pray," put in Gerard. "Not always," said Denis. "Wax candles by the dozen were lighted, and princely cheer, 15 soups maigres, with marvellous twangs of venison, grouse, and hare in them, and 20 different fishes, being Friday, cooked with wondrous art, and each he between 2 buxom lasses, and each lass between 2 lads with a cowl, all but me. And to think I had to woo by interpreter! I doubt the knave put in 3 words for himself and 1 for me. If he didn't, hang him for a fool. And some of the weaker vessels were novices, and not wont to hold good wine, had to be coaxed ere they would put it to their white teeth. but elle s'y faisait." Here Gerard exploded. "Miserable wretches, corrupters of youth, perverters of innocence! But for your being there, Denis, who would have been taught no better? Oh, would God the Church had fallen on the whole gang! Impious, abominable hypocrites!" "Hypocrites?" cried Denis, with unfeigned surprise. "Why, that is what I clept them ere I knew them, and you withstood me. Nay, they are sinners, all good fellows are that. But by Saint Denis, his helmeted skull, no hypocrites, but right jolly, roaring blades." "Denis," said Gerard solemnly, "you little know the peril you ran that night. That church you defiled amongst you is haunted. I had it from one of the elder monks. The dead walk there. Their light feet have been heard to patter o'er the stones." "Misericorde!" whispered Denis. "Ay, more," said Gerard, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. "Celestial sounds have issued from the purlieus of that very crypt you turned into a tavern. Voices of the dead holding unearthly communion have chilled the ear of midnight. And at times, Denis, the faithful in their nightly watches have even heard music from dead lips. And chords made by no mortal finger, swept by no mortal hand, have rung faintly like echoes deep among the dead in those sacred vaults." Denis wore a look of dismay. "Ugh! If I had known, mules and wain ropes had not hauled me thither, and so," with a sigh, "I had lost a merry time." Whether further discussion might have thrown any more light upon these ghostly sounds, who can tell? For up came a bearded brother from the monastery, spurring his mule and waving a piece of vellum in his hand. It was the deed between Gijsbrecht and Floris Brandt. Gerard valued it deeply as a remembrance of home. He turned pale at first, but to think he had so nearly lost it, and to Denis' infinite amusement, not only gave a piece of money to the lay brother, but kissed the mule's nose. "I'll read you now," said Gerard, "were you twice as ill written. And to make sure of never losing you," here he sat down, and taking out needle and thread, sewed it with feminine dexterity to his doublet, and his mind and heart and soul were away to Sevenbergen. They reached the promised land, and Denis, who was in high spirits, doffed his bonnet to all the females, who curtsied and smiled in return, fired his consigne at most of the men, at which some stared, some grinned, some both, and finally landed his friend at one of the long-promised Burgundian inns. "It is a little one," said he, "but I know it of old for a good one, Les Trois Poissons. But what is this writ up? I mind not this." And he pointed to an inscription that ran across the whole building in a single line of huge letters. "Oh, I see. Ici on loge à pied et à cheval," said Denis, going minutely through the inscription, and looking bumptious when he had effected it. Gerard did look, and the sentence in question ran thus: "On ne loge sillon à crédit. Ce bonhomme est mort. Les mauvais payeurs l'ont tué." End of chapter 32. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 33, Part 1 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. They met the landlord in the passage. "Welcome, messieurs," said he, taking off his cap with a low bow. "Come, we are not in Germany," said Gerard. In the public room they found the mistress, a buxom woman of 40. She curtsied to them and smiled right cordially. "Give yourself the trouble of sitting ye down, fair sir," said she to Gerard, and dusted 2 chairs with her apron. Not that they needed it. "Thank you, dame," said Gerard. "Well," thought he, "this is a polite nation. The trouble of sitting down? That will I, with singular patience, and presently the labour of eating, also the toil of digestion, and finally, by Hercules his aid, the strain of going to bed, and the struggle of sinking fast asleep." "Why, Denis, what are you doing? Ordering supper for only 2? "Why not?" "What? We can sup without waiting for 40 more. Burgundy forever! Aha! Courage, camarade! Le diable, c'est convenu." The Salic law seemed not to have penetrated to French inns. In this one at least, wimple and kirtle reigned supreme. Doublets and hose were few in number and feeble in act. The landlord himself wandered objectless, eternally taking off his cap to folk for want of thought, and the women, as they passed him in turn, thrust him quietly aside without looking at him, as we remove a live twig in bustling through a wood. A maid brought in supper, and the mistress followed her empty-handed. "Fall to, my masters," she said cheerily. "You have but one enemy here, and he lies under your knife." I shrewdly suspect this of formula. They fell to. The mistress drew her chair a little toward the table, and provided company as well as meat, gossiped genially with them like old acquaintances. But this form gone through, the busy dame was soon off, and sent in her daughter, a beautiful young woman of about 20, who took the vacant seat. She was not quite so broad and genial as the elder, but gentle and cheerful, and showed a womanly tenderness for Gerard on learning the distance the poor boy had come and had to go. She stayed nearly half an hour, and when she left them, Gerard said, "This is an inn? Why, it is like home." "Qui fit François, il fit Courtois," said Denis, bursting with gratified pride. "Courteous, nay, Christian, to welcome us like home guests and old friends, us vagrants, here today and gone tomorrow. But indeed, who better merits pity and kindness than the worn traveller far from his folk? Hola, here's another." The newcomer was the chambermaid, a woman of about 25, with a cocked nose, a large laughing mouth, and a sparkling black eye, and a bare arm very stout, but not very shapely. The moment she came in, one of the travellers passed a somewhat free jest on her. The next, the whole company were roaring at his expense, so swiftly had her practised tongue done his business. Even as in a passage of arms between a novice and a master of fence, foils clash, novice pinked. On this another, and then another must break a lance with her. But Marion stuck her great arms upon her haunches, and held the whole room in play. This country girl possessed in perfection that rude and ready humour which looks mean and vulgar on paper, but carries all before it spoken. Not wit's rapier, it's bludgeon. Nature had done much for her in this way, and daily practice in an inn the rest. Yet shall she not be photographed by me, but feebly indicated? For it was just 400 years ago, the raillery was coarse, she returned every stroke in kind, and though a virtuous woman, said things without winking which no decent man of our day would say even among men. Gerard sat gaping with astonishment. This was to him almost a new variety of that interesting species, Homo. He whispered, "Denis, now I see why you Frenchmen say a woman's tongue is her sword." Just then she levelled another assailant, and the chivalrous Denis, to console and support the weaker vessel, the iron kettle among the clay pots, administered his consigne, "Courage, mamie, le," etc. She turned on him directly. "How can he be dead as long as there is an archer left alive?" General laughter at her ally's expense. "It is washing day, my masters," said she with sudden gravity. "Après, we travellers cannot strip and go bare while you wash our clothes," objected a peevish old fellow by the fireside, who had kept mum chance during the raillery, but crept out into the sunshine of commonplaces. "I aimed not your way, ancient man," replied Marion superciliously, "but since you ask me," here she scanned him slowly from head to foot, "I trow you might take a turn in the tub, clothes and all, and no harm done." Laughter. "But what I spoke for, I thought this young sire might like his beard starched." Poor Gerard's turn had come. His chin crop was thin and silky. The loudest of all the laughers this time was the traitor Denis, whose beard was of a good length, and singularly stiff and bristly, so that Shakespeare, though he never saw him, hit him in the bull's eye. Full of strange oaths, and bearded like the pard. As you like it. Gerard bore the Amazonian satire mighty calmly. He had little personal vanity. "Nay, Chambriere," said he, with a smile, "mine is all unworthy your pains. Take you this fair growth in hand," and he pointed to Denis' vegetable. "Oh, time for that when I starch the besoms." Whilst they were all shouting over this palpable hit, the mistress returned, and in no more time than it took her to cross the threshold did our Amazon turn to a seeming Madonna, meek and mild. Mistresses are wonderful subjugators. Their like, I think, breathes not on the globe. Housemaids decide. It was a waste of histrionic ability, though, for the landlady had heard, and did not at heart disapprove, the peals of laughter. "Ah, Marion, lass," she said good-humouredly, "if you laid me an egg every time you cackle, les trois passants would never lack an omelette." "Now, dame," said Gerard, "what is to pay?" "What for? Our supper. Where is the hurry? Cannot you be content to pay when you go? Lose the guest, find the money, is the rule of the three fish." "But, dame, outside the three fish it is thus written, Ici on ne loge." "Bah! Let that flea stick on the wall. Look hither." And she pointed to the smoky ceiling, which was covered with hieroglyphics. These were accounts, vulgo scores, intelligible to this dame and her daughter, who wrote them at need by simply mounting a low stool and scratching with a knife so as to show lines of ceiling through the deposit of smoke. The dame explained that the writing on the wall was put there to frighten moneyless folk from the inn altogether, or to be acted on at odd times when a non-paying face should come in and insist on being served. "We can't refuse them plump, you know. The law forbids us." "And how know you mine is not such a face?" "Out, fie! It is the best face that has entered the three fish this autumn." "And mine, dame?" said Denis. "Dost see no knavery here?" She eyed him calmly. "Not such a good one as the lad's, nor ever will be, but 'tis the face of a true man. For all that," added she dryly, "an I were 10 years younger, I'd as lieve not meet that face on a dark night too far from home." Gerard stared. Denis laughed. "Why, dame, I would sip the night dew off the flower, and you needn't take 10 years off, nor 10 days,
to be worth risking a scratched face for." "There, our mistress," said Marion, who had just come in. "Said I not t'other day you could make a fool of them still, and if you were properly minded?" "I dare say you did. It sounds like some daft wench's speech." "Damn," said Gerard, "this is wonderful." "What? Oh, no, no, that is no wonder at all. Why, I have been here all my life, and reading faces is the first thing a girl picks up in an inn." Marion: "And frying eggs the second. No, telling lies. Frying eggs is the third, though." The mistress: "And holding her tongue the last. And modesty the day after, never at all." Marion: "Alack, talk of my tongue. But I say no more. She under whose wing I live now deals the blow. I'm sped. 'Tis but a chambermaid gone. Catch what's left on't." And she staggered and sank backwards onto the handsomest fellow in the room, which happened to be Gerard. "Tick, tick," cried he peevishly. "There, don't be stupid. That is too heavy a jest for me. See you not I am talking to the mistress?" Marion resumed her elasticity with a grimace, made 2 little bounds into the middle of the floor, and there turned a pirouette. "There, mistress," said she, "I give in. 'Tis you that reign supreme with the men, leastways with male children." "Young man," said the mistress, "this girl is not so stupid as her deportment. In reading of faces and frying of omelettes, there we are great. 'Twould be hard if we failed at these arts, since they are about all we do know." "You do not quite take me, dame," said Gerard. "That honesty in a face should shine forth to your experienced eye, that seems reasonable. But how, by looking on Denis here, could you learn his one little foible, his insanity, his miserable mulierosity?" Poor Gerard got angrier the more he thought of it. "His mule, his what?" crossing herself with superstitious awe at the polysyllable. "Nay, 'tis but the word I was fain to invent for him." "Invent? What, can a child like you make other words than grow in Burgundy by nature? Take heed what ye do. Why, we are overrun with them already, especially bad ones. Lord, these be times! I look to hear of a new thistle invented next." "Well then, dame, mulieros, that means wrapped up, body and soul, in women. So prithee tell me, how did you ever detect the noodle's mulierosity?" "Alas, good youth, you make a mountain of a molehill. We that are women be notice takers, and out of the tail of our eye see more than most men can, glaring through a prospect glass. Whiles I move to and fro, doing this and that, my glance is still on my guests, and I did notice that this soldier's eyes were never off the women folk. My daughter, or Marion, or even an old woman like me, all was gold to him, and there a sat glowering. Oh, you foolish, foolish man! Now you still turn to the speaker, her or him, and that is common sense." Denis burst into a hoarse laugh. "You never were more out. Why, this silky, smooth-faced companion is a very Turk, all but his beard. He is, what do you call him, oser than e'er an archer in the Duke's bodyguard. He is more wrapped up in one single Dutch lass called Margaret than I am in the whole bundle of ye, brown and fair." "Man alive, that is just the contrary," said the hostess. "Yourn is the bane and his'n the cure. Cling you still to Margaret, my dear. I hope she is an honest girl." "Dame, she is an angel." "Ay, ay, they are all that till better acquainted. I'd as lieve have her no more than honest, and then she will serve to keep you out of worse company. As for you, soldier, there is trouble in store for you. Your eyes were never made for the good of your soul." Nor of his pouch either," said Marion, striking in, "and his lips, they will sip the dew, as he calls it, off many a bramble bush. Overmuch clack, Marion, overmuch clack. Odds bodikins, mistress, ye didn't hire me to be one of your 3 fishes, did ye?" And Marion sulked 30 seconds. "Is that the way to speak to our mistress?" remonstrated the landlord, who had slipped in. "Hold your wisht," said his wife sharply. "It is not your business to check the girl. She is a good servant to you." "What, is the cock never to crow and the hens at it all day?" "You can crow as loud as you like, my man, out of doors, but the hen means to rule the roost." "I know a byword to that tune," said Gerard. "Do you now? Out wit then." "Femme veut en toute saison estre dame en sa maison." "I never heard it before, but 'tis as sooth as gospel. Aye, they that set these bywords a rolling had eyes and tongues and eyes, before all the world give me an old sore." "And me a young husband," said Marion. "Now there was a chance for you all, and nobody spoke. Oh, it is too late now. I've changed my mind." "All the better for some poor fellow," suggested Denis. And now the arrival of the young mistress, or, as she was called, the little mistress, was the signal for them all to draw round the fire like one happy family, travellers, host, hostess, and even servants in the outer ring, and tell stories till bedtime. And Gerard in his turn told a tremendous one out of his repertory, a manuscript collection of Acts of the Saints, and made them all shudder deliciously, but soon after began to nod, exhausted by the effort, I should say. The young mistress saw and gave Marion a look. She instantly lighted a rush, and laying her hand on Gerard's shoulder, invited him to follow her. She showed him a room where there were 2 nice white beds, and bade him choose. "Either is paradise," said he. "I'll take this one. Do you know I have not lain in a naked bed once since I left my home in Holland." "Alack, poor soul," said she. "Well then, the sooner my flax and your down, come together, the better. So, allons." And she held out her cheek as businesslike as if it had been her hand for a fee. "Allons? What does that mean?" "It means good night. Ahem! What, don't they salute the chambermaid in your part?" "Not all in a moment." "What, do they make a business on't?" "Nay, perverter of words, I mean, we make not so free with strange women." "They must be strange women if they do not think you strange fools, then. Here is a coil. Why, all the old greasy greybeards that lie at our inn do kiss us chambermaids. Faugh! And what have we poor wretches to set on t'other side the Comte but now and then a nice young— Alack, time flies. Chambermaids can't be spared long in the nursery, so how's it to be? And please you arrange with my comrade for both. He is muley a rose, I am not. Nay, 'tis the curb he will want, not the spur. Well, well, you shall to bed without paying the usual toll. And oh, but 'tis sweet to fall in with a young man who can withstand these ancient ill customs, and gainsay brazen hussies. Shall have thy reward." "Thank you, but what are you doing with my bed?" "Me? Oh, only taking off these sheets and going to put on the pair the drunken miller slept in last night." "Oh, no, no, you cruel, black-hearted thing! There, there!" "À la bonne heure! What will not perseverance effect? But note now the frowardness of a mad wench. I cared not for a button. I am dead sick of that sport these 5 years, but you denied me, and so then forthwith I behoved to have it.
belike had gone through fire and water for it. Alas, young sir, we women are kittle cattle, poor perverse toads. Excuse us, and keep us in our place, savoir, at arm's length, and so good night." At the door she turned and said, with a complete change of tone and manner, "The Virgin guard thy head, and the holy evangelists watch the bed where lies a poor young wanderer far from home. Amen." And the next moment he heard her run tearing down the stairs, and soon a peal of laughter from the salle betrayed her whereabouts. "Now that is a character," said Gerard profoundly, and yawned over the discovery. In a very few minutes he was in a dry bath of cold, clean linen, inexpressibly refreshing to him after so long disuse. Then came a delicious glow, and then Sevenbergen. In the morning Gerard awoke infinitely refreshed, and was for rising, but found himself a close prisoner. His linen had vanished. Now this was paralysis, for the nightgown is a recent institution. In Gerard's century, and indeed long after, men did not play fast and loose with clean sheets when they could get them, but crept into them, clothed with their innocence like Adam. Out of bed they seem to have taken most after his eldest son. Gerard bewailed his captivity to Denis, but that instant the door opened, and in sailed Marion with their linen, newly washed and ironed, on her 2 arms, and set it down on the table. "Oh, you good girl!" cried Gerard. "Alack, you have found me out at last. Yes, indeed, is this another custom?" "Nay, not to take them unbidden, but at night we aye question travellers, are they for linen washed? So I came in to you, but you were both sound. Then I said to the little mistress, 'La, where is the sense of waking wearied men? Task them, is Charles the Great dead? And would they liever carry foul linen or clean, especially this one with a skin like cream? And so he has, I declare,' said the young mistress. "That was me," remarked Denis, with the air of a commentator. "Guess once more, and you'll hit the mark." "Notice him not, Marion. He is an impudent fellow, and I am sure we cannot be grateful enough for your goodness, and I am sorry I ever refused you. Anything you fancied you should like." "Oh, are ye there?" said Lespeagle. "I take that to mean you would fain brush the morning dew off, as your bashful companion calls it. Well then, excuse me, 'tis customary, but not prudent. I decline. Quits with you, lad." "Stop, stop!" cried Denis, as she was making off victorious. "I am curious to know how many of ye were here last night a feasting your eyes on us twain." "'Twas so satisfactory a feast as we weren't half a minute over't." "Who? Why, the big mistress, the little mistress, Janet, and me, and the whole posse comitatus on tiptoe. We mostly make our rounds the last thing, not to get burned down, and in prodigious numbers. Somehow that maketh us bolder, especially where archers lie scattered about." "Why did you not tell me? I'd have lain awake." "Beausire, the saying goes that the good and the ill are all one while their lids are closed. So we said, here is one who will serve God best asleep. Break not his rest." "She is funny," said Gerard dictatorially. "I must be either that or knavish." "How so?" "Because the 3 fish pay me to be funny. You will eat before you part? Good. Then I'll go see the meat be fit for such worshipful teeth." "Denis, what is your will?" "I wish that was a great boy, and going along with us to keep us cheery." "So do not I, but I wish it was going along with us as it is."
Now heaven forfend, a fine fool you would make of yourself."
They broke their fast, settled their score, and said farewell. Then it was they found that Marian had not exaggerated the custom of the country. The three principal women took and kissed them right heartily, and they kissed the three principal women. The landlord took and kissed them, and they kissed the landlord, and the cry was, "Come back, the sooner the better." "Never pass the three fish. Should your purses be void, bring yourselves. Le Sieur Crédit is not dead for you." And they took the road again. They came to a little town, and Denis went to buy shoes. The shopkeeper was in the doorway, but wide awake. He received Denis with a bow down to the ground. The customer was soon fitted, and followed to the street, and dismissed with graceful salutes from the doorstep. The friends agreed it was Elysium to deal with such a shoemaker as this. "Not but what my German shoes have lasted well enough," said Gerard the Just. Outside the town was a pebbled walk. "This is to keep the burghers' feet dry, a-walking o' Sundays with their wives and daughters," said Denis. These simple words of Denis, one stroke of a careless tongue, painted home in Gerard's heart. "Oh, how sweet!" said he. "Mercy, what is this? A gibbet, and two skeletons thereon. Oh, Denis, what a sorry sight to woo by." "Nay," said Denis, "a comfortable sight. For every rogue of the air, there is one the less afoot." A little farther on they came to two pillars, and between these was a huge wheel closely studded with iron prongs, and entangled in these were bones and fragments of cloth miserably dispersed over the wheel. Gerard hid his face in his hands. Oh, to think those patches and bones are all that is left of a man, of one who was what we are now. Excusez, a thing that went on two legs and stole, are we no more than that? How do you know he stole? Have true men never suffered death and torture too? None of my kith ever found their way to the gibbet, I know. The better thy luck. Prithee, how died the saints? Hard, but not in Burgundy. Ye massacred them wholesale at Lyons, and that is on Burgundy's threshold. To you the gibbet proves the crime, because you read not story. Alas, had you stood on Calvary that bloody day we sigh for to this hour, I tremble to think you had perhaps shouted for joy at the gibbet builded there, for the cross was but the Roman gallows, Father Martin says. The blaspheming old hound! Oh, fie, fie! A holy and a book-learned man. Ay, Denis, ye had read them that suffered there by the bare light of the gibbet. Drive in the nails, ye had cried. Drive in the spear. Here be three malefactors, three roués. Yet of those three little ones was the first Christian saint, and another was the Saviour of the world which gibbeted him. Denis assured him on his honour they managed things better in Burgundy. He added, too, after profound reflection, that the horrors Gerard had alluded to had more than once made him curse and swear with rage when told by the good curé in his native village at Eastertide. But they chanced in an outlandish nation, and near 1,000 years agone. Mort de ma vie! Let us hope it is not true, or at least so exaggerated. Do but see how all tales gather as they roll. Then he reflected again, and all in a moment turned red with ire. Do ye not blush to play with your bookcraft on your unlettered friend, and throw dust in his eyes, evening the saints with these reptiles? Then suddenly he recovered his good humour. "Since your heart beats for vermin, feel for the carrion crows. They be as good vermin as these. Would ye send them to bed supperless, poor pretty poppets? Why, these be their larder. The pangs of hunger would gnaw them dead, but for cold cutpurse hung up here and there." Gerard, who had for some time maintained a dead silence, informed him the subject was closed between them, and for ever. "There are things," said he, "in which our hearts seem wide as the poles asunder, and eke our heads. But I love thee dearly all the same," he added, with infinite grace and tenderness. Towards afternoon they heard a faint wailing noise on ahead. It grew distincter as they proceeded. Being fast walkers, they soon came up with its cause. A score of pikemen, accompanied by several constables, were marching along, and in advance of them was a herd of animals they were driving. These creatures, in number rather more than 100, were of various ages. Only very few were downright old. The males were downcast and silent. It was the females from whom all the outcry came. In other words, the animals thus driven along at the law's point were men and women. "Good heaven!" cried Gerard, "what a band of them! But stay, surely all those children cannot be thieves? Why, there are some in arms. What on earth is this, Denis?" Denis advised him to ask that bourgeois with the badge. "This is Burgundy. Here a civil question ever draws a civil reply." Gerard went up to the officer, and removing his cap, a civility which was immediately returned, said, "For Our Lady's sake, sir, what do ye with these poor folk?" "Nay, what is that to you, my lad?" replied the functionary suspiciously. "Master, I am a stranger, and athirst for knowledge." "That is another matter. What are we doing? Ahem! Why, dost hear, Jacques? Here is a stranger seeks to know what we are doing." And the two machines were tickled that there should be a man who did not know something they happened to know. In all ages this has tickled. However, the chuckle was brief and moderated by the native courtesy, and the official turned to Gerard again. "What are we doing? And now he hesitated, not from any doubt as to what he was doing, but because he was hunting for a single word that should convey the matter. "Ce que nous faisons, mon gars, mesdames, nous transvasons." You decant? That should mean you pour from one vessel to another. "Precisely." He explained that last year the town of Charmes had been sore thinned by a pestilence, whole houses emptied, and trades short of hands. Much ado to get in the rye, and the flax half spoiled. So the bailiff and alderman had written to the duke's secretary, and the duke he sent far and wide to know what town was too full. "That we are," had the baillie of Toul writ back. "Then send 4 or 5 score of your townsfolk," was the order. Was not this to decant the full town into the empty? And is not the good duke the father of his people, and will not let the duchy be weakened, nor its fair towns laid waste by sword nor pestilence, but meets the one with pike and arbalest?" touching his cap to the sergeant and Denis alternately, "and t'other with policy. Long live the duke!" The pikemen, of course, were not to be outdone in loyalty, so they shouted with stentorian lungs, "Long live the duke!" Then the decanted ones, partly because loyalty was a non-reasoning sentiment in those days, partly because they feared some further ill consequence should they alone be mute, raised a feeble, tremulous shout, "Long live the duke!" But at this Insulted nature rebelled. Perhaps indeed the sham sentiment drew out the real, for on the very heels of that royal noise a loud and piercing wail burst from every woman's bosom, and a deep, deep groan from every man's. Oh, the air filled in a moment with womanly and manly anguish. Judge what it must have been when the rude pikemen halted unbidden, all confused, as if a wall of sorrow had started up before them. "En avant!" roared the sergeant, and they marched again, but muttering and cursing. "Ah, the ugly sound!" said the civilian, wincing. "Les malheureux!" he said ruefully. For where is the single man can hear the sudden agony of a multitude and not be moved? "Les ingrats! They are going whence they were de trop to where they will be welcome. From starvation to plenty, and they object. They even make dismal noises. One would think we are thrusting them forth from Burgundy." "Come away," whispered Gerard, trembling. "Come away." And the friends strode forward. When they passed the head of the column, and saw the men walk with their eyes bent in bitter gloom upon the ground, and the women, some carrying, some leading little children, and weeping as they went, and the poor bairns, some frolicking, some weeping because their mammies wept, Gerard tried hard to say a word of comfort, but choked and could utter nothing to the mourners, but gasped, "Come on, Denis, I cannot mock such sorrow with little words of comfort." And now, artist-like, all his aim was to get swiftly out of the grief he could not soothe. He almost ran, not to hear these sighs and sobs. "Why, mate," said Denis, "art the colour of a lemon. Man alive, take not other folks' troubles to heart. Not one of these whining milksops there but would see thee, a stranger, hanged without winking." Gerard scarce listened to him. "Decant them," he groaned. "Aye, if blood were no thicker than wine. Princes, ye are wolves. Poor things, poor things. Ah, Denis, Denis, with looking on their grief, mine own comes home to me. Well a day, ah, well a day." "Aye, now you talk reason. That you, poor lad, should be driven all the way from Holland to Rome is pitiful indeed. But these snivelling curs, where is their hurt? There is 60 of them to keep one another company. Besides, they are not going out of Burgundy." Better for them if they had never been in it. "Méchant, va! They are but going from one village to another, a mule's journey, whilst thou, there no more. Courage, camarade, le diable est mort." Gerard shook his head very doubtfully, but kept silence for about a mile, and then he said thoughtfully, "Aye, Denis, but then I am sustained by book learning. These are simple folk that likely thought their village was the world. Now what is this? More weeping? Oh, 'tis a sweet world. Humph, a little girl that hath broke her pipkin. Now may I hang on one of your gibbets, but I'll dry someone's tears." And he pounced savagely upon this little martyr like a kite on a chick, but with more generous intentions. It was a pretty little lass of about 12. The tears were raining down her 2 peaches, and her palms lifted to heaven in that utter, though temporary, desolation which attends calamity at 12. And at her feet the fatal cause, a broken pot, worth, say, the 1/5 of a modern farthing. "What? Hast broken thy pot, little one?" said Gerard, acting intensest sympathy. "Hélas, Bellegarde, as you behold!" And the hands came down from the sky, and both pointed at the fragments, a statuette of adversity.
And you weep so for that? Needs I must, Bellegarde. My mammy will massacre me. Do they not already, with a fresh burst of woe, que call me Jeunette en cocasse tout? It wanted but this, that I should break my poor pot. Hélas, fera-t-il donc, Mère de Dieu? Courage, little love, 'tis not thy heart lies broken. Money will soon mend pots. See now, here is a piece of silver, and there, scarce a stone's throw off, is a potter. Take the bit of silver to him, and buy another pot. And the copper the potter will give thee, keep that to play with thy comrades. The little mind took in all this, and smiles began to struggle with the tears. But spasms are like waves, they cannot go down the very moment the wind of trouble is lulled. So Denis thought well to bring up his reserve of consolation. "Courage, mamie! Le diable est mort!" cried that inventive warrior gaily. Gerard shrugged his shoulders at such a way of cheering a little girl. "What a fine thing is a lute with one string," said he. The little girl's face broke into warm sunshine. "Oh, the good news! Oh, the good news!" she sang out with such heartfelt joy. It went off into a honeyed whine, even as our gay old tunes have a pathos underneath. "So then," said she, "they will no longer be able to threaten us little girls with him, making our lives a burden." And she bounded off. "To tell Nanette," she said. There is a theory that everything has its counterpart. If true, Denis, it would seem, had found the mind his consigne fitted. While he was roaring with laughter at its unexpected success and Gerard's amazement, a little hand pulled his jerkin, and a little face peeped round his waist. Curiosity was now the dominant passion in that small but vivid countenance. "Est-ce que toi qui l'as tué, beau soldat?" "Oui, mamie," said Denis, as gruffly as ever he could, rightly deeming this would smack of supernatural puissance to owners of bell-like trebles. "C'est moi. Ça vaut une petite embrassade, pas?" "Je crois bien. Hey, hey! Qu'as-tu? Ça pique, ça pique! Quel dommage! Je vais la couper." "Nenni, ce n'est rien, et puisque t'as tué ce méchant. T'es fier, mon beau, tout de même, toi. T'es bien mieux que ma grande sœur." "Will you not kiss me too, mamie?" said Gerard. "Je ne demande pas mieux. Tiens, tiens, tiens. C'est douce celle-ci. Ah, que j'aime les hommes. Des femmes, ça ne m'aurait jamais donné l'argent. Blanc, plutôt, ça m'aurait ri au nez. C'est si peu de choses, ces femmes. Serviteurs, beau sire, bon voyage, et n'oubliez point la jeune temps." "Adieu, petit cœur," said Gerard, and on they marched. But presently, looking back, they saw the contemner of women in the middle of the road, making them a reverence and blowing them kisses with little May morning face. "Come on," cried Gerard lustily, "I shall win to Rome yet. Holy Saint Bavon, what a sunbeam of innocence hath shot across our bloodthirsty road! Forget thee, little Geneton? Not likely, amidst all this slobbering and gibbeting and decanting. Come on, thou laggard, forward!" "Dost call this marching?" remonstrated Denis. "Why, we shall walk o'er Christmas Day and never see it." End of chapter 33, part 1. Recording by Tom Denholm.
Chapter 33, Part 2 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. At the next town they came to, suddenly an arbalestrier ran out of a tavern after them, and in a moment his beard and Denis were like two brushes stuck together. It was a comrade. He insisted on their coming into the tavern with him, and breaking a bottle of wine. In the course of conversation he told Denis there was an insurrection in the Duke's Flemish provinces, and soldiers were ordered thither from all parts of Burgundy. "Indeed, I marvelled to see thy face turned this way. I go to embrace my folk that I have not seen these 3 years. Ye can quell a bit of a rising without me, I trow." Suddenly Denis gave a start. "Dost hear, Gerard? This comrade is bound for Holland." "What then? Ah, a letter to Margaret. But will he be so good, so kind?" The soldier, with a torrent of blasphemy, informed him that he would not only take it, but go a league or two out of his way to do it. In an instant out came inkhorn and paper from Gerard's wallet, and he wrote a long letter to Margaret, and told her briefly what I fear I have spun too tediously, dwelt most on the bear, and the plunge in the Rhine, and the character of Denis, whom he painted to the life, and with many endearing expressions bade her be of good cheer. Some trouble and peril there had been, but that was all over now, and his only grief left was that he could not hope to have a word from her hand till he should reach Rome. He ended with comforting her again as hard as he could, and so absorbed was he in his love and his work that he did not see all the people in the room were standing peeping to watch the nimble and true finger execute such rare penmanship. Denis, proud of his friend's skill, let him alone, till presently the writer's face worked, and soon the scalding tears began to run down his young cheeks, one after another, on the paper where he was then writing comfort, comfort. Then Denis rudely repulsed the curious, and asked his comrade with a faltering voice whether he had the heart to let so sweet a love letter miscarry. The other swore by the face of St. Luke he would lose the forefinger of his right hand sooner. Seeing him so ready, Gerard charged him also with a short, cold letter to his parents, and in it he drew hastily with his pen 2 hands grasping each other to signify farewell. By the by, 1 drop of bitterness found its way into his letter to Margaret, but of that anon. Gerard now offered money to the soldier. He hesitated, but declined it. "No, no, art comrade of my comrade, and may, etc. But thy love for the wench touches me. I'll break another bottle at thy charge, and thou wilt, and so cry quits." "Well said, comrade," cried Denis. "Hadst taken money, I had invited thee to walk in the courtyard and cross swords with me." "Whereupon I had cut thy comb for thee," retorted the other. "Hadst done thy endeavour, droll, I doubt not." They drank the new bottle, shook hands, adhered to custom, and parted on opposite routes. This delay, however, somewhat put out Denis' calculations, and evening surprised them ere they reached the little town he was making for, where was a famous hotel. However, they fell in with a roadside auberge, and Denis, seeing a buxom girl at the door, said, "This seems a decent inn," and led the way into the kitchen. They ordered supper, to which no objection was raised, only the landlord requested them to pay for it beforehand. It was not an uncommon proposal in any part of the world. Still, it was not universal, and Denis was nettled, and dashed his hand somewhat ostentatiously into his purse and pulled out a gold angel. "Count me the change, and speedily," said he. "You tavern-keepers are more likely to rob me than I you." While the supper was preparing, Denis disappeared, and was eventually found by Gerard in the yard, helping Manon, his plump but not bright decoy duck, to draw water, and pouring extravagant compliments into her dullish ear. Gerard grunted and returned to table, but Denis did not come in for a good quarter of an hour. "Uphill work at the end of a march," said he, shrugging his shoulders. "What matters that to you?" said Gerard dryly. "The mad dog bites all the world." "Exaggerator! You know I bite but the fairer half. Well, here comes supper. That is better worth biting." During supper the girl kept constantly coming in and out, and looking point-blank at them, especially at Denis, and at last, in leaning over him to remove a dish, dropped a word in his ear, and he replied with a nod. As soon as supper was cleared away, Denis rose and strolled to the door, telling Gerard the sullen fare had relented, and given him a little rendezvous in the stable-yard. Gerard suggested that the calf pen would have been a more appropriate locality. "I shall go to bed, then," said he, a little crossly. "Where is the landlord? Out at this time of night? No matter, I know our room. Shall he be long, pray?" "Not I. I grudge leaving the fire and thee. But what can I do? There are two sorts of invitations a Burgundian never declines." Denis found a figure seated by the well. It was Manon, but instead of receiving him, as he thought he had a right to expect, coming by invitation, all she did was to sob. He asked her what ailed her. She sobbed. Could he do anything for her? She sobbed. The good-natured Denis, driven to his wits' end, which was no great distance, proffered the custom of the country by way of consolation. She repulsed him roughly. "Is it a time for fooling?" said she, and sobbed. "You seem to think so," said Denis, waxing wroth, but the next moment he added tenderly, "And I, who could never bear to see beauty in distress." "It is not for myself." "Who then? Your sweetheart?" "Oh, que nenni! My sweetheart is not on earth now, and to think I have not an écu to buy masses for his soul." And in this shallow nature the grief seemed now to be all turned in another direction. "Come, come," said Denis, "shalt have money to buy masses for thy dead lad, I swear it. Meantime, tell me why you weep." "For you." "For me? Art mad?" "No, I am not mad. 'Tis you that were mad to open your purse before him." The mystery seemed to thicken, and Denis, wearied of stirring up the mud by questions, held his peace to see if it would not clear of itself. Then the girl, finding herself no longer questioned, seemed to go through some internal combat. At last she said, doggedly and aloud, "I will. The Virgin give me courage. What matters it if they kill me, since he is dead? Soldier, the landlord is out." "Oh, is he?" "What, do landlords leave their taverns at this time of night? Also, see what a tempest! We are sheltered here, but t'other side it blows a hurricane." Denis said nothing. "He is gone to fetch the band." "The band? What band?" "Those who will cut your throat and take your gold. Wretched man, to go and shake gold in an innkeeper's face." The blow came so unexpectedly it staggered even Denis, accustomed as he was to sudden perils. He muttered a single word, but in it a volume. "Gerard!" "Gerard, what is that? Oh, 'tis thy comrade's name, poor lad. Get him out quick, ere they come, and fly to the next town. And thou? They will kill me. That shall they not. Fly with us. 'Twill avail me naught. One of the band will be sent to kill me. They are sworn to slay all who betray them. I'll take thee to my native place full 30 leagues from thence, and put thee under my own mother's wing, ere they shall hurt a hair of thy head. But first, Gerard, stay thou here whilst I fetch him." As he was darting off, the girl seized him convulsively, and with all the iron strength excitement lends to women, "Stay me not, for pity's sake," he cried. "'Tis life or death." "Shh, shh," whispered the girl, shutting his mouth hard with her hand, and putting her pale lips close to him, and her eyes, that seemed to turn backwards, straining towards some indistinct sound. He listened. He heard footsteps, many footsteps, and no voices. She whispered in his ear, "They are come," and trembled like a leaf. Denis felt it was so. Travellers in that number would never have come in dead silence. The feet were now at the very door. "How many?" said he in a hollow whisper. "Hush!" And she put her mouth to his very ear. And who that had seen this man and woman in that attitude would have guessed what freezing hearts were theirs, and what terrible whispers passed between them? "How armed?" "Sword and dagger, and the giant with his axe. They call him the abbot." "And my comrade?" "Nothing could save him. Better lose one life than two. Fly!" Denis' blood froze at this cynical advice. Poor creature, you know not a soldier's heart. He put his head in his hands a moment, and 100 thoughts of dangers baffled whirled through his brain. "Listen, girl, there is one chance for our lives, if thou wilt but be true to us. Run to the town, to the nearest tavern, and tell the first soldier there that a soldier here is sore beset, but armed, and his life to be saved if they will but run. Then to the bailiff, but first to the soldiers. Nay, not a word, but buss me, good lass, and fly. Men's lives hang on thy heels." She kilted up her gown to run. He came round to the road with her, saw her cross the road, cringing with fear, then glide away, then turn into an erect shadow, then melt away in the storm. And now he must get to Gerard. But how? He had to run the gauntlet of the whole band. He asked himself what was the worst thing they could do, for he had learned in war that an enemy does not what you hope he will do, but what you hope he will not do. Attack me as I enter the kitchen, then I must not give them time. Just as he drew near to the latch, a terrible thought crossed him. Suppose they had already dealt with Gerard. Why then, thought he, naught is left but to kill and be killed. And he strung his bow and walked rapidly into the kitchen. There were 7 hideous faces seated round the fire, and the landlord pouring them out neat brandy, blood's forerunner in every age. "What, company?" cried Denis gaily. "1 minute, my lads, and I'll be with you." And he snatched up a lighted candle off the table, opened the door that led to the staircase, and went up it, hallooing, "What, Gerard, whither hast thou skulked to?" There was no answer. He hallooed louder, "Gerard, where art thou?" After a moment, in which Denis lived an hour of agony, a peevish, half inarticulate noise issued from the room at the head of the little stairs. Denis burst in, and there was Gerard asleep. "Thank God," he said in a choking voice,
then began to sing loud, untuneful ditties. Gerard put his fingers into his ears, but presently he saw in Denis's face a horror that contrasted strangely with this sudden merriment. "What ails thee?" said he, sitting up and staring. "Hush!" said Denis, and his hand spoke even more plainly than his lips. "Listen to me." Denis, then pointing significantly to the door, to show Gerard's sharp ears were listening hard by, continued his song aloud, but under cover of it threw in short, muttered syllables. "Our lives are in peril. Thieves! Thy doublet, thy sword. Aid! Coming! Put off time!" Then aloud, "Well now, wilt have t'other bottle? Say nay." "No, not I." "But I tell thee there are half a dozen jolly fellows, tired." "Ay, but I am too wearied," said Gerard. "Go thou." "Nay, nay." Then he went to the door and called out cheerfully, "Landlord, the young milksop will not rise. Give those honest fellows t'other bottle. I will pay for it in the morning." He heard a brutal and fierce chuckle. Having thus, by observation, made sure the kitchen door was shut and the miscreants were not actually listening, he examined the chamber door closely, then quietly shut it, but did not bolt it, and went and inspected the window. It was too small to get out of, and yet a thick bar of iron had been let in the stone to make it smaller, and just as he made this chilling discovery, the outer door of the house was bolted with a loud clang. Denis groaned. "The beasts are in the shambles." But would the thieves attack them while they were awake? Probably not. Not to throw away this, their best chance, the poor souls now made a series of desperate efforts to converse, as if discussing ordinary matters, and by this means Gerard learned all that had passed, and that the girl was gone for aid. "Pray heaven she may not lose heart by the way," said Denis sorrowfully. And Denis begged Gerard's forgiveness for bringing him out of his way for this. Gerard forgave him. "I would fear them less, Gerard, but for one they call the Abbot. I picked him out at once. Taller than you, bigger than us both put together. Fights with an axe. Gerard, a man to lead a herd of deer to battle. I shall kill that man tonight, or he will kill me. I think somehow 'tis he will kill me. Saints forbid! Shoot him at the door. What avails his strength against your weapon? I shall pick him out, but if it comes to hand fighting, run swiftly under his guard, or you are a dead man. I tell thee, neither of us may stand a blow of that axe. You never sawest such a body of a man." Gerard was for bolting the door, but Denis, with a sign, showed him that half the doorpost turned outward on a hinge, and the great bolt was little more than a blind. "I have forborne to bolt it," said he, "that they may think us the less suspicious." Near an hour rolled away thus. It seemed an age, yet it was but a little hour, and the town was a league distant, and some of the voices in the kitchen became angry and impatient. "They will not wait much longer," said Denis, "and we have no chance at all unless we surprise them." "I will do whate'er you bid," said Gerard meekly. There was a cupboard on the same side as the door, but between it and the window. It reached nearly to the ground, but not quite. Denis opened the cupboard door and placed Gerard on a chair behind it. "If they run for the bed, strike at the napes of their necks. A sword cut there always kills or disables." He then arranged the bolsters and their shoes in the bed so as to deceive a person peeping from a distance, and drew the short curtains at the head. Meantime, Gerard was on his knees.
Denis looked round and saw him. "Ah," said Denis, "above all, pray them to forgive me for bringing you into this guet-apens." And now they grasped hands and looked in one another's eyes, and oh, such a look! Denis' hand was cold and Gerard's warm. They took their posts. Denis blew out the candle. "We must keep silence now." But in the terrible tension of their nerves and very souls, they found they could hear a whisper fainter than any man could catch at all outside that door. They could hear each other's heart thump at times. "Good news," breathed Denis, listening at the door. "They are casting lots." "Pray that it may be the abbot." "Yes, why?" "If he comes alone, I can make sure of him." "Denis!" "Aye, I fear I shall go mad if they do not come soon." "Shall I feign sleep? Shall I snore?" "Will that—" "Perhaps. Do then, and God have mercy on us." Denis snored at intervals. There was a scuffling of feet heard in the kitchen, and then all was still. Denis snored again, then took up his position behind the door. But he, or they who had drawn the lot, seemed determined to run no foolish risks. Nothing was attempted in a hurry. When they were almost starved with cold and waiting for the attack, the door on the stairs opened softly and closed again. Nothing more. There was another harrowing silence. Then a single light footstep on the stair, and nothing more. Then a light crept under the door, and nothing more. Presently there was a gentle scratching, not half so loud as a mouse's, and the false doorpost opened by degrees and left a perpendicular space through which the light streamed in. The door, had it been bolted, would now have hung by the bare tip of the bolt which went into the real doorpost, but as it was, it swung gently open of itself. It opened inwards, so Denis did not raise his crossbow from the ground, but merely grasped his dagger. The candle was held up and shaded from behind by a man's hand. He was inspecting the beds from the threshold, satisfied that his victims were both in bed. The man glided into the apartment, but at the first step something in the position of the cupboard and chair made him uneasy. He ventured no further, but put the candle on the floor and stopped to peer under the chair. But as he stooped, an iron hand grasped his shoulder, and a dagger was driven so fiercely through his neck that the point came out at his gullet. There was a terrible hiccup, but no cry, and half a dozen silent strokes followed in swift succession, each a death blow, and the assassin was laid noiselessly on the floor. Denis closed the door, bolted it gently, drew the posts to, and even while he was going, whispered Gerard to bring a chair. It was done. "Help me set him up." "Dead? Parbleu! What for?" "Frighten them, gain time." Even while saying this, Denis had whipped a piece of string round the dead man's neck and tied him to the chair, and there the ghastly figure sat fronting the door. "Denis, I can do better. Saints forgive me." "What? Be quick then. We have not many moments." And Denis got his crossbow ready, and tearing off his straw mattress, reared it before him, and prepared to shoot the moment the door should open. For he had no hope any more would come singly when they found the first did not return. While thus employed, Gerard was busy about the seated corpse, and to his amazement Denis saw a luminous glow spreading rapidly over the white face. Gerard blew out the candle, and on this the corpses' faces shone still more like a glowworm's head. Denis shook in his shoes, and his teeth chattered. "What in heaven's name is this?" he whispered. "Hush, 'tis but phosphorus, but 'twill serve." "Away, they will surprise thee." In fact, uneasy mutterings were heard below, and at last a deep voice said, "What makes him so long? Is the droll rifling them?" It was their comrade they suspected then, not the enemy. Soon a step came softly but rapidly up the stairs. The door was gently tried. When this resisted, which was clearly not expected, the sham post was very cautiously moved, and an eye no doubt peeped through the aperture, for there was a howl of dismay, and the man was heard to stumble back and burst into the kitchen. Here a babel of voices rose directly on his return. Gerard ran to the dead thief and began to work on him again. "Back, madman!" whispered Denis. "Nay, nay, I know these ignorant brutes. They will not venture here a while. I can make him 10 times more fearful. At least close that opening. Let them not see you at your devilish work." Gerard closed the sham post, and in half a minute his brush gave the dead head a sight to strike any man with dismay. He put his art to a strange use, and one unparalleled perhaps in the history of mankind. He illuminated his dead enemy's face to frighten his living foe. The staring eyeballs he made globes of fire. The teeth he left white, for so they were more terrible by the contrast. But the palate and tongue he tipped with fire, and made one lurid cavern of the red depths the chap-fallen jaw revealed. And on the brow he wrote in burning letters, "La mort." And while he was doing it, the stout Denis was quaking, and fearing the vengeance of heaven, for one man's courage is not another's, and the band of miscreants below were quarrelling and disputing loudly, and now without disguise. The steps that led down to the kitchen were 15, but they were nearly perpendicular. There was therefore, in point of fact, no distance between the besiegers and besieged, and the latter now caught almost every word. At last one was heard to cry out, "I tell ye the devil has got him and branded him with hellfire. I am more like to leave this cursed house than go again into a room that is full of fiends." "Art drunk, or mad, or a coward?" said another. "Call me a coward, I'll give thee my dagger's point, and send thee where Pierre sits o'er fire forever." "Come, no quarrelling when work is afoot," roared a tremendous diapason, "or I'll brain ye both with my fist, and send ye where we shall all go soon or late." "The abbot," whispered Denis gravely. He felt the voice he had just heard could belong to no man but the colossus he had seen in passing through the kitchen. It made the place vibrate. The quarrelling continued some time, and then there was a dead silence. "Look out, Gerard." "Aye, what will they do next?" "We shall soon know." "Shall I wait for you, or cut down the first that opens the door?" "Wait for me, lest we strike the same and waste a blow. Alas, we cannot afford that." Dead silence. Sudden came into the room a thing that made them start and their hearts quiver. And what was it? A moonbeam. Even so can this machine, the body, by the soul's action, be strung up to start and quiver. The sudden ray shot keen and pure into that shamble. Its calm, cold, silvery soul traversed the apartment in a stream of no great volume, for the window was narrow. After the first tremor, Gerard whispered, "Courage, Denis! God's eye is on us even here." And he fell upon his knees with his face turned towards the window. Aye, it was like a holy eye opening suddenly on human crime and human passions. Many a scene of blood and crime that pure cold eye had rested on, but on few more ghastly than this, where two men with a lighted corpse between them waited panting to kill and be killed. Nor did the moonlight deaden that horrible corpse light. If anything, it added to its ghastliness, for the body sat at the edge of the moonbeam, which cut sharp across the shoulder and the ear, and seemed blue and ghastly and unnatural by the side of that lurid glow in which the face and eyes and teeth shone horribly. But Denis dared not look that way. The moon drew a broad stripe of light across the door, and on that his eyes were glued. Presently he whispered, "Gerard!" Gerard looked and raised his sword. Acutely as they had listened, they had heard of late no sound on the stair, yet therein the doorpost, at the edge of the stream of moonlight, were the tips of the fingers of a hand. The nails glistened. Presently they began to crawl and crawl down towards the bolt, but with infinite slowness and caution. In so doing they crept into the moonlight. The actual motion was imperceptible, but slowly, slowly, the fingers came out whiter and whiter, but the hand between the main knuckles and the wrist remained dark. Denis slowly raised his crossbow. He levelled it. He took a long, steady aim. Gerard palpitated. At last the crossbow twanged. The hand was instantly nailed with a stern jar to the quivering doorpost. There was a scream of anguish. "Cut!" whispered Denis eagerly, and Gerard's uplifted sword descended and severed the wrist with two swift blows. A body sank down moaning outside. The hand remained inside, immovable, with blood trickling from it down the wall. The fierce bolt, slightly barbed, had gone through it and deep into the real doorpost. "Two," said Denis, with terrible cynicism. He strung his crossbow and kneeled behind his cover again. "The next will be the abbot." The wounded man moved and presently crawled down to his companions on the stairs, and the kitchen door was shut. There nothing was heard now but low muttering. The last incident had revealed the mortal character of the weapons used by the besieged. "I begin to think the abbot's stomach is not so great as his body," said Denis. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when the following events happened all in a couple of seconds. The kitchen door was opened roughly. A heavy but active man darted up the stairs without any manner of disguise, and a single ponderous blow sent the door not only off its hinges but right across the room onto Denis's fortification, which it struck so rudely as nearly to lay him flat. And in the doorway stood a colossus with a glittering axe. He saw the dead man with the moon's blue light on half his face and the red light on the other half, and inside his chap-fallen jaws. He stared, his arms fell, his knees knocked together, and he crouched with terror. "La mort!" he cried in tones of terror, and turned and fled. In which act Denis started up and shot him through both jaws. He sprang with one bound into the kitchen, and there leaned on his axe, spitting blood and teeth and curses. Denis strung his bow and put his hand into his breast. He drew it out dismayed. "My last bolt is gone," he groaned. "But we have our swords, and you have slain the giant." "No, Gerard," said Denis gravely. "I have not. And the worst is, I have wounded him. Fool to shoot at a retreating lion. He had never faced thy handiwork again but for my meddling. Ha! To your guard! I hear them open the door." Then Denis, depressed by the one error he had committed in all this fearful night, felt convinced his last hour had come. He drew his sword, but like one doomed. But what is this? A red light flickers on the ceiling. Gerard flew to the window and looked out. There were men with torches and breastplates gleaming red. "We are saved! Armed men!" And he dashed his sword through the window, shouting, "Quick, quick! We are sore pressed!" "Back!" yelled Denis. "They come! Strike none but him!" That very moment the abbot and two men with naked weapons rushed into the room. Even as they came, the outer door was hammered fiercely, and the abbot's comrades, hearing it and seeing the torchlight, turned and fled. Not so the terrible abbot. Wild with rage and pain, he spurned his dead comrade, chair and all, across the room. Then, as the men faced him on each side with kindling eyeballs, he waved his tremendous axe like a feather right and left, and cleared a space, then lifted it to hew them both in pieces. His antagonists were inferior in strength, but not in swiftness and daring. And above all, they had settled how to attack him. The moment he reared his axe, they flew at him like cats, and both together. If he struck a full blow with his weapon, he would most likely kill one, but the other would certainly kill him. He saw this, and intelligent as well as powerful, he thrust the handle fiercely in Denis' face, and turning, jobbed with the steel at Gerard. Denis went staggering back, covered with blood. Gerard had rushed in like lightning, and just as the axe turned to descend on him, drove his sword so fiercely through the giant's body that the very hilt sounded on his ribs like the blow of a pugilist, and Denis, staggering back to help his friend, saw a steel point come out of the abbot behind. The stricken giant bellowed like a bull, dropped his axe, and clutching Gerard's throat tremendously, shook him like a child. Then Denis, with a fierce snarl, drove his sword into the giant's back. "Stand firm now!" and he pushed the cold steel through and through the giant, and out at his breast. Thus horribly spitted on both sides, the abbot gave a violent shudder, and his heels hammered the ground convulsively. His lips, fast turning blue, opened wide and deep, and he cried, "La mort! La mort! La mort!" The first time in a roar of despair, and then twice in a horror-stricken whisper, never to be forgotten. Just then the street door was forced. Suddenly the abbot's arms whirled like windmills, and his huge body wrenched wildly and carried them to the doorway, twisting their wrists and nearly throwing them off their legs. "He'll win clear yet," cried Denis. "Out steel and in again." They tore out their smoking swords, but ere they could stab again, the abbot leapt full 5 feet high, and fell with a tremendous crash against the door below, carrying it away with him like a sheet of paper, and through the aperture the glare of torches burst on the awestruck faces above, half blinding them. The thieves at the first alarm had made for the back door, but driven thence by a strong guard, ran back to the kitchen, just in time to see the lock forced out of the socket, and 6 mailed archers burst in upon them. On these, in pure despair, they drew their swords. But ere a blow was struck on either side, the staircase door behind them was battered into their midst with one ponderous blow, and with it the abbot's body came flying, hurled as they thought by no mortal hand, and rolled on the floor, spouting blood from back and bosom in two furious jets, and quivered, but breathed no more. The thieves, smitten with dismay, fell on their knees directly, and the archers bound them, while above the rescued ones still stood like statues rooted to the spot, their dripping swords extended in the red torchlight, expecting their indomitable enemy to leap back on them as wonderfully as he had gone. End of chapter 33, part 2. Reading by Tom Denholm. Chapter 34 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Where be the true men? Here we be. God bless you all. God bless you. There was a rush to the stairs, and half a dozen hard but friendly hands were held out and grasped them warmly. "You have saved our lives, lads," cried Denis. "You have saved our lives this night." A wild sight met the eyes of the rescued pair. The room flaring with torches, the glittering breastplates of the archers, their bronzed faces, the white cheeks of the bound thieves, and the bleeding giant whose dead body these hard men left lying there in its own gore. Gerard went round the archers and took them each by the hand with glistening eyes, and on this they all kissed him, and this time he kissed them in return. Then he said to one handsome archer of his own age, "Prithee, good soldier, have an eye to me. A strange drowsiness overcomes me. Let no one cut my throat while I sleep, for pity's sake." The archer promised with a laugh, for he thought Gerard was jesting, and the latter went off into a deep sleep almost immediately. Denis was surprised at this, but did not interfere, for it suited his immediate purpose. A couple of archers were inspecting the abbot's body, turning it half over with their feet and inquiring which of the two had flung this enormous rogue down from an upper story like that. They would fain have the trick of his arm. Denis at first pished and pshawed, but dared not play the braggart, for he said to himself, "That young vagabond will break in and say 'twas the finger of heaven, and no mortal arm, or some such stuff, and make me look like a fool." But now, seeing Gerard unconscious, he suddenly gave this required information. "Well then, you see, comrades, I had run my sword through this one up to the hilt, and one or two more of 'em came buzzing about me, so it behoved me have my sword or die. So I just put my foot against his stomach, gave a tug with my hand and a spring with my foot, and sent him flying to kingdom come. He died in the air, and his carrion rolled in amongst you without ceremony, made you jump, I warrant me. But pikestaves and pillage, what avails prattling of these trifles once they are gone by? Buvons, camarades, buvons." The archers remarked that it was easy to say buvons where no liquor was, but not so easy to do it. "Nay, I'll soon find your liquor. My nose hath a natural alacrity at scenting out the wine. You follow me, and my nose. Bring a torch." And they left the room, and finding a short flight of stone steps, descended them and entered a large, low, damp cellar. It smelt close and dank, and the walls were encrusted here and there with what seemed cobwebs, but proved to be saltpetre that had oozed out of the damp stones and crystallized. "Oh, the fine mouldy smell!" said Denis. "In such places still lurks the good wine. Advance thy torch. Diable, what is that in the corner? A pile of rags?
no, 'tis a man." They gathered round with the torch, and lo! a figure crouched on a heap in the corner, pale as ashes and shivering. "Why, it is the landlord!" "Get up, thou craven heart!" shouted one of the archers. "Why, man, the thieves are bound, and we are dry that bound them up. Up, and show us thy wine, for no bottle see here." "What, would be the rascals bound?" stammered the pale landlord. "Good news, wine, that will I, honest sirs." And he rose with unsure joints, and offered to lead the way to the wine cellar. But Denis interposed. "You're all in the dark, comrades. He is in league with the thieves." "Alack, good soldier, me in league with the accursed robbers, is that reasonable?" "The girl said so anyway." "The girl? What girl? Ah, curse her, traitress!" "Well," interposed the other archer, "the girl is not here, but gone on to the bailiff. So let the burghers settle whether this craven be guilty or no, for we caught him not in the act, and let him draw us our wine." "One moment," said Denis shrewdly. "Why cursed he the girl? If he be a true man, he should bless her as we do." "Alas, sir," said the landlord, "I have but my good name to live by, and I cursed her to you because you said she had belied me." "Huh! I trow thou art a thief, and where is the thief that cannot lie with a smooth face? Therefore hold him, comrades. A prisoner can draw wine, and if his hands be not bound." The landlord offered no objection, but on the contrary said he would with pleasure show them where his little stock of wine was, but hoped they would pay for what they should drink, for his rent was due this 2 months. The archers smiled grimly at his simplicity, as they thought it. One of them laid a hand quietly but firmly on his shoulder, the other led on with the torch. They had reached the threshold when Denis cried, "Halt! What is't? Here be bottles in this corner. Advance thy light." The torch-bearer went towards him. He had just taken off his scabbard, and was probing the heap the landlord had just been crouched upon. "Nay, nay," cried the landlord, "the wine is in the next cellar. There's nothing here." "Nothing is mighty hard, then," said Denis, and drew out something with his hand from the heap. It proved to be only a bone. Denis threw it on the floor. It rattled. "There is naught there but the bones of the house," said the landlord. "Just now was nothing. Now that we've found something, 'tis nothing but bones. Here's another. Look at this one, comrade. You come too and look at it, and bring you smooth knave along." The archer with the torch, whose name was Philippe, held the bone to the light and turned it round and round. "Well?" said Denis. "Well, if this was a field of battle, I should say 'twas the shank bone of a man. No more, no less. But 'tisn't a battlefield, nor a churchyard. 'Tis an inn." "True, mate, but yon knave's ashy face is as good a light to me as a field of battle. I read the bone by it. Bring yon face nearer, I say. When the chine is a-missing, and the house dog can't look at you without his tail creeping between his legs, who was the thief? Good brothers mine, my mind it doth misgive me. The deeper I thrust, the more there be. Mayhap, if these bones could tell their tale, they would make true men's flesh creep that heard it." "Alas, young man, what hideous fancies are these? The bones are bones of beeves and sheep and kids, and not, as you think, of men and women. Holy saints preserve us!" "Hold thy peace. Thy words are air. Thou hast not got burghers by the ear that know not a veal knuckle from their grandsire's ribs, but soldiers men that have gone to look for their dear comrades, and found their bones picked as clean by the crows as these, I doubt, have been by thee and thy mates. Men and women, saidst thou, and prithee, when spake I a word of women's bones, wouldst make a child suspect thee? Field of battle, comrade! Was not this house a field of battle half an hour agone? Drag him close to me, let me read his face. Now then, what is this, thou knave? And he thrust a small object suddenly in his face. Alas, I know not. Well, I would not swear neither, but it is too like the thumb bone of a man's hand. Mates, my flesh, it creeps. Churchyard, how know I this is not one? And he now drew his sword out of the scabbard, and began to rake the heap of earth and broken crockery and bones out on the floor. The landlord assured him, but he wasted his time. We poor innkeepers are sinners, said he. We give short measure and baptize the wine. We are fain to do these things. The laws are so unjust to us. But we are not assassins. How could we afford to kill our customers? May heaven's lightning strike me dead if there be any bones there, but such as have been used for meat. 'Tis the kitchen wench flings them there here. I swear by God's holy mother, by holy Paul, by holy Dominic, and Denis, my patron saint, Denis held out a bone under his eye in dead silence. It was a bone no man, however ignorant, however lying, could confound with those of sheep or oxen. The sight of it shut the lying lips and palsied the heartless heart. The landlord's hair rose visibly on his head like spikes, and his knees gave way as if his limbs had been struck from under him. But the archers dragged him fiercely up and kept him erect under the torch, staring fascinated at the dead skull, which, white as the living cheek opposed, but no whiter, glared back again at its murderer, whose pale lip now opened and opened, but could utter no sound. Ah, said Denis solemnly, and trembling now with rage, look on the sockets out of which thou hast picked the eyes, and let them blast thine eyes, that crows shall pick out ere this week shall end. Now hold thou that while I search on. Hold it, I say, or here I rob the gallows. And he threatened the quaking wretch with his naked sword, till with a groan he took the skull and held it, almost fainting. Oh, that every murderer and contriver of murder could see him, sick and staggering with terror, and with his hair on end, holding the cold skull, and feeling that his own head would soon be like it. And soon the heap was scattered, and alas, not one or two, but many skulls were brought to light, and the culprit moaning at each discovery. Suddenly Denis uttered a strange cry of distress to come from so bold and hard a man, and held up to the torch a mass of human hair. It was long, glossy, and golden, a woman's beautiful hair. At the sight of it the archers instinctively shook the craven wretch in their hands, and he whined. I have a little sister with hair just so fair and shining as this, gulped Denis. Jesu, you, if it should be hers! There, quick, take my sword and dagger, and keep them from my hand, lest I strike him dead and wrong the gibbet. And thou, poor innocent victim, on whose head this most lovely hair did grow, hear me swear this on bended knee, never to leave this man till I see him broken to pieces on the wheel, even for thy sake. He rose from his knee. I had he as many lives as here be hairs, I'd have them all, by God. And he put the hair into his bosom. Then, in a sudden fury, seized the landlord fiercely by the neck, and forced him to his knees. and foot on head ground his face savagely among the bones of his victims, where they lay thickest, and the assassin first yelled, then whined and whimpered, just as a dog first yells, then whines, when his nose is so forced into some leveret or other innocent he has killed. "Now lend me thy bowstring, Philippe." He passed it through the eyes of a skull alternately, and hung the ghastly relic of mortality and crime round the man's neck, then pulled him up and kicked him industriously into the kitchen, where one of the aldermen of the borough had arrived with constables, and was even now taking an archer's deposition. The grave burgher was much startled at sight of the landlord driven in, bleeding from a dozen scratches inflicted by the bones of his own victims, and carrying his horrible collar. But Denis came panting after, and in a few fiery words soon made all clear. "Bind him like the rest," said the alderman sternly. "I count him the blackest of them all." While his hands were being bound, the poor wretch begged piteously that the skull might be taken from him. "Ha!" said the alderman. "Certes, I had not ordered such a thing to be put on mortal man, yet being there, I will not lift voice nor finger to doff it. Methinks it fits thee truly, thou bloody dog. 'Tis thy ensign, and hangs well above a heart so foul as thine." He then inquired of Denis if he thought they had secured the whole gang, or but a part. "Your worship," said Denis, "there are but 7 of them, and this landlord. 1 we slew upstairs, 1 we trundled down dead, the rest are bound before you." "Good. Go fetch the dead one from upstairs, and lay him beside him I caused to be removed." Here a voice like a guinea fowl's broke peevishly in. "Now, where is the hand? That is what I want to see." The speaker was a little pettifogging clerk. "You will find it above, nailed to the doorpost by a crossbow bolt." "Good," said the clerk. He whispered to his master, "What a goodly show will the pièce de conviction make!" And with this he wrote them down, enumerating them in separate squeaks as he penned them. Skulls, bones, a woman's hair, a thief's hands, 1 axe, 2 carcasses, 1 crossbow bolt. This done, he itched to search the cellar himself. There might be other invaluable morsels of evidence, an ear, or even an ear-ring. The alderman assenting, he caught up a torch and was hurrying thither, when an accident stopped him, and indeed carried him a step or 2 in the opposite direction. The constables had gone up the stair in single file, but the head constable no sooner saw the phosphorescent corpse seated by the bedside than he stood stupefied, and next he began to shake like one in an ague, and terror gaining on him more and more, he uttered a sort of howl and recoiled swiftly. Forgetting the steps in his recoil, he tumbled over backward on his nearest companion, but he, shaken by the shout of dismay, and catching a glimpse of something horrid, was already staggering back, and in no condition to sustain the head constable, who, like most head constables, was a ponderous man. The 2 carried away the 3rd, and the 3 the 4th, and they streamed into the kitchen and settled on the floor, overlapping each other like a sequence laid out on a card table. The clerk, coming hastily with his torch, ran an involuntary tilt against the 4th man, who, sharing the momentum of the mass, knocked him instantly on his back, the ace of that fair quint. And there he lay, kicking and waving his torch, apparently in triumph, but really in convulsion, sense and wind being driven out together by the concussion. "What is it to do now, in heaven's name?" cried the alderman, starting up with considerable alarm. But Denis explained, and offered to accompany his worship. "So be it," said the latter. His men picked themselves ruefully up, and the alderman put himself at their head and examined the premises above and below. As for the prisoners, their interrogatory was postponed till they could be confronted with the servant. Before dawn, the thieves, alive and dead, and all the relics and evidences of crime and retribution were swept away into the law's net, and the inn was silent and almost deserted. There remained but one constable, and Denis and Gerard, the latter still sleeping heavily. End of chapter 34. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 35 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard awoke and found Denis watching him with some anxiety. "It is you for sleeping. Why, 'tis high noon." "It was a blessed sleep," said Gerard. "Methinks heaven sent it me. It hath put, as it were, a veil between me and that awful night. To think that you and I sit here alive and well, how terrible a dream I seem to have had." "Ay, lad, that is the wise way to look at these things when once they are past. Why, they are dreams, shadows. Break thy fast, and then thou wilt think no more on't. Moreover, I promise to bring thee on to the town by noon, and take thee to his worship." Gerard then sopped some rye bread in red wine, and ate it to break his fast, then went with Denis over the scene of combat, and came back shuddering, and finally took the road with his friend, and kept peering through the hedges, and expecting sudden attacks unreasonably, till they reached the little town. Denis took him to the White Hart. "No fear of cutthroats here," said he. "I know the landlord this many a year. He is a burgess, and looks to be bailiff. 'Tis here I was making for yestreen, but we lost time, and night o'ertook us, and you saw a woman at the door, and would be wiser than a jeanneton. She told us they were naught. Why, what saved our lives if not a woman? Ay, and risked her own to do it." "That is true, Denis, and though women are nothing to me, I long to thank this poor girl and reward her, ay, though I share every doit in my purse with her. Do not you?" "Parbleu! Where shall we find her?" "Mayhap the alderman will tell us. We must go to him first." The alderman received them with a most singular and inexplicable expression of countenance. However, after a moment's reflection, he wore a grim smile, and finally proceeded to put interrogatories to Gerard, and took down the answers. This done, he told them that they must stay in the town till the thieves were tried, and be at hand to give evidence on peril of fine and imprisonment. They looked very blank at this. "However," said he, "'twill not be long. The culprits having been taken red-handed," he added, "and you know, in any case, you could not leave the place this week." Denis stared at this remark, and Gerard smiled at what he thought the simplicity of the old gentleman in dreaming that a provincial town of Burgundy had attraction to detain him from Rome and Margaret. He now went to that which was nearest both their hearts. "Your worship," said he, "we cannot find our benefactress in the town." "Nay, but who is your benefactress?" "Who? Why, the good girl that came to you by night and saved our lives at peril of her own. Oh, sir, our hearts
burn within us to thank and bless her. Where is she?" "Oh, she is in prison." End of chapter 35. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 36 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. "In prison, sir? Good lack, for what misdeed?" "Well, she is a witness, and may be a necessary one." "Why, Monsieur Bailiff," put in Denis, "you lay not all your witnesses by the heels, I trow." The alderman, pleased at being called bailiff, became communicative. "In a case of blood, we detain all testimony that is like to give us leg bail, and so defeat justice, and that is why we still keep the women folk. For a man at odd times hides a week in one mind, but a woman, if she do her duty to the realm of Friday, she shall undo it afore Sunday, or try. Could you see yon wench now, you should find her a blubbering at having betrayed 5 males to the gallows. Had they been females, we might have trusted to a subpoena, for they despise one another. And there they show some sense. But now I think on't, there were other reasons for laying this one by the heels. Hand me those depositions, young sir." And he put on his glasses. "Aye, she was implicated. She was one of the band." A loud disclaimer burst from Denis and Gerard at once. "No need to deave me," said the alderman. "Here, 'tis in black and white. Jean Hardy, that is one of the thieves, being questioned, confessed that, aye, here 'tis, and that the girl Manon was the decoy, and her sweetheart was Georges Vipon, one of the band, and hanged last month, and that she had been deject ever since, and had openly blamed the band for his death, saying if they had not been rank cowards, he had never been taken, and it is his opinion she did but betray them out of very spite, and—" "His opinion!" cried Gerard indignantly. "What signifies the opinion of a cutthroat, burning to be revenged on her who has delivered him to justice? And an you go to that, what avails his testimony? Is a thief never a liar? Is he not I a liar? And here a motive to lie? Revenge, why, 'tis the strongest of all the passions. And oh, sir, what madness to question a detected felon, and listen to him lying away an honest life, as if he were a true man swearing in open day, with his true hand on the gospel laid." "Young man," said the alderman, "restrain thy heat in presence of authority. I find by your tone you are a stranger. Know then that in this land we question all the world. We are not so weak as to hope to get at the truth by shutting either our left ear or our right." "And so you would listen to Satan belying the saints?" "Ta-ta! The law meddles but with men and women, and these cannot utter a story all lies, let them try ever so. Wherefore we shut not the barn door, as the saying is, against any man's grain. Only having taken it in, we do winnow and sift it. And who told you I had swallowed the thief's story whole like fair water? Not so. I did but credit so much on't as was borne out by better proof." "Better proof!" And Gerard looked blank. "Why, who but the thieves would breathe a word against her?" "Mary herself." "Herself, sir? What, did you question her too?" "I tell you we question all the world. Here is her deposition. Can you read? Read it yourself, then." Gerard looked at Denis and read him Manon's deposition. "I am a native of Epinal. I left my native place 2 years ago because I was unfortunate. I could not like the man they bade me, so my father beat me. I ran away from my father. I went to service. I left service because the mistress was jealous of me. The reason that she gave for turning me off was because I was saucy. Last year I stood in the marketplace to be hired with other girls. The landlord of the Fair Star hired me. I was 11 months with him. A young man courted me. I loved him. I found out that travellers came and never went away again. I told my lover. He bade me hold my peace. He threatened me. I found my lover was one of a band of thieves. When travellers were to be robbed, the landlord went out and told the band to come. Then I wept and prayed for the travellers' souls. I never told. A month ago my lover died. The soldier put me in mind of my lover. He was bearded like him I had lost. I cannot tell whether I should have interfered if he had had no beard. I am sorry I told now." The paper almost dropped from Gerard's hands. Now, for the first time, he saw that Manon's life was in mortal danger. He knew the dogged law and the dogged men that executed it. He threw himself suddenly on his knees at the alderman's feet. "Oh, sir, think of the difference between those cruel men and this poor weak woman. Could you have the heart to send her to the same death with them? Could you have the heart to condemn us to look on and see her slaughtered, who, but that she risked her life for ours, had not now been in jeopardy? Alas, sir, show me and my comrade some pity, if you'd have none for her, poor soul. Denis and I be true men, and you will rend our hearts if you kill that poor simple girl. What can we do? What is left for us to do then, but cut our throats at her gallows foot?" The alderman was tough but mortal. The prayers and agitation of Gerard first astounded, then touched him. He showed it in a curious way. He became peevish and fretful. "There, get up, do," said he. "I doubt whether anybody would say as many words for me. What ho, Daniel, go fetch the town clerk." And on that functionary entering from an adjoining room, "Here is a foolish lad fretting about yon girl. Can we stretch a point? Say we admit her to bear witness, and question her favourably." The town clerk was one of your impossibility men. "Nay, sir, we cannot do that. She was not concerned in this business. Had she been accessory, we might have offered her a pardon to bear witness." Gerard burst in. "But she did better. Instead of being accessory, she stayed the crime, and she proffered herself as witness by running hither with the tale." "Tush, young man, 'tis a matter of law." The alderman and the clerk then had a long discussion, the one maintaining, the other denying, that she stood as fair in law as if she had been accessory to the attempt on our travellers' lives. And this was lucky for Manon, for the alderman, irritated by the clerk reiterating that he could not do this, and could not that, and could not do t'other, said he would show him he could do anything he chose. And he had Manon out, and upon the landlord of the White Hart being her bondsman, and Denis depositing 5 gold pieces with him, and the girl promising, not without some coaxing from Denis, to attend as a witness,
He liberated her, but eased his conscience by telling her in his own terms his reason for this leniency. The town had to buy a new rope for everybody hanged, and present it to the bourreau, or compound with him in money, and she was not, in his opinion, worth this municipal expense, whereas decided characters like her late confederates were. And so Denis and Gerard carried her off, Gerard dancing round her for joy, Denis keeping up her heart by assuring her of the demise of a troublesome personage, and she weeping inauspiciously. However, on the road to the White Hart, the public found her out, and having heard the whole story from the archers, who naturally told it warmly in her favour, followed her, hurrahing and encouraging her, till finding herself backed by numbers, she plucked up heart. The landlord, too, saw at a glance that her presence in the inn would draw custom, and received her politely, and assigned her to an upper chamber. Here she buried herself, and being alone, rained tears again. Poor little mind! It was like a ripple, up and down, down and up and down, bidding the landlord be very kind to her, and keeping a prisoner without letting her feel it. The friends went out, and lo, as they stepped into the street, they saw two processions coming towards them from opposite sides. One was a large one, attended with noise and howls, and those indescribable cries by which rude natures reveal at odd times that relationship to the beasts of the field and the forest which at other times we succeed in hiding. The other, very thinly attended by a few nuns and friars, came slow and silent. The prisoners going to exposure in the market-place, the gathered bones of the victims coming to the churchyard, and the two met in the narrow street, nearly at the inn door, and could not pass each other for a long time, and the bier that bore the relics of mortality got wedged against the cart that carried the men who had made those bones what they were, and in a few hours must die for it themselves. The mob had not the quick intelligence to be at once struck with his stern meaning, but at last a woman cried, "Look at your work, ye dogs!" And the crowd took it like wildfire, and there was a horrible yell, and the culprits groaned and tried to hide their heads upon their bosoms, but could not, their hands being tied. And there they stood, images of pale, hollow-eyed despair, and oh, how they looked on the bier, and envied those whom they had sent before them on the dark road they were going upon themselves. And the two men who were the cause of both processions stood and looked gravely on, and even Manon, hearing the disturbance, crept to the window, and hiding her face, peeped trembling through her fingers, as women will. This strange meeting parted Denis and Gerard. The former yielded to curiosity and revenge, the latter doffed his bonnet, and piously followed the poor remains of those whose fate had so nearly been his own. For some time he was the one lay mourner, but when they had reached the suburbs, a long way from the greater attraction that was filling the market-place, more than one artisan threw down his tools, and more than one shopman left his shop, and, touched with pity or a sense of our common humanity, and perhaps decided somewhat by the example of Gerard, followed the bones bareheaded, and saw them deposited with the prayers of the church in hallowed ground. After the funeral rites, Gerard stepped respectfully up to the curé and offered to buy a mass for their souls. Gerard, son of Catherine, always looked at two sides of a penny,
and he tried to purchase this mass a trifle under the usual terms on account of the pitiable circumstances. But the good cure gently but adroitly parried his ingenuity, and blandly screwed him up to the market price. In the course of the business they discovered a similarity of sentiments. Piety and worldly prudence are not very rare companions. Still, it is unusual to carry both so far as these two men did. Their collision in the prayer market led to mutual esteem, as when knight encountered knight worthy of his steel. Moreover, the good cure loved a bit of gossip, and finding his customer was one of those who had fought the thieves at Domfront, would have him into his parlour and hear the whole from his own lips. And his heart warmed to Gerard, and he said, "God was good to thee. I thank him for it with all my soul. Thou art a good lad." He added dryly, "Shouldst have told me this tale in the churchyard. I doubt I had given thee the mass for love." "However," said he, the thermometer suddenly falling, "'tis ill luck to go back upon a bargain. But I'll broach a bottle of my old Médoc for thee, and few be the guests I would do that for." The cure went to his cupboard, and while he groped for the choice bottle, he muttered to himself, "At their old tricks again." "Plaît-il?" said Gerard. "I said naught. Aye, here 'tis." "Nay, your reverence, you surely spoke. You said, 'At their old tricks again.'" "Said I so, in sooth?" And his reverence smiled. He then proceeded to broach the wine and fill the cup for each. Then he put a log of wood on the fire, for stoves were none in Burgundy. "And so I said, 'At their old tricks,' did I? Come, sip the good wine, and whilst it lasts, story for story, I care not if I tell you a little tale." Gerard's eyes sparkled. "Thou lovest a story, as my life. Nay, but raise not thine expectations too high, neither. 'Tis but a foolish trifle compared with thine adventures." The cure's tale. Once upon a time, then, in the kingdom of France and in the duchy of Burgundy, and not a day's journey from the town where we now sit a-sipping of the old Médoc, there lived a cure. I say he lived, but barely. The parish was small, the parishioners greedy, and never gave their cure a doit more than he could compel. The nearer they brought him to a disembodied spirit by meagre diet, the holier should be his prayers on their behalf. I know not if this was their creed, but their practice gave it colour. At last he pickled a rod for them. One day the richest farmer in the place had twins to baptize. The cure was had to the christening dinner as usual, but ere he would baptize the children, he demanded not the christening fees only, but the burial fees. "Saints defend us, parson!" cried the mother. "Talk not of burying. I did never see children liker to live." "Nor I," said the cure. "The praise be to God. Natheless they are sure to die, being sons of Adam, as well as of thee, dam. But die when they will, 'twill cost them nothing, the burial fees being paid and entered in this book. For all that will cost them something," quoth the miller, the greatest wag in the place, and as big a knave as any. For which was the biggest God knoweth, but no mortal man, not even the hangman. "Miller, I tell thee nay," quoth the cure. "Parson, I tell you aye," quoth the miller. "'Twill cost them their lives." At which millstone conceit was a great laugh. And in the general mirth the fees were paid, and the Christians made. But when the next parishioner's child, and the next after, and all had to pay each his burial fee, or lose his place in heaven, discontent did secretly rankle in the parish. Well, one fine day they met in secret, and sent a church warden with a complaint to the bishop, and the thunderbolt fell on the poor cure. Came to him at dinner time a summons to the episcopal palace to bring the parish books and answer certain charges. Then the cure guessed where the shoe pinched. He left his food on the board, for his small appetite now, and took the parish books and went quaking. The bishop entertained him with a frown, and exposed the plaint. "Monseigneur," said the cure right humbly, "doth the parish allege many things against me, or this one only?" "In sooth, but this one," said the bishop, and softened a little. "First, Monseigneur, I acknowledge the fact." "'Tis well," quoth the bishop, "that saves time and trouble. Now to your excuse, if excuse there be." "Monseigneur, I have been cure of that parish 7 years, and 50 children have I baptized, and buried not 5. At first I used to say, 'Heaven be praised, the air of this village is main healthy,' but on searching the register book I found 'twas always so, and on probing the matter it came out that of those born at Domfront, all, but here and there one, did go and get hanged at Aix. But this was to defraud not their cure only, but the entire church of her dues, since Pendar's pay no funeral fees, being buried in air. Thereupon, knowing by sad experience their greed, and how they grudge the church every sou, I laid a trap to keep them from hanging. For greed against greed, there be of them that will die in their beds like true men ere the church shall gain those funeral fees for naught." Then the bishop laughed till the tears ran down, and questioned the church warden, and he was fain to confess that too many of the parish did come to that unlucky end at Aix. "Then," said the bishop, "I do approve the act, for myself and my successors, and so be it ever, till they mend their manners and die in their beds." And the next day came the ringleaders, crestfallen, to the cure, and said, "Parson, ye were even good to us, barring this untoward matter. Prithee, let there be no ill blood anent so trivial a thing." And the cure said, "My children, I were unworthy to be your pastor could I not forgive a wrong. Go in peace, and get me as many children as may be, that by the double fees the cure you love may miss starvation." And the bishop often told the story, and it kept his memory of the cure alive, and at last he shifted him to a decent parish, where he can offer a glass of old Medoc to such as are worthy of it. Their name it is not legion. A light broke in upon Gerard. His countenance showed it. "Aye," said his host, "I am that cure, so now thou canst guess why I said, 'At their old tricks.' My life on't, they have wheedled my successor into remitting those funeral fees. You are well out of that parish, and so am I." The cure's little niece burst in. "Uncle, the weighing! La, a stranger!" and burst out. The cure rose directly, but would not part with Gerard. "Wet thy beard once more, and come with me." In the church porch they found the sexton, with a huge pair of scales, and weights of all sizes. Several humble persons were standing by, and soon a woman stepped forward with a sickly child, and said, "Be it heavy, be it light, I vow in rye meal of the best, whate'er this child shall weigh, and the same will duly pay to the Holy Church, and if he shall cast his trouble. Pray, good people, for this child, and for me his mother, hither come in dole and care." The child was weighed, and yelled as if the scale had been the font. "Courage, dame!" cried Gerard.
This is a good sign. There is plenty of life here to battle its trouble." "Now, blessed be the tongue that tells me so," said the poor woman. She hushed her ponderling against her bosom, and stood aloof watching whilst another woman brought her child to scale. But presently a loud, dictatorial voice was heard. "Way there! Make way for the seigneur!" The small folk parted on both sides, like waves ploughed by a lordly galley, and in marched, in gorgeous attire, his cap adorned by a feather with a topaz at its root, his jerkin richly furred, satin doublet, red hose, shoes like skates, diamond-hilted sword in velvet scabbard, and hawk on his wrist, the lord of the manor. He flung himself into the scales as if he was lord of the zodiac as well as the manor, whereat the hawk balanced and flapped, but stuck, then winked. While the sexton heaved in the great weights, the cure told Gerard, my lord had been sick unto death, and vowed his weight in bread and cheese to the poor, the church taking her 10th. "Permit me, my lord, if your lordship continues to press your lordship's staff on the other scale, you will disturb the balance." His lordship grinned and removed his staff, and leaned on it. The cure politely but firmly objected to that too. "Mille diables, what am I to do with it, then?" cried the other. "Deign to hold it out so, my lord, wide of both scales." When my lord did this, and so fell into the trap he had laid for Holy Church, the good cure whispered to Gerard, "Cretensis incidit in cretensum," which I take to mean diamond cut diamond. He then said with an obsequious air, "If that your lordship grudges heaven full weight, you might set the hawk on your lackey, and so save £1. "Gramercy for thy rede, cure," cried the great man reproachfully. "Shall I, for one sorry pound, grudge my poor fowl the benefit of Holy Church? I'd as lieve the devil should have me and all my house as her any day of the year." "Sweet is affection," whispered the cure. "Between a bird and a brute," whispered Gerard. "Tush!" and the cure looked terrified. The seigneur's weight was booked, and heaven, I trust and believe, did not weigh his gratitude in the balance of the sanctuary. For my unlearned reader is not to suppose there was anything the least eccentric in the man, or his gratitude to the giver of health and all good gifts. Men look forward to death, and back upon past sickness with different eyes. Item, when men drive a bargain, they strive to get the sunny side of it. It matters not one straw whether it is with man or heaven they are bargaining. In this respect we are the same now at bottom as we were 400 years ago, only in those days we did it a grain or two more naively, and that naivety shone out more palpably because in that rude age, body prevailing over mind, all sentiments took material forms. Men repented with scourges, prayed by bead, bribed the saints with wax tapers, put fish into the body to sanctify the soul, sojourned in cold water for empire over the emotions, and thanked God for returning health in 100 weight, 2 stone, 7 pound, 3 ounces, 1 pennyweight of bread and cheese. Whilst I have been preaching, who preach so rarely and so ill, the good cure has been soliciting the lord of the manor to step into the church and give order what shall be done with his great-great-grandfather. "Odds bodikins, what, have you dug him up?" "Nay, my lord, he was never buried." "What, the old dict was true after all?" "So true that the workmen this very day found a skeleton erect in the pillar they are repairing. I had sent to my lord at once, but I knew he would be here." "It is he! 'Tis he!" said his descendant, quickening his pace. "Let us go see the old boy. This youth is a stranger, I think?" Gerard bowed. "Know, then, that my great-great-grandfather held his head high, and being on the point of death, revolted against lying under the aisle with his forebears for mean folk to pass over. So, as the tradition goes, he swore his son, my great-grandfather, to bury him erect in one of the pillars of the church." Here they entered the porch. "For," quoth he, "no base man shall pass over my stomach. Pest!" And even while speaking, his lordship parried adroitly with his stick a skull that came hopping at him, bowled by a boy in the middle of the aisle, who took to his heels, yelling with fear the moment he saw what he had done. His lordship hurled the skull furiously after him as he ran, at which the cure gave a shout of dismay and put forth his arm to hinder him, but it was too late. The cure groaned aloud, and, as if this had evoked spirits of mischief, up started a whole pack of children from some ambuscade, and, unseen but heard loud enough, clattered out of the church like a covey rising in a thick wood. "Oh, these pernicious brats!" cried the cure. "The workmen cannot go to their nonny meat, but the church is rife with them. Pray heaven they have not found his late lordship. Nay, I mind I hid his lordship under a workman's jerkin, and saints defend us, the jerkin has been moved." The poor cure's worst misgivings were realised. The rising generation of the plebeians had played the mischief with the haughty old noble. The little ones had jockeyed for the bones, and pocketed such of them as seemed adapted for certain primitive games then in vogue amongst them. "I'll excommunicate them," roared the curate, "and all their race." "Never heed," said the scapegrace lord, and stroked his hawk. "There is enough of him to swear by. Put him back, put him back." "Surely, my lord, 'tis your will his bones be laid in hallowed earth, and masses said for his poor prideful soul." The noble stroked his hawk. "Are you there, master cure?" said he. "Nay, the business is too old. He is out of purgatory by this time, up or down. I shall not draw my purse strings for him. Every dog his day. Adieu, monsieur, adieu, ancestor." And he sauntered off, whistling to his hawk and caressing it. His reverence looked ruefully after him. "Cretensis incidit in cretensem," he said sorrowfully. "I thought I had him safe for a dozen masses. Yet I blame him not, but that young ne'er-do-well which did trundle his ancestor's skull at us. For who would venerate his great-great-grandsire and play football with his head? Well, it behoves us to be better Christians than he is." So they gathered the bones reverently, and the cure locked them up, and forbade the workmen, who now entered the church, to close up the pillar, till he should recover by threats of the church's wrath every atom of my lord. And he showed Gerard a famous shrine in the church. Before it were the usual gifts of tapers, etc., there was also a wax image of a falcon, most curiously moulded and coloured, to the life, eyes and all. Gerard's eye fell at once on this, and he expressed the liveliest admiration. The cure assented. Then Gerard asked, could the saint have loved hawking? The cure laughed at his simplicity. Nay, 'tis but a statuary hawk. When they have a bird of gentle breed they cannot train, they make his image, and send it to this shrine with a present, and pray the saint to work upon the stubborn mind of the original, and make it ductile as wax."
"That is the notion, and methinks a reasonable one too."
Gerard assented. "But alack, reverend sir, were I a saint, methinks I should side with the innocent dove rather than with the cruel hawk that rends her." "By Saint Denis, you are right," said the cure. "But que voulez-vous? The saints are debonair, and have been flesh themselves,
And no man's frailty and absurdity."
"'Tis the Bishop of Avignon sent this one." "What? Do bishops hawk in this country?" "One and all. Every noble person hawks, and lives with hawk on wrist. Why, my Lord Abbot hard by, and his lordship that has just parted from us, had a 2 years' feud as to where they should put their hawks down on that very altar there. Each claimed the right hand of the altar for his bird." "What desecration!" "Nay, nay, thou knowest we make them doff both glove and hawk to take the blessed Eucharist. Their jewelled gloves they will give to a servant or simple Christian to hold, but their beloved hawks they will put down on no place less than the altar." Gerard inquired how the battle of the hawks ended. "Why, the abbot he yielded, as the church yields to laymen. He searched ancient books, and found that the left hand was the more honourable, being in truth the right hand, since the altar is east, but looks westward. So he gave my lord the soi-disant right hand, and contented himself with the real right hand.
And even so, may the church still outwit the lay nobles and their arrogance."
"Saving your presence." "Nay, sir, I honour the church. I am convent bred, and owe all I have and I am to Holy Church." "Ah, that accounts for my sudden liking to thee. Art a gracious youth. Come and see me whenever thou wilt." Gerard took this as a hint that he might go now. It jumped with his own wish, for he was curious to hear what Denis had seen and done all this time. He made his reverence and walked out of the church, but was no sooner clear of it than he set off to run with all his might, and tearing round a corner, ran into a large stomach, whose owner clutched him to keep himself steady under the shock, but did not release his hold on regaining his equilibrium. "Let go, man," said Gerard. "Not so. You are my prisoner." "Prisoner?" "Aye." "For what, in heaven's name?" "What for? Why, sorcery." "Sorcery?" "Sorcery."
End of chapter 36. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 37, Part 1 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The culprits were condemned to stand pinioned in the marketplace for 2 hours, that should any persons recognise them, or any of them, as guilty of other crimes, they might depose to that effect at the trial. They stood, however, the whole period, and no one advanced anything fresh against them. This was the less remarkable that they were night birds, vampires who preyed in the dark on weary travellers, mostly strangers. But just as they were being taken down, a fearful scream was heard in the crowd, and a woman pointed at one of them, with eyes almost starting from their sockets, but ere she could speak, she fainted away. Then men and women crowded round her, partly to aid her, partly from curiosity. When she began to recover, they fell to conjectures. "'Twas at him she pointed." "Nay, 'twas at this one." "Nay, nay," said another, "'twas at yon hang-dog with the hair hung round his neck." All further conjectures were cut short. The poor creature no sooner recovered her senses than she flew at the landlord like a lioness. "My child! Man, give me back my child!" And she seized the glossy golden hair that the officers had hung round his neck, and tore it from his neck, and covered it with kisses. Then, her poor confused mind clearing, she saw even by this token that her lost girl was dead, and sank suddenly down, shrieking and sobbing so over the poor hair that the crowd rushed on the assassin with one savage growl. His life had ended then and speedily, for in those days all carried death at their girdles, but Denis drew his sword directly, and shouting, "À moi, camarade!" kept the mob at bay. "Who lays a finger on him dies." Other archers backed him, and with some difficulty they kept him uninjured, while Denis appealed to those who shouted for his blood. "What sort of vengeance is this? Would you be so mad as to rob the wheel and give the vermin an easy death?" The mob was kept passive by the archer's steel rather than by Denis's words, and growled at intervals with flashing eyes. The municipal officers, seeing this, collected round, and with the archers made a guard, and prudently carried the accused back to jail. The mob hooted them and the prisoners indiscriminately. Denis saw the latter safely lodged, then made for the White Hart, where he expected to find Gerard. On the way he saw two girls working at a first-floor window. He saluted them. They smiled. He entered into conversation. Their manners were easy, their complexion high. He invited them to a repast at the White Hart. They objected. He acquiesced in their refusal. They consented, and in this charming society he forgot all about poor Gerard, who meantime was carried off to jail, but on the way suddenly stopped, having now somewhat recovered his presence of mind, and demanded to know by whose authority he was arrested. "By the Vice-Bailey's," said the constable. "The Vice-Bailey? Alas, what have I, a stranger, done to offend a Vice-Bailey? For this charge of sorcery must be a blind. No sorcerer am I, but a poor true lad, far from his home." This vague shift disgusted the officer. "Show him the capias, Jacques," said he. Jacques held out the writ in both hands about a yard and a half from Gerard's eye, and at the same moment the large constable suddenly pinned him. Both officers were on tenterhooks, lest the prisoner should grab the document, to which they attached a superstitious importance. But the poor prisoner had no such thought. Query whether he would have touched it with the tongs. He just craned out his neck and read it, and to his infinite surprise found the vice-bailiff who had signed the writ was the friendly alderman. He took courage and assured his captor there was some error, but finding he made no impression, demanded to be taken before the alderman. "What say you to that, Jacques?" "Impossible. We have no orders to take him before his worship. Read the writ." "Nay, but, good fellows, what harm can it be? I will give you each an écu." "Jacques, what say you to that?" "I say we have no orders not to take him to his worship. Read the writ." "Then say we take him to prison round by his worship." It was agreed. They got the money, and bade Gerard observe they were doing him a favour. He saw they wanted a little gratitude as well as much silver. He tried to satisfy this cupidity, but it stuck in his throat. Feigning was not his forte. He entered the alderman's presence with his heart in his mouth, and begged with faltering voice to know what he had done to offend since he left that very room with Manon and Denis.
"Not that I know of," said the alderman.
On the writ being shown him, he told Gerard he had signed it at daybreak.
"I get old, and my memory faileth me. A discussing of the girl, I quite forgot your own offence, but I remember now. All is well. You are he I committed for sorcery. Stay, ere you go to jail, you shall hear what your accuser says. Run and fetch him, you."
The man could not find the accuser all at once, so the alderman, getting impatient, told Gerard the main charge was that he had set a dead body a-burning with diabolical fire that flamed but did not consume.
"And if 'tis true, young man, I'm sorry for thee, for thou wilt assuredly burn with fire of good pine logs in the market-place of Neufchateau."
"Oh, sir, for pity's sake, let me have speech with his reverence the cure." The alderman advised Gerard against it.
The church was harder upon sorcerers than was the corporation.
"But, sir, I am innocent," said Gerard, between snarling and whining.
"Oh, if you think you are innocent, officer, go with him to the cure, but see he scape you not. Innocent, quotha!"
They found the cure in his doublet, repairing a wheelbarrow. Gerard told him all, and appealed piteously to him.
"Just for using a little phosphorus in self-defence against cutthroats they are going to hang."
It was lucky for our magician that he had already told his tale in full to the cure, for thus that shrewd personage had hold of the stick at the right end. The corporation held it by the ferrule. His reverence looked exceedingly grave and said, "I must question you privately on this untoward business." He took him into a private room, and bade the officer stand outside and guard the door, and be ready to come if called. The big constable stood outside the door, quaking, and expecting to see the room fly away and leave a stink of brimstone. Instantly they were alone, the cure unlocked his countenance, and was himself again.
"Show me the trick on't," said he, all curiosity. "I cannot, sir, unless the room be darkened."
The cure speedily closed out the light with a wooden shutter.
"Now then." "But on what shall I put it?" said Gerard. "Here is no dead face. 'Twas that made it look so dire."
The cure groped about the room.
"Good, here is an image. 'Tis my patron saint."
"Heaven forbid! That were profanation."
"Pshaw! 'Twill rub off, wilt not?"
"Ay, but it goes against me to take such liberty with a saint," objected the sorcerer.
"Fiddlestick!" said the divine.
"To be sure, by putting it on his holiness will show your reverence it is no satanic art."
"Mayhap 'twas for that I did propose it," said the cure subtly.
Thus encouraged, Gerard fired the eyes and nostrils of the image, and made the cure jump. Then lighted up the hair in patches, and set the whole face shining like a glowworm's.
"By Our Lady!" shouted the cure,
"'tis strange, and small my wonder that they took you for a magician, seeing a dead face thus fired. Now come thy ways with me." He put on his grey gown and great hat, and in a few minutes they found themselves in presence of the alderman. By his side, poisoning his mind, stood the accuser, a singular figure in red hose and red shoes, a black gown with blue bands, and a cocked hat. After saluting the alderman, the cure turned to this personage and said good-humouredly, "So, Mongy,
At thy work again, babbling away honest men's lives? Come, your worship, this is the old tale. Two of a trade can ne'er agree. Here is Mangy, who professes sorcery, and would sell himself to Satan tonight, but that Satan is not so weak as to buy what he can have gratis. This Mangy, who would be a sorcerer, but is only a quacksalver, accuses of magic a true lad who did but use in self-defence a secret of chemistry well known to me and all churchmen. But he is no churchman to dabble in such mysteries, objected the alderman. He is more churchman than layman, being convent-bred and in the lesser orders, said the ready cure. Therefore, sorcerer, withdraw thy plaint without more words. That I will not, your reverence, replied Mangy stoutly. A sorcerer I am, but a white one, not a black one. I make no pact with Satan, but on the contrary still battle him with lawful and necessary arts. I ne'er profane the sacraments, as do the black sorcerers, nor turn myself into a cat and go sucking infants' blood, nor eat their breath, nor set dead men afire. But I tell the peasants when their cattle and their hens are possessed, and at what time of the moon to plant rye, and what days in each month are lucky for wooing of women and selling of bullocks, and so forth. Above all, it is my art and my trade to detect the black magicians, as I did that whole tribe of them who were burnt at Dol but last year. Ay, Mangy, and what is the upshot of that famous fire thy tongue did kindle? Why, their ashes were cast to the wind. Ay, but the true end of thy comedy is this. The Parliament of Dijon hath since sifted the matter, and found they were no sorcerers, but good and peaceful citizens, and but last week did order masses to be said for their souls, and expiatory farces and mysteries to be played for them in 7 towns of Burgundy. All which will not of those cinders make men and women again. Now, 'tis our custom in this land, when we have slain the innocent by hearkening false knaves like thee, not to blame our credulous ears, but the false tongue that gulled them. Therefore bethink thee that, at a word from me to my Lord Bishop, thou wilt smell burning pine nearer than e'er knave smelt it and lived, and wilt travel on a smoky cloud to him whose heart thou bearest. For the word devil in the Latin it meaneth false accuser, and whose livery thou wearest. And the cure pointed at Mangy with his staff. That is true, Ifegs, said the alderman, for red and black be the foul fiendy's colours. By this time the white sorcerer's cheek was as colourless as his dress was fiery. Indeed, the contrast amounted to pictorial. He stammered out, I respect Holy Church and her will. He shall fire the churchyard, and all in it for me. I do withdraw the plaint. Then withdraw thyself, said the vice-bailiff. The moment he was gone, the cure took the conversational tone, and told the alderman courteously that the accused had received the chemical substance from Holy Church, and had restored it her, by giving it all to him. Then 'tis in good hands, was the reply. Young man, you are free. Let me have your reverence's prayers. Doubt it not. Ha! Vice-bailly, the town owes me 4 silver francs this 3 months and more. They shall be paid, cure, ay, ere the week be out. On this good understanding, church and state parted. As soon as he was in the street, Gerard caught the priest's hand and kissed it. "Oh, sir, oh, your reverence, you have saved me from the fiery stake. What can I say? What do? What?" "Naught, foolish lad. Bounty rewards itself. Natheless, I wish I hadn't done't without leasing. It ill becomes my function
to utter falsehoods."
"Falsehood, sir?"
Gerard was mystified.
"Didst not hear me say thou hadst given me that same phosphorus? 'Twill cost me a fortnight's penance, that light word."
The cure sighed, and his eye twinkled cunningly.
"Nay, nay," cried Gerard eagerly. "Now, heaven forbid! That was no falsehood, father. Well you knew the phosphorus was yours, is yours," and he thrust the bottle into the cure's hand. "But alas, 'tis too poor a gift. Will you not take from my purse somewhat for Holy Church?" And now he held out his purse with glistening eyes.
"Nay," said the other brusquely, and put his hands quickly behind him. "Not a doit. Fie, fie! Art pauper et exul. Come thou rather each day at noon, and take thy diet with me, for my heart warms to thee." And he went off very abruptly, with his hands behind him. They itched, but they itched in vain. Where there's a heart, there's a Rubicon. Gerard went hastily to the inn to relieve Denis of the anxiety so long and mysterious an absence must have caused him. He found him seated at his ease, playing dice with two young ladies whose manners were unreserved and complexion high. Gerard was hurt. "N'oubliez point la jeune tante," said he, colouring up. "What of her?" said Denis, gaily rattling the dice. "She said, 'Le peu que sont les femmes.'" "Oh, did she? And what say you to that, mesdemoiselles?" "We say that none run women down but such as are too old, or too ill-favoured, or too witless to please them." "Witless, quotha! Wise men have not folly enough to please them, nor madness enough to desire to please them," said Gerard loftily. "But 'tis to my comrade I speak, not to you, you brazen toads, that make so free with a man at first sight." "Preach away, comrade. Fling a byword or two at our heads. Know, girls, that he is a very Solomon for bywords. Methinks he was brought up by hand on 'em." "Be thy friendship a byword?" retorted Gerard. "The friendship that melts to naught at sight of a farthingale." "Malheureux!" cried Denis. "I speak but pellets, and thou answerest daggers." "Would I could," was the reply. "Adieu." "What a little savage!" said one of the girls. Gerard opened the door and put in his head. "I have thought of a byword," said he spitefully. "Qui honte femme aidée, il mourra en pauvreté." There! And having delivered this thunderbolt of antique wisdom, he slammed the door viciously ere any of them could retort. And now, being somewhat exhausted by his anxieties, he went to the bar for a morsel of bread and a cup of wine. The landlord would sell nothing less than a pint bottle. Well, then, he would have a bottle, but when he came to compare the contents of the bottle with its size, great was the discrepancy. On this he examined the bottle keenly, and found that the glass was thin where the bottle tapered, but towards the bottom unnaturally thick. He pointed this out at once. The landlord answered superciliously that he did not make bottles, and was nowise accountable for their shape. "That we will see presently," said Gerard. "I will take this thy pint to the vice bailiff." "Nay, nay, for heaven's sake!" cried the landlord, changing his tone at once. "I love to content my customers. If by chance this pint be short, we will charge it and its fellow 3 sous instead of 2 sous each." "So be it, but much I admire that you, the host of so fair an inn, should practise thus. The wine, too, smacketh strongly of spring water." "Young sir," said the landlord, "we cut no travellers' throats at this inn, as they do at most. However,
You know all about that. The White Hart is no lion, nor bear. Whatever masterful robbery is done here is done upon the poor host. How then could he live at all if he dealt not a little crooked with the few who pay?" Gerard objected to this system, root and branch. Honest trade was small profits, quick returns, and neither to cheat nor be cheated. The landlord sighed at this picture. So might one keep an inn in heaven, but not in Burgundy. When foot soldiers going to the wars are quartered on me, how can I but lose by their custom? 2 sous per day is their pay, and they eat 2 sous worth and drink into the bargain. The pardoners are my good friends, but palmers and pilgrims, what think you I gain by them? Marry a loss. Minstrels and jongleurs draw custom, and so claim to pay no score, except for liquor. By the secular monks I neither gain nor lose, but the black and grey friars have made vow of poverty, but not of famine, eat like wolves, and give the poor host naught but their prayers, and mayhap not them. How can ye tell? In my father's day we had the weddings, but now the great gentry let their houses and their plates, their mugs and their spoons to any honest couple that want to wed, and thither the very mechanics go with their brides and bridal train. They come not to us. Indeed, we could not find seats and vessels for such a crowd as eat and drink and dance the week out at the homeliest wedding now. In my father's day the great gentry sold wine by the barrel only, but now they have leave to cry it and sell it by the galloping in the very marketplace. How can we vie with them? They grow it, we buy it of the grower. The coroner's quests we have still, and these would bring goodly profit, but the meat is aye gone ere the mouths be full." "You should make better provision," suggested his hearer. "The law will not let us. We are forbidden to go into the market for the first hour, so when we arrive, the burghers have bought all but the refuse. Besides, the law forbids us to buy more than 3 bushels of meal at a time, yet market day comes but once a week. As for the butchers, they will not kill for us unless we bribe them." "Courage," said Gerard kindly. "The shoe pinches every trader somewhere." "Aye, but not as it pinches us. Our shoe is trod all a one side as well as pinches us lame. A savoir, if we pay not the merchants we buy meal, meat, and wine of, they can cast us into prison and keep us there till we pay or die. But we cannot cast into prison those who buy those very victuals of us. A traveller's horse we may keep for his debt, but where in heaven's name? In our own stable, eating his head off at our cost? Nay, we may keep the traveller himself, but where? In jail? Nay, in our own good house, and there must we lodge and feed him gratis. And so fling good silver after bad? Merci, no. Let him go with a wanion. Our honestest customers are the thieves. Would to heaven there were more of them. They look not too close into the shape of the cannikin, nor into the host's reckoning. With them and with their purses 'tis lightly come and lightly go. Also they spend freely, not knowing but each carouse may be their last. But the thief-takers, instead of profiting by this fair example, are forever robbing the poor host. When noble or honest travellers descend at our door, come the provost's men pretending to suspect them, and demanding to search them and their papers, to save which offence the host must bleed wine and meat. Then come the excise to examine all your weights and measures. You must stop their mouths with meat and wine. Town excise, royal excise, parliament excise, a swarm of them, and all with a wolf in their stomachs and a sponge in their gullets. Monks, friars, pilgrims, palmers, soldiers, excisemen, provost marshals and men, and mere bad debtors. How can the White Hart butt against all these? Cutting no throats in self-defence, as do your swans and roses and boar's heads and red lions and eagles, your moons, stars and moors. How can the White Hart give a pint of wine for a pint? And everything risen so. Why, lad, not a pound of bread I sell, but cost me 3 good copper deniers, 12 to the sou, and each pint of wine, bought by the ton, cost me 4 deniers. Every sack of charcoal 2 sous, and gone in a day. A pair of partridges 5 sous. What think you of that? Heard one ever the like? 5 sous for 2 little beasts, all bone and feather. A pair of pigeons, 30 deniers. 'Tis ruination. For we may not raise our pricing with the market. Oh no, I tell thee the shoe is throwed all a one side, as well as pinches the water into our een. We may charge naught for mustard, pepper, salt, or firewood. Think you we get them for naught? Candle, it is a sou the pound. Salt, 5 sous the stone. Pepper, 4 sous the pound. Mustard, 20 deniers the pint. And raw meat, dwindleth it on the spit with no cost to me but loss of weight. Why, what think you I pay my cook? But you shall never guess. 100 sous a year, as I am a living sinner. And my waiter, 30 sous, besides his perquisites. He is a handle richer than I am. And then to be insulted as well as pillaged. Last Sunday I went to church. It is a place I trouble not often. Didn't the cure lash the hotel keepers? I grant you, he hit all the trades except the one that is a byword for looseness and pride and sloth, to wit, the clergy. But mind you, he striped the other day estates with a feather, but us hotel keepers with a neat's pizzle. Godless for this, godless for that, and most godless of all for opening our doors during Mass. Why, the law forces us to open at all hours to travellers from another town, stopping, halting, or passing. Those be the words. They can fine us before the bailiff if he refuse them, Mass or no Mass. And say a townsman should creep in with the true travellers, are we to blame? They all vow they are tired wayfarers, and can I ken every face in a great town like this? So if we respect the law, our poor souls ought to suffer, and if we respect it not, our poor lank purses must bleed at 2 holes, fine and loss of custom. A man speaking of himself in general is a babbling brook, of his wrongs a shining river. Labitur et labitur in omne volubilis evum. So, luckily for my readers, though not for all concerned, this injured orator was arrested in mid-career. Another man burst in upon his wrongs with all the advantage of a recent wrong, a wrong red hot. It was Denis cursing and swearing and crying that he was robbed. Did those hussies pass this way? Who are they? Where do they bide? They have ta'en my purse and 15 golden pieces. Raise the hue and cry. Ah, traitresses, vipers, these inns are all guet-apens. There now, cried the landlord to Gerard. Gerard implored him to be calm and say how it had befallen. First, one went out on some pretence. Then, after a while, the other went to fetch her back, and neither returning, I clapped hand to purse and found it empty. The ungrateful creatures! I was letting them win it in a gallop, but loaded dice were not quick enough. They must claw it all in a lump. Gerard was for going at once to the alderman and setting the officers to find them. Not I, said Denis. I hate the law. No, as it came, so let it go. Gerard would not give it up so. At a hint from the landlord, he forced Denis along with him to the provost marshal. That dignitary shook his head. We have no clue to occasional thieves that work honestly at their needles till some gull comes and tempts them with an easy booty, and then they pluck him." "Come away!" cried Denis furiously. "I knew what use a bourgeois would be to me at a pinch," and he marched off in a rage. "They are clear of the town ere this," said Gerard. "Speak no more on't if you prize my friendship. I have 5 pieces with the bailiff, and 10 I left with Manon, luckily, or these traitresses had feathered their nest with my last plume. What dost gape for so? Nay, I do ill to vent my choler on thee. I'll tell thee all. Art wiser than I. What saidst thou at the door? No matter. Well then, I did offer marriage to that Manon." Gerard was dumbfounded. "What? You offered her what?" "Marriage. Is that such a mighty strange thing to offer a wench?" "'Tis a strange thing to offer to a strange girl in passing." "Nay, I am not such a sot as you opine. I saw the corn in all that chaff. I knew I could not get her by fair means, so I was fain to try foul. 'Mademoiselle,' said I, 'marriage is not one of my habits, but struck by your qualities, I make an exception. Deign to bestow this hand on me.' And she bestowed it on thine ear?" "Not so. On the contrary, she— art a disrespectful young monkey. Know that here, not being Holland or any other barbarous state, courtesy begets courtesy. Says she, a colouring like a rose, 'Soldier, you are too late. He is not a patch on you for looks, but then he has loved me a long time.'" "He? Who?" "T'other." "What other?" "Why, he that was not too late. Oh, that is the way they all speak, the loves, the she-wolves. Their little minds go in leaps. Think you they marshal their words in order of battle? Their tongues are in too great a hurry. Says she, 'I love him not.' Not to say love him, but he does me, and dearly, and for that reason I'd sooner die than cause him grief, I would." "Now I believe she did love him." "Who doubts that? Why, she said so roundabout, as they always say these things, and with nay for aye. Well, one thing led to another, and at last, as she could not give me her hand, she gave me a piece of advice, and that was to leave part of my money with the young mistress. Then, when bad company had cleaned me out, I should have some to travel back with, said she. I said I would better her advice and leave it with her. Her face got red. Says she, "Think what you do. Chambermaids have an ill name for honesty." "Oh, the devil is not so black as he is painted," said I. "I'll risk it." And I left 15 gold pieces with her. Gerard sighed. "I wish you may ever see them again. It is wondrous in what esteem you do hold this sex, to trust so to the first comer. For my part, I know little about them. I never saw but one I could love as well as I love thee. But the ancients must surely know, and they held women cheap. Levius quid femina, said they, which is but la Genetons' tune in Latin, le peu que sont les femmes. Also, do but see how the greybeards of our own day speak of them, being no longer blinded by desire. This alderman, to wit." "O novice of novices," cried Denis, "not to have seen why that old fool rails so on the poor things. One day, out of the millions of women he blackens, one did prefer some other man to him. For which solitary piece of bad taste, and 10 to 1 'twas good taste, he doth bespatter creation's fairer half, thereby proving what? Le peu que sont les hommes." "I see women have a shrewd companion in thee," said Gerard with a smile, but the next moment inquired gravely why he had not told him all this before. Denis grinned. Had the girl said aye, Why then, I had told thee straight. But 'tis a rule with us soldiers never to publish our defeats. 'Tis much if after each check we claim not a victory." "Now that is true," said Gerard. "Young as I am, I have seen this, that after every great battle the generals on both sides go to the nearest church and sing each a Te Deum for the victory. Methinks a Te Martem, or Te Ballonem, or Te Mercuriem, Mercury being the god of lies, were more fitting." "Pas si bête," said Denis approvingly. "Hast a good eye. Canst see a steeple by daylight. So now tell me how thou hast fared in this town all day." "Come," said Gerard, "'tis well thou hast asked me, for else I had never told thee." He then related in full how he had been arrested, and by what a providential circumstance he had escaped long imprisonment or speedy conflagration. His narrative produced an effect he little expected or desired. "I am a traitor," cried Denis. "I left thee in a strange place to fight thine own battles, while I shook the dice with those jades. Now take thou this sword and pass it through my body forthwith." "For what, in heaven's name?" inquired Gerard. "For an example," roared Denis, "for a warning to all false loons that profess friendship and disgrace it." "Oh, very well," said Gerard. "Yes, not a bad notion. Where will you have it?" "Here, through my heart. That is, where other men have a heart, but I none, or a satanic false one." Gerard made a motion to run him through, and flung his arms round his neck instead. "I know no way to thy heart but this, thou great silly thing." Denis uttered an exclamation, then hugged him warmly, and, quite overcome by this sudden turn of youthful affection and native grace, gulped out in a broken voice— "Railest on women and art, like them, with thy pretty ways. Thy mother's milk is in thee still. Satan would love thee, or le bon Dieu would kick him out of hell for shaming it. Give me thy hand, give me thy hand, May," a tremendous oath, "if I let thee out of my sight till Italy." And so the staunch friends were more than reconciled after their short tiff. End of chapter 37, part 1. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 37, part 2 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The next day the thieves were tried. The pièces de conviction were reduced in number, to the great chagrin of the little clerk, by the interment of the bones. But they were still a pretty show. A thief's hand struck off flagrante delicto, a murdered woman's hair, the abbot's axe, and other tools of crime. The skulls, etc., were sworn to by the constables who had found them. Evidence was lax in that age and place. They all confessed but the landlord. And Manon was called to bring the crime home to him. Her evidence was conclusive. He made a vain attempt to shake her credibility by drawing from her that her own sweetheart had been one of the gang, and that she had held her tongue so long as he was alive. The public prosecutor came to the aid of his witness, and elicited that a knife had been held to her throat, and her own sweetheart sworn with solemn oaths to kill her should she betray them, and that this terrible threat, and not the mere fear of death, had glued her lips. The other thieves were condemned to be hanged, and the landlord to be broken on the wheel. He uttered a piercing cry when his sentence was pronounced. As for poor Manon,
she became the subject of universal criticism. Nor did opinion any longer run dead in her favour. It divided into two broad currents, and, strange to relate, the majority of her own sex took her part, and the males were but equally divided, which hardly happens once in 100 years. Perhaps some lady will explain the phenomenon. As for me, I am a little shy of explaining things I don't understand. It has become so common. Meantime, had she been a lover of notoriety, she would have been happy, for the town talked of nothing but her. The poor girl, however, had but one wish: to escape the crowd that followed her, and hide her head somewhere where she could cry over her pendard, whom all these proceedings brought vividly back to her affectionate remembrance. Before he was hanged, he had threatened her life, but she was not one of your fastidious girls who love their male divinities any the less for beating them, kicking them, or killing them, but rather the better, provided these attentions are interspersed with occasional caresses. So it would have been odd indeed had she taken offence at a mere threat of that sort. He had never threatened her with a rival. She sobbed single-mindedly. Meantime, the inn was filled with thirsters for a sight of her, who feasted and drank to pass away the time till she should deign to appear. When she had been sobbing some time, there was a tap at her door, and the landlord entered with a proposal. "Nay, weep not, good lass, your fortunate is made an ye like. Say the word, and you are chambermaid of the White Hart." "Nay, nay," said Manon with a fresh burst of grief, "never more will I be a servant in an inn. I'll go to my mother." The landlord consoled and coaxed her, and she became calmer, but none the less determined against his proposal. The landlord left her, but ere long he returned and made her another proposal. Would she be his wife and landlady of the White Hart? "You do ill to mock me," she said sorrowfully. "Nay, sweetheart, I mock thee not. I am too old for sorry jests. Say you the word, and you are my partner, for better, for worse." She looked at him, and saw he was in earnest. On this she suddenly rained hard to the memory of Le Pendard. The tears came in a torrent, being the last, and she gave her hand to the landlord of the White Hart, and broke a gold crown with him in sign of plighted troth. "We will keep it dark till the house is quiet," said the landlord. "Ay," said she, "but meantime, prithee, give me linen to hem or work to do, for the time hangs on me like lead." Her betrothed's eye brightened at this housewifely request, and he brought her up 24 flagons of various sizes to clean and polish. She gathered complacency as she reflected that by a strange turn of fortune all this bright pewter was to be hers. Meantime, the landlord went downstairs, and, falling in with our friends, drew them aside into the bar. He then addressed Denis with considerable solemnity. "We are old acquaintances, and you want not for sagacity. Now advise me in a strait. My custom is somewhat declining. This girl Manon is the talk of the town. See how full the inn is tonight. She doth refuse to be my chambermaid. I have half a mind to marry her. What think you? Shall I say the word?" Denis, in reply, merely opened his eyes wide with amazement. The landlord turned to Gerard with a half-inquiring look. "Nay, sir," said Gerard, "I am too young to advise my seniors and betters." "No matter. Let us hear your thought." "Well, sir, it was said of a good wife by the ancients, Bene quae latuid, bene vixit. That is, she is the best wife that is least talked of. But here male quae patuit were as near the mark. Therefore, an you bear the last goodwill, why not club purses with Denis and me, and convey her safe home with a dowry? Then mayhap some rustical person in her own place may be brought to wife her." "Why so many words?" said Denis. "This old fox is not the ass he affects to be." "Oh, that is your advice, is it?" said the landlord testily. "Well, then, we shall soon know who is the fool, you or me, for I have spoken to her as it happens, and what is more, she has said aye, and she is polishing the flagons at this moment." "Oh, said Denis dryly, "'twas an ambuscade. Well, in that case, my advice is, run for the notary, tie the noose, and let us three drink the bride's health till we see 6 sots a tippling. And shall. Aye, now you utter sense." In 10 minutes a civil marriage was effected upstairs before a notary and his clerk and our 2 friends. In 10 minutes more, the white hind, dead sick of seclusion, had taken her place within the bar, and was serving out liquids and bustling, and her colour rising a little. In 6 little minutes more, she soundly rated a careless servant girl for carrying a nipperkin of wine awry and spilling good liquor. During the evening she received across the bar 8 offers of marriage, some of them from respectable burghers. Now the landlord and our 2 friends had in perfect innocence ensconced themselves behind a screen to drink at their ease the new couple's health. The above comedy was thrown in for their entertainment by bounteous fate. They heard the proposals made one after another, and uninventive Manon's invariable answer, "Serviteur, you are a day after the fair." The landlord chuckled and looked good-natured superiority at both his late advisers, with their traditional notions that men shun a woman quae patuit, i.e., who has become the town talk. But Denis scarce noticed the spouse's triumph over him. He was so occupied with his own over Gerard. At each municipal tender of undying affection, he turned almost purple with the effort it cost him not to roar with glee, and driving his elbow into the deep meditating and much puzzled pupil of antiquity, whispered, "Le peu que sont les hommes." The next morning Gerard was eager to start, but Denis was under a vow to see the murderers of the golden-haired girl executed. Gerard respected his vow, but avoided his example. He went to bid the cure farewell instead, and sought and received his blessing. About noon the travellers got clear of the town. Just outside the south gate they passed the gallows. It had 8 tenants. The skeleton of Manon's late wept and now being fast forgotten lover, and the bodies of those who had so nearly taken our travellers' lives. A hand was nailed to the beam, and hard by, on a huge wheel, was clawed the dead landlord, with every bone in his body broken to pieces. Gerard averted his head and hurried by. Denis lingered and crowed over his dead foes. "Times are changed, my lads, since we 2 sat shaking in the cold, awaiting you 7 to come and cut our throats. Fie, Denis, death squares all reckonings. Prithee pass on without another word if you prize my respect a groat." To this earnest remonstrance Denis yielded. He even said thoughtfully, "You have been better brought up than I." About 3 in the afternoon they reached a little town with the people buzzing in knots. The wolves, starved by the cold, had entered and eaten 2 grown-up persons overnight in the main street, so some were blaming the eaten. "None but fools or knaves are about after nightfall." others the law for not protecting the town, and others the corporation for not enforcing what laws there were. "Bah! This is nothing to us," said Denis, and was for resuming their march. "Aye, but 'tis," remonstrated Gerard. "What, are we the pair they ate?" "No, but we may be the next pair." "Aye, neighbour," said an ancient man, "'tis the town's fault for not obeying the ducal ordinance, which bids every shopkeeper light a lamp o'er his door at sunset and burn it till sunrise." On this, Denis asked him, somewhat derisively, what made him fancy rush dips would scare away empty wolves? Why, mutton fat is all their joy. "'Tis not the fat, vain man, but the light. All ill things hate light, especially wolves and the imps that lurk, I ween, under their fur. Example, Paris city stands in a wood like, and the wolves do howl around it all night. Yet of late years wolves come but little in the streets. For why? In that borough the watchmen do thunder at each door that is dark, and make the weary white rise and light. 'Tis my son tells me. He is a great voyager, my son Nicholas." In further explanation, he assured them that previously to that ordinance no city had been worse infested with wolves than Paris. A troop had boldly assaulted the town in 1420, and in 1438 they had eaten 14 persons in a single month between Montmartre and the Gate Saint-Antoine, and that not a winter month even, but September. And as for the dead, which nightly lay in the streets, slain in midnight brawls or assassinated, the wolves had used to devour them, and to grub up the fresh graves in the churchyards, and tear out the bodies. Here a thoughtful citizen suggested that probably the wolves had been bridled of late in Paris, not by candle lights, but owing to the English having been driven out of the kingdom of France. For those English be very wolves themselves for fierceness and greediness. What marvel, then, that under their rule our neighbours of France should be wolf-eaten? This logic was too suited to the time and place not to be received with acclamation, but the old man stood his ground. "I grant ye those islanders are wolves, but two-legged ones, and little apt to favour their four-footed cousins. One greedy thing loveteth another? I trow not. By the same token, and this too I have from my boy Nicole, Sir Wolf dare not show his nose in London city, though 'tis smaller than Paris, and thick woods hard by the north wall, and therein great store of deer, and wild boars as rife as flies at midsummer." "Sir," said Gerard, "you seem conversant with wild beasts. Prithee, advise my comrade here and me. We would not waste time on the road, and if we may go forward to the next town, with reasonable safety." "Young man, I trow 'twere an idle risk. It lacks but an hour of dusk, and you must pass nigh a wood where lurk some thousands of these half-starved vermin, rank cowards single, but in great bands, bold as lions. Wherefore I rede you, sojourn here the night, and journey on betimes. By the dawn the vermin will be tired out with roaring and rampaging, and mayhap will have filled their lank bellies with flesh of my good neighbours here, the unteachable fools." Gerard hoped not, and asked could he recommend them to a good inn. "There is the Tête d'Or. My granddaughter keeps it. She is a mijaurée, but not so knavish as most hotel keepers, and her house indifferent clean." "Hey for the Tête d'Or," struck in Denis, decided by this ineradicable foible. On the way to it, Gerard inquired of his companion what a mijaurée was. Denis laughed at his ignorance. "Not know what a mijaurée is? Why, all the world knows that.
It is neither more nor less than a mijaurée." As they entered the tete door, they met a young lady richly dressed, with a velvet chaperon on her head, which was confined by law to the nobility. They unbonneted and louted low, and she curtsied, but fixed her eye on vacancy the while, which had a curious rather than a genial effect. However, nobility was not so unassuming in those days as it is now, so they were little surprised. But the next minute supper was served, and lo, in came this princess and carved the goose. "Holy Saint Bavon!" cried Gerard. "'Twas the landlady all the while." A young woman, cursed with nice white teeth and lovely hands, for these beauties being misallied to homely features had turned her head. She was a feeble carver, carving not for the sake of others but herself, i.e., to display her hands. When not carving, she was eternally either taking a pin out of her head or her body, or else putting a pin into her head or her body. To display her teeth, she laughed indifferently at gay or grave, and from ear to ear, and she sat at ease, with her mouth ajar. Now there is an animal in creation of no great general merit, but it has the eye of a hawk for affectation. It is called a boy. And Gerard was but a boy still in some things, swift to see and to loathe affectation. So Denis sat casting sheep's eyes, and Gerard daggers at one comedian. Presently, in the midst of her minauderies, she gave a loud shriek, and bounded out of her chair like hare from form, and ran backwards out of the room, uttering little screams, and holding her farthingale tight down to her ankles with both hands. And as she scuttled out of the door, a mouse scuttled back to the wainscot in a state of equal and perhaps more reasonable terror. The guests, who had risen in anxiety at the principal yell, now stood irresolute a while, then sat down laughing. The tender Denis, to whom a woman's cowardice, being a sexual trait, seemed to be a lovely and pleasant thing, said he would go and comfort her, and bring her back. "Nay, nay, nay, for pity's sake, let her bide," cried Gerard earnestly. "Oh, blessed mouse! Sure some saint sent thee to our aid." Now at his right hand sat a sturdy, middle-aged burgher, whose conduct up to date had been cynical. He had never budged, nor even rested his knife at all this fracas. He now turned on Gerard and inquired haughtily whether he really thought that Grimacière was afraid of a mouse. "Ay," she screamed hearty. "Where is the coquette that cannot scream to the life? These she-tavern keepers do still ape the nobles. Some princess or duchess hath lain here a night that was honestly afeard of a mouse, having been brought up to it, and this ape hath seen her and said, 'I will start at a mouse and make a coil.' She has no more right to start at a mouse than to wear that fur on her bosom and that velvet on her monkey's head. I am of the town, young man, and I have known the mijaurée all her life, and I mind when she was no more afeard of a mouse than she is of a man." He added that she was fast emptying the inn with these singeries. All the world is so sick of her hands that her very kinsfolk will not venture themselves anigh them. He concluded with something like a sigh that Tête d'Or was a thriving hostelry under my old chum, her good father, but she is digging its grave tooth and nail. "Tooth and nail? Good! A right merry conceit and a true," said Gerard. "But
the right merry conceit was an inadvertence as pure as snow, and the stout burgher went to his grave and never knew what he had done. For just then attention was attracted by Denis returning pompously. He inspected the apartment minutely, and with a high official air. He also looked solemnly under the table, and during the whole inquisition a white hand was placed conspicuously on the ledge of the open door, and a tremulous voice inquired behind it whether the horrid thing was quite gone. "The enemy has retreated, bag and baggage," said Denis, and handed in the trembling fair, who, sitting down, apologised to her guests for her foolish fears, with so much earnestness, grace, and seeming self-contempt, that, but for a sour grin on his neighbour's face, Gerard would have been taken in, as all the other strangers were. Dinner ended, the young landlady begged an Augustine friar at her right hand to say grace. He delivered a longish one. The moment he began, she clapped her white hands piously together, and held them up joined for mortals to admire. 'Tis an excellent pose for taper white fingers, and cast her eyes upward towards heaven, and felt as thankful to it as a magpie does while cutting off with your thimble. After supper, the two friends went to the street door and eyed the marketplace. The mistress joined them and pointed out the town hall, the borough jail, St. Catherine's Church, etc. This was courteous, to say the least, but the true cause soon revealed itself. The fair hand was poked right under their eyes every time an object was indicated, and Gerard eyed it like a basilisk, and longed for a bunch of nettles. The sun set, and the travellers, few in number, drew round the great roaring fire, and, omitting to go on the spit, were frozen behind, though roasted in front. For if the German stoves were oppressively hot, the French salle manger were bitterly cold, and above all stormy. In Germany, men sat bareheaded round the stove, and took off their upper clothes, but in Burgundy they kept on their hats, and put on their warmest furs to sit round the great open chimney places, at which the external air rushed furiously from door and ill-fitting window. However, it seems their medieval backs were broad enough to bear it, for they made themselves not only comfortable, but merry, and broke harmless jests over each other in turn. For instance, Denis's new shoes, though not in direct communication, had this day exploded with twin-like sympathy and unanimity. "Where do you buy your shoon, soldier?" asked one. Denis looked askant at Gerard, and, not liking the theme, shook it off. "I gather 'em off the trees by the roadside," he said surlily. "Then you gathered these too ripe," said the hostess, who was only a fool externally. "Aye, rotten ripe," observed another, inspecting them. Gerard said nothing, but pointed the circular satire by pantomime. He slyly put out both his feet, one after another, under Denis's eye, with their German shoes, on which 100 leagues of travel had produced no effect. They seemed hewn out of a rock. At this, "I'll twist the smooth varlet's neck that sold me mine," shouted Denis in huge wrath, and confirmed the threat with singular oaths peculiar to the medieval military. The landlady put her fingers in her ears, thereby exhibiting the hand in a fresh attitude. "Tell me when he has done his orisons, somebody," said she mincingly, and after that they fell to telling stories. Gerard, when his turn came, told the adventure of Denis and Gerard at the inn in Domfront, and so well
that the hearers were wrapped into sweet oblivion of the very existence of mijaurée and hands. But this made her very uneasy, and she had recourse to her grand coup. This misdirected genius had for a 12-month past practised yawning, and could do it now at any moment so naturally as to set all creation gaping, could all creation have seen her. By this means she got in all her charms. For first she showed her teeth, then, out of good breeding, you know, closed her mouth with 3 taper fingers. So the moment Gerard's story got too interesting and absorbing, she turned to and made yawns and croix sur la bouche. This was already fine, but Gerard was an artist, and artists are chilled by gaping auditors. He bore up against the yawns a long time, but finding they came from a bottomless reservoir, lost both heart and temper, and suddenly rising in mid-narrative said, "But I weary our hostess, and I am tired myself, so good night," whipped a candle off the dresser, whispered Denis, "I cannot stand her," and marched to bed in a moment. The mijaurée coloured and bit her lips. She had not intended her byplay for Gerard's eye, and she saw in a moment she had been rude and silly and publicly rebuked. She sat with cheek on fire and a little natural water in her eyes, and looked 10 times comelier and more womanly and interesting than she had done all day. The desertion of the best narrator broke up the party, and the unassuming Denis approached the meditative mijaurée and invited her in the most flattering terms to gamble with him. She started from her reverie, looked him down into the earth's centre with chilling dignity, and consented, for she remembered all in a moment what a show of hands gambling admitted. The soldier and the mijaurée rattled the dice, in which sport she was so taken up with her hands that she forgot to cheat, and Denis won an écu au soleil of her. She fumbled slowly with her purse, partly because her sex do not burn to pay debts of honour, partly to admire the play of her little knuckles peeping between their soft white cushions. Denis proposed a compromise. 3 silver francs I win of you, fair hostess. Give me now 3 kisses of this white hand, and we'll e'en cry quits." "You are malapert," said the lady with a toss of her head. "Besides, they are so dirty. See, they are like ink." And to convince him, she put them out to him and turned them up and down. They were no dirtier than cream fresh from the cob, and she knew it. She was eternally washing and scenting them. Denis read the objection like the observant warrior he was, seized them and mumbled them. Finding him so appreciative of her charm, she said timidly, "Will you do me a kindness, good soldier?" "1,000, fair hostess, and you will?" "Nay, I ask but one. 'Tis to tell thy comrade I was right sorry to lose his most thrilling story, and I hope he will tell me the rest tomorrow morning. Meantime, I shall not sleep for thinking on't. Wilt tell him that, to pleasure me?" "Aye, I'll tell the young savage, but he is not worthy of your condescension, sweet hostess. He would rather be a cider man than a woman any day."
"So would he is right. The young women of the day are not worthy of him, un tas de mijaurées. He has a good, honest, and right comely face. Anyway, I would not guest of mine should think me unmannerly. Not for all the world. Wilt keep faith with me and tell him?"
"On this fair hand I swear it, and thus I seal the pledge."
"There, no need to melt the wax, though. Now go to bed, and tell him ere you sleep."
The perverse toad, I thank thee, Manon, for teaching me that word, was inclined to bestow her slight affections upon Gerard. Not that she was inflammable, far less so than many that passed for prudes in the town, but Gerard possessed a triple attraction that has ensnared coquettes in all ages. 1, he was very handsome. 2, he did not admire her the least. 3, he had given her a good slap in the face. Denis woke Gerard and gave the message. Gerard was not enchanted. "Dost wake a tired man to tell him that? Am I to be pestered with mijaurées by night as well as day? But I tell thee, novice, thou hast conquered her. Trust to my experience." Her voice sank to melodious whispers, and the cunning jade did in a manner bribe me to carry thee her challenge to love's lists, for so I read her message. Denis then, assuming the senior and the man of the world, told Gerard the time was come to show him how a soldier understood friendship and camaraderie. Italy was now out of the question. Fate had provided better, and the blind jade, Fortune, had smiled on merit for once. The Head of Gold had been a prosperous inn, would be again with a man at its head. A good general laid far-sighted plans, but was always ready to abandon them should some brilliant advantage offer, and to reap the full harvest of the unforeseen. 'Twas chiefly by this trait great leaders defeated little ones, for these latter could do nothing not cut and dried beforehand. "Sorry friendship that would marry me to a mijaurée," interposed Gerard, yawning. "Comrade, be reasonable. 'Tis not the friskiest sheep that falls down the cliff. All creatures must have their fling soon or late. And why not a woman? What more frivolous than a kitten? What graver than a cat?" "Hast a good eye for nature, Denis," said Gerard, "that I proclaim." "A better for thine interest, boy. Trust then to me. These little doves, they are my study day and night. Happy the man whose wife taketh her fling before wedlock, and who trippeth up the altar steps instead of down them. Marriage, it always changeth them for better or else for worse. Why, Gerard, she is honest when all is done, and he is no man, nor half a man, that cannot mould any honest lass like a bit of warm wax, and she aye aside him at bed and board. I tell thee, in 1 month thou wilt make of this coquette the matron the most sober in the town, and of all its wives the one most docile and submissive. Why, she is half tamed already. 9 in 10 meek and mild ones had gently hated thee like poison all their lives for wounding of their hidden pride, but she for an affront proffers affection. By Joshua his bugle, a generous lass, and void of petty malice. When thou wast gone, she sat a-thinking and spoke not, a sure sign of love in one of her sex, for of all things else they speak ere they think. Also her voice did sink exceeding low in discoursing of thee, and murmured sweetly. Another infallible sign, the bolt hath struck and rankles in her. Oh, be joyful! Art silent? I see. 'Tis settled. I shall go alone to Remiremont, alone and sad. But pillage and poleaxes, what care I for that, since my dear comrade will stay here, landlord of the Tête d'Or, and safe from all the storms of life. Wilt think of me, Gerard, now and then by thy warm fire, of me camped on some windy heath, or lying in wet trenches, or wounded on the field and far from comfort? Nay. And this he said in a manner truly noble, not comfortless or cold, or wet, or bleeding. 'Twill still warm my heart to lie on my back, and think that I have placed my dear friend and comrade true in the tete d'or, far from a soldier's ills." "I let you run on, dear Denis," said Gerard softly, "because at each word you show me the treasure of a good heart. But now bethink thee, my troth is plighted there where my heart it clingeth. You so leal, would you make me disloyal?" "Perdition seize me, but I forgot that," said Denis. "No more then, but hie thee to bed, good Denis. Next to Margaret, I love thee best on earth, and value thy coeur d'or far more than a dozen of these tete d'or. So prithee call me at the first blush of rosy-fingered morn, and let's away ere the woman with the hands be stirring." They rose with the dawn, and broke their fast by the kitchen fire. Denis inquired of the girl whether the mistress was about. "Nay, but she hath risen from her bed. By the same token I am carrying her this to clean her withal." And she filled a jug with boiling water and took it upstairs. "Behold," said Gerard, "the very elements must be warmed to suit her skin. What had the saints said, which still chose the coldest pool? Away, ere she come down and catch us." They paid the score, and left the tete d'or, while its mistress was washing her hands. End of chapter 37, part 2. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 38 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Outside the town they found the snow fresh trampled by innumerable wolves every foot of the road. "We did well to take the old man's advice, Denis." "Aye, did we? For now I think on't, I did hear them last night scurrying under our window, and howling and whining for man's flesh in yon market-place, but no fat burgher did pity the poor vagabonds, and drop out a window." Gerard smiled, but with an air of abstraction, and they plodded on in silence. "What dost meditate so profoundly?" "Thy goodness." Denis was anything but pleased at this answer. Amongst his oddities, you may have observed that he could stand a great deal of real impertinence. He was so good-humoured, but would fire up now and then where not even the shadow of a ground for anger existed. "A civil question merits a civil reply," he said very dryly. "Alas, I meant no other," said Gerard. "Then why pretend you were thinking of my goodness when you know I have no goodness under my skin?" Had another said this, I had answered, "Thou liest." But to thee I say, hast no eye for men's qualities, but only for women's. And once more, I do defy thy unreasonable choler, and say I was thinking on thy goodness of overnight. Wouldst have wedded me to the tete d'or, or rather to the tete de veau doré, and left thyself solitary?" "Oh, are ye there, lad?" said Denis, recovering his good humour in a moment. "Well, but to speak sooth, I meant that not for goodness, but for friendship and true fellowship, no more. And let me tell you, my young master, my conscience, it pricketh me even now for letting you turn your back thus on fortune and peaceful days. A truer friend than I had ta'en and somewhat hamstrung thee. Then hadst thou been fain to lie smarting at the tete d'or a month or so, yon skittish lass had nursed thee tenderly, and all had been well. Blade had I in hand to do it, but remembering how thou hatest pain, though it be but a scratch, my craven heart it failed me at the pinch." And Denis wore a look of humble apology for his lack of virtuous resolution when the path of duty lay so clear. Gerard raised his eyebrows at astonishment at this monstrous but thoroughly characteristic revelation. However, this new and delicate point of friendship was never discussed, viz., whether one ought in all love to cut the tendon Achilles of one's friend. For an incident interposed. "Here cometh one in our rear, a-riding on his neighbour's mule," shouted Denis. Gerard turned round. "And how do you know 'tis not his own prey?" "Oh, blind, because he rides it with no discretion." And in truth, the man came galloping like a fury. But what astonished the friends most was that on reaching them, the rustic rider's eyes opened saucer-like, and he drew the rein so suddenly and powerfully that the mule stuck out her forelegs and went sliding between the pedestrians like a four-legged table on castors. "I trow ye from the tete door." They assented. "Which of ye is the younger?" "He that was born the later," said Denis, winking at his companion. "Gramercy for the news." "Come, divine then. And Charles, thy beard is ripe, thy fellow's is green. He shall be the younger. Here, youngster," and he held him out a paper packet. "Ye left this at the tete door, and our mistress sends it ye." "Nay, good fellow, methinks I left naught," and Gerard felt his pouch, etc. "Would ye make our Burgess a liar?" said the rustic reproachfully. "And shall I have no pourboire?" Still more reproachfully. "And came ventre à terre?" "Nay, thou shalt have pourboire," and he gave him a small coin. "À la bonne heure," cried the clown, and his features beamed with disproportionate joy. "The Virgin go with thee. Come up, Jenny." And back he went, stomach to earth, as his nation is pleased to call it. Gerard undid the packet. It was about 6 inches square, and inside it he found another packet, which contained a packet, and so on. At the fourth, he hurled the whole thing into the snow. Denis took it out, and rebuked his petulance. He excused himself on the ground of hating affectation. Denis attested. The great toe of the little daughter of Herodias, there was no affection here, but only woman's good wit. Doubtless the wraps contained something which, out of delicacy, or her sex's lovely cunning, she would not her hind should see her bestow on a young man. Thy garter, to wit. I where none? Her own, then, or a lock of her hair? What is this? A piece of raw silk fresh from the worm. Well, of all the love tokens! Now who but thee ever dreamed that she is so naught as send me love tokens? I saw no harm in her, barring her hands. Stay, here is something hard lurking in this soft nest. Come forth, I say, little nestling. Saints and pikestaves, look at this! It was a gold ring with a great amethyst, glowing and sparkling, full-coloured, but pure as crystal. How lovely! Said Gerard innocently. And here is something writ. Read it thou. I read not so glib as some, when I know not the matter beforehand. Gerard took the paper. 'Tis a posy, and fairly enough writ. He read the lines, blushing like a girl. They were very naive, and may thus be Englished. Youth, with thee my heart is fled. Come back to the golden head. Wilt not yet this token keep of her who doth thy going weep? If the world prove harsh and cold, come back to the head of gold. The little dove, purred Denis. The great owl, to go and risk her good name thus. However, thank heaven she has played this prank with an honest lad that will ne'er expose her folly. But oh, the perverseness! Could she not bestow her nauseousness on thee?" Denis sighed and shrugged. "On thee, that art as ripe for folly as herself?" Denis confessed that his young friend had harped his very thought. 'Twas passing strange to him that a damsel with eyes in her head should pass by a man and bestow her affections on a boy. Still, he could not but recognise in this the bounty of nature. Boys were human beings after all, and but for this occasional caprice of women, their lot would be too terrible. They would be out of the sun altogether, blighted, and never come to anything. Since only the fair could make a man out of such unpromising materials as a boy. Gerard interrupted this flattering discourse to beg the warrior philosopher's acceptance of the lady's ring. He refused it flatly, and insisted on Gerard going back to the tete door at once, ring and all, like a man, and not letting a poor girl hold out her arms to him in vain. "Her hands, you mean?" "Her hand, with the tete door in it." Failing in this, he was for putting the ring on his friend's finger. Gerard declined. "I wear a ring already." "What, that sorry gimcrack? Why, 'tis pewter or tin at best, and this virgin gold, for by the jewel." "Aye, but 'twas Margaret gave me this one, and I value it above rubies. I'll neither part with it nor give it a rival." And he kissed the base metal, and bade it fear naught. "I see the owl hath sent her ring to a goose," said Denis sorrowfully. However, he prevailed on Gerard to fasten it inside his bonnet. To this, indeed, the lad consented very readily, for sovereign qualities were universally ascribed to certain jewels, and the amethyst ranked high among these precious talismans. When this was disposed of, Gerard earnestly requested his friend to let the matter drop, since speaking of the other sex to him made him pine so for Margaret, and almost unmanned him with the thought that each step was taking him farther from her. "I am no general lover, Denis. There is room in my heart for one sweetheart and for one friend. I am far from my dear mistress, and my friend a few leagues more, and I must lose him too. Oh, let me drink thy friendship pure while I may, and not dilute with any of these stupid females." "And shalt, honeypot, and shalt," said Denis kindly. "But as to my leaving thee at Remiremont, reckon thou not on that. For," 3 consecutive oaths, "if I do, nay, I shall propose to thee to stay 48 hours there, while I kiss my mother and sisters, and the females generally, and on go you and I together to the sea." "Denis! Denis!" "Denis nor me, 'tis settled, gainsay me not, or I'll go with thee to Rome. Why not? His Holiness the Pope hath ever some little merry pleasant war toward, and a Burgundian soldier is still welcome in his ranks." On this, Gerard opened his heart. "Denis, ere I fell in with thee, I used often to halt on the road, unable to go farther. My puny heart so pulled me back. And then, after a short prayer to the saints for aid, would I rise and drag my most unwilling body onward. But since I joined company with thee, great is my courage. I have found the saying of the ancients true, that better is a bright comrade on the weary road than a horse litter. And, dear brother, when I do think of what we have done and suffered together, savedst my life from the bear, and from yet more savage thieves, and even poor I did make shift to draw thee out of Rhine, and somehow loved thee double from that hour. How many ties tender and strong between us! Had I my will, I'd never, 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 never part with my Denis on this side the grave. Well-a-day, God, his will be done." "No, my will shall be done this time," shouted Denis. "Le bon Dieu has bigger fish to fry than you or me. I'll go with thee to Rome. There is my hand on it." "Think what you say. 'Tis impossible. 'Tis too selfish of me." "I tell thee, 'tis settled. No power can change me. At Remiremont I borrow 10 pieces of my uncle, and on we go. 'Tis fixed." They shook hands over it. Then Gerard said nothing, for his heart was too full, but he ran twice round his companion as he walked, then danced backwards in front of him, and finally took his hand, and so on they went hand in hand like sweethearts, till a company of mounted soldiers, about 50 in number, rose to sight on the brow of a hill. "See the banner of Burgundy," said Denis joyfully. "I shall look out for a comrade among these." "How gorgeous is the standard in the sun," said Gerard, "and how brave are the leaders with velvet and feathers and steel breastplates like glassy mirrors." When they came near enough to distinguish faces, Denis uttered an exclamation. "Why, 'tis the bastard of Burgundy, as I live! Nay, then, there is fighting afoot since he is out. A gallant leader, Gerard rates his life no higher than a private soldier's, and a soldier's no higher than a tomtit's, and that is the captain for me." "And see, Denis, the very mules with their great brass frontlets and trappings seem proud to carry them. No wonder men itch to be soldiers." And in the midst of this innocent admiration, the troop came up with them. "Halt!" cried a stentorian voice. The troop halted. The bastard of Burgundy bent his brow gloomily on Denis. "How now, Arbalestrier? How comes it thy face is turned southward, when every good hand and heart is hurrying northward?" Denis replied respectfully that he was going on leave after some years of service to see his kindred at Remiremont. "Good, but this is not the time for it. The duchy is disturbed. Ho, bring that dead soldier's mule to the front, and thou mount her, and forward with us to Flanders." "So please your highness," said Denis firmly, "that may not be. My home is close at hand. I have not seen it these 3 years, and above all, I have this poor youth in charge, whom I may not, cannot leave till I see him shipped for Rome." "Dost bandy words with me?" said the chief, with amazement turning fast to wrath. "Art weary of thy life? Let go the youth's hand, and into the saddle without more idle words." Denis made no reply, but he held Gerard's hand the tighter, and looked defiance. At this the bastard roared, "Jarnac, dismount 6 of thy archers, and shoot me, this white-livered cur, dead where he stands, for an example." The young Count de Jarnac, second in command, gave the order, and the men dismounted to execute it. "Strip him naked," said the bastard, in the cold tone of military business, "and put his arms and accoutrements on the spare mule. We'll maybe find some clown worthier to wear them." Denis groaned aloud. "Am I to be shamed as well as slain?" "Oh, nay, nay, nay," cried Gerard, awaking from the stupor into which this thunderbolt of tyranny had thrown him. "He shall go with you on the instant. I'd liever part with him for ever than see a hair of his dear head harmed. Oh, sir, oh, my lord, give a poor boy but a minute to bid his only friend farewell. He will go with you. I swear he shall go with you." The stern leader nodded a cold, contemptuous assent. "Thou, Jarnac, stay with them, and bring them on alive or dead. Forward!" And he resumed his march, followed by all the band but the young count and 6 archers, one of whom held the spare mule. Denis and Gerard gazed at one another haggardly. Oh, what a look! And after this mute interchange of anguish, they spoke hurriedly, for the moments were flying by. "Thou goest to Holland. Thou knowest where she bides. Tell her all. She will be kind to thee for my sake." "Oh, sorry tale that I shall carry her. For God's sake, go back to the Tête d'Or. I am mad."
"Hush, let me think. Have I naught to say to thee, Denis? My head, my head." "Ah, I have it. Make for the Rhine, Gerard. Strasbourg, 'tis but a step. And down the current to Rotterdam. Margaret is there. I go thither. I'll tell her thou art coming. We shall all be together."
"My lads, haste ye, or you will get us into trouble," said the Count firmly, but not harshly now.
"Oh, sir, one moment, one little moment," panted Gerard.
"Cursed be the land I was born in, cursed be the race of man, and he that made them what they are," screamed Denis.
"Hush, Denis, hush! Blaspheme not! Oh, God forgive him, he wots not what he says. Be patient, Denis, be patient. Though we meet no more on earth, let us meet in a better world where no blasphemer may enter. To my heart, lost friend, for what are words now?" He held out his arms, and they locked one another in a close embrace. They kissed one another again and again, speechless, and the tears rained down their cheeks, and the Count Jarnac looked on amazed, but the rougher soldiers, to whom comrade was a sacred name, looked on with some pity in their hard faces. Then, at a signal from Jarnac, with kind force and words of rude consolation, they almost lifted Denis onto the mule, and putting him in the middle of them, spurred after their leader. And Gerard ran wildly after, for the lane turned, to see the very last of him, and the last glimpse he caught, Denis was rocking to and fro on his mule, and tearing his hair out. But at this sight something rose in Gerard's throat so high, he could run no more nor breathe, but gasped and leaned against the snow-clad hedge, seizing it and choking piteously. The thorns ran into his hand. After a bitter struggle, he got his breath again, and now began to see his own misfortune. Yet not all at once to realise it, so sudden and numbing was the stroke. He staggered on, but scarce feeling or caring whither he was going, and every now and then he stopped, and his arms fell, and his head sank on his chest, and he stood motionless. Then he said to himself, "Can this thing be? This must be a dream. 'Tis scarce 5 minutes since we were so happy, walking handed, faring to Rome together, and we admired them and their gay banners and helmets. Oh, hearts of hell!" All nature seemed to stare now, as lonely as himself. Not a creature in sight, no colour but white. He, the ghost of his former self, wandered alone among the ghosts of trees and fields and hedges. Desolate, desolate, desolate. All was desolate. He knelt and gathered a little snow. Nay, I dream not, for this is snow, cold as the world's heart. It is bloody too, what may that mean? Fool, 'tis from my hand, I mind not the wound. Aye, I see thorns. Welcome, kindly foes,
I felt ye not. Ye ran not into my heart. Ye are not cruel like men." He had risen, and was dragging his leaden limbs along, when he heard horses' feet and gay voices behind him. He turned with a joyful but wild hope that the soldiers had relented and were bringing Denis back. But no, it was a gay cavalcade, a gentleman of rank and his favourites in velvet and furs and feathers, and 4 or 5 armed retainers in buff jerkins. They swept gaily by. Gerard never looked at them after they were gone by. Certain gay shadows had come and passed, that was all. He was like one in a dream. But he was rudely wakened. Suddenly a voice in front of him cried harshly, "Stand and deliver!" And there were 3 of the gentleman's servants in front of him. They had ridden back to rob him. "How, ye false knaves," said he quite calmly, "would ye shame your noble master? He will hang ye to the nearest tree." And with these words he drew his sword doggedly, and set his back to the hedge. One of the men instantly levelled his petronel at him, but another, less sanguinary, interposed. "Be not so hasty, and be not thou so mad. Look yonder." Gerard looked, and scarce 100 yards off, the nobleman and his friends had halted, and sat on their horses, looking at the lawless act, too proud to do their own dirty work, but not too proud to reap the fruit, and watch lest their agents should rob them of another man's money. The milder servant then, a good-natured fellow, showed Gerard resistance was vain, reminded him common thieves often took the life as well as the purse, and assured him it cost a mint to be a gentleman. His master had lost money at play overnight, and was going to visit his leman, and so must take money where he saw it. Therefore, good youth, consider that we rob not for ourselves, and deliver us that fat purse at thy girdle without more ado, nor put us to the pain of slitting thy throat and taking it all the same." "This knave is right," said Gerard calmly, aloud, but to himself. "I ought not to fling away my life. Margaret would be so sorry." "Then take the poor man's purse to the rich man's pouch, and with it this. Tell him, I pray the Holy Trinity, each coin in it may burn his hand, and freeze his heart, and blast his soul for ever. Begone, and leave me to my sorrow." He flung them the purse. They rode away muttering, for his words pricked them a little, a very little, and he staggered on, penniless now as well as friendless, till he came to the edge of a wood. Then, though his heart could hardly feel this second blow, his judgment did, and he began to ask himself, what was the use going further? He sat down on the hard road, and ran his nails into his hair, and tried to think for the best, a task all the more difficult that a strange drowsiness was stealing over him. Rome he could never reach without money. Denis had said, "Go to Strasbourg and down the Rhine home." He would obey Denis, but how to get to Strasbourg without money? Then suddenly seemed to ring in his ears, "Gif the world prove harsh and cold, come back to the head of gold. And if I do, I must go as her servant, I who am Margaret's. I am a weary, I will sleep and dream all is as it was. Ah me, how happy were we an hour agone, we little knew how happy. There is a house, the owner well-to-do. What if I told him my wrong, and prayed his aid to retrieve my purse, and so to Rhine? Fool! Is he not a man like the rest? He would scorn me and trample me lower. Denis cursed the race of men, that I will never, but oh, I begin to loathe and dread them. Nay, here I will lie till sunset,
then darkling creep into this rich man's barn,
and take by stealth a draught of milk or a handful of grain to keep body and soul together. God, who hath seen the rich rob me, will peradventure forgive me. They say 'tis ill sleeping on the snow. Death steals on such sleepers with muffled feet and honey breath. But what can I? I am a weary. Shall this be the wood where lie the wolves yon old man spoke of? I must e'en trust them. They are not men, and I am so aweary. He crawled to the roadside and stretched out his limbs on the snow with a deep sigh. Ah, tear not thine hair so, teareth my heart to see thee. Margaret, never see me more, poor Margaret. And the too tender heart was still. And the constant lover and friend of antique mould lay silent on the snow, in peril from the weather, in peril from wild beasts, in peril from hunger, friendless and penniless in a strange land, and not half-way to Rome. End of chapter 38. Recording by Tom Denholm.
Chapter 39 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Rude travel is enticing to us English, and so are its records, even though the adventurer be no pilgrim of love. And antique friendship has at least the interest of a fossil. Still, as the true centre of this story is in Holland, it is full time to return thither, and to those ordinary personages and incidents whereof life has been mainly composed in all ages. Jorian Ketel came to Peter's house to claim Margaret's promise, but Margaret was ill in bed, and Peter, on hearing his errand, affronted him and warned him off the premises, and one or two that stood by were for ducking him, for both father and daughter were favourites, and the whole story was in every mouth, and Sevenbergens in that state of hot, undiscriminating irritation which accompanies popular sympathy. So Jorian Ketel went off in dudgeon, and repented him of his good deed. This sort of penitence is not rare, and has the merit of being sincere. Dietrich Brouwer, who was discovered at the Three Kings making a chatterbox drunk in order to worm out of him the whereabouts of Martin Wittenhagen, was actually taken and flung into a horse pond, and threatened with worse usage should he ever show his face in the borough again. And finally, municipal jealousy being roused, the burgomaster of Sevenbergen sent a formal missive to the burgomaster of Tergoo, reminding him he had overstepped the law, and requesting him to apply to the authorities of Sevenbergen on any future occasion when he might have a complaint, real or imaginary, against any of its townsfolk. The wily Giesbrecht, suppressing his rage at this remonstrance, sent back a civil message to say that the person he had followed to Sevenbergen was a Tergovian, one Gerard, and that he had stolen the town records, that Gerard having escaped into foreign parts, and probably taken the documents with him, the whole matter was at an end. Thus he made a virtue of necessity, but in reality his calmness was but a veil. Baffled at Sevenbergen, he turned his views elsewhere. He set his emissaries to learn from the family at Tergoo whither Gerard had fled, and to his infinite surprise they did not know. This added to his uneasiness. It made him fear Gerard was only lurking in the neighbourhood. He would make a certain discovery and would come back and take a terrible revenge. From this time Dietrich and others that were about him noticed a change for the worse in Gijsbrecht van Swieten. He became a moody, irritable man. A dread lay on him. His eyes cast furtive glances, like one who expects a blow and knows not from what quarter it is to come. Making others wretched had not made him happy. It seldom does. The little family at Tergou, which, but for his violent interference, might in time have cemented its difference without banishing Spem Gregis to a distant land, wore still the same outward features, but within was no longer the simple, happy family this tale opened with. Little Kate knew the share Cornelis and Seibrand had in banishing Gerard, and though, for fear of making more mischief still, she never told her mother, yet there were times she shuddered at the bare sight of them, and blushed at their hypocritical regrets. Catherine, with a woman's vigilance, noticed this, and with a woman's subtlety said nothing, but quietly pondered it, and went on watching for more. The black sheep themselves, in their efforts to partake in the general gloom and sorrow, succeeded so far as to impose upon their father and Giles, but the demure satisfaction that lay at their bottom could not escape these feminine eyes, that, noting all, seem naught to note. Thus mistrust and suspicion sat at the table, poor substitutes for Gerard's intelligent face, that had brightened the whole circle, unobserved till it was gone. As for the old hosier, his pride had been wounded by his son's disobedience, and so he bore stiffly up, and did his best never to mention Gerard's name. But underneath his Spartan cloak, nature might be seen tugging at his heartstrings. One anxiety he never affected to conceal. "If I but knew where the boy is, and that his life and health are in no danger, small would be my care," would he say, and then a deep sigh would follow. I cannot help thinking that if Gerard had opened the door just then and walked in, there would have been many tears and embraces for him, and few reproaches, or none. One thing took the old couple quite by surprise: publicity. Ere Gerard had been gone a week, his adventures were in every mouth, and to make matters worse, the popular sympathy declared itself warmly on the side of the lovers, and against Gerard's cruel parents, and that old busybody, the burgomaster, who must put his nose into a business that nowise concerned him. "Mother," said Kate, "it is all over the town that Margaret is down with a fever, a burning fever. Her father fears her sadly." "Margaret? What Margaret?" inquired Catherine, with a treacherous assumption of calmness and indifference. "Oh, mother, whom should I mean? Why, Gerard's Margaret." "Gerard's Margaret!" screamed Catherine. "How dare you say such a word to me? And I read you never mention that hussy's name in this house that she has laid bare. She is the ruin of my poor boy, the flower of all my flock. She is the cause that he is not a holy priest in the midst of us, but is roaming the world, and I, a desolate, broken-hearted mother. There, do not cry, my girl. I do ill to speak harsh to you. But, oh, Kate, you know not what passes in a mother's heart. I bear up before you all. It behoves me to swallow my fears, but at night I see him in my dreams, and still some trouble or other near him. Sometimes he is torn by wild beasts, other times he is in the hands of robbers, and their cruel knives uplifted to strike its poor pale face that one should think would move a stone. Oh, when I remember that, while I sit here in comfort, perhaps my poor boy lies dead in some savage place, and all along of that girl. There her very name is ratsbane to me. I tremble all over when I hear it. I'll not say anything, nor do anything to grieve you worse, mother, said Kate tenderly. But she sighed. She, whose name was so fiercely interdicted in this house, was much spoken of and even pitied elsewhere. All Severnbergen was sorry for her, and the young men and maidens cast many a pitying glance as they passed at the little window where the beauty of the village lay dying for love. In this familiar phrase they underrated her spirit and unselfishness. Gerard was not dead, and she was too loyal herself to doubt his constancy. Her father was dear to her and helpless, and but for bodily weakness, all her love for Gerard would not have kept her from doing her duties, though she might have gone about them with drooping head and heavy heart. But physical and mental excitement had brought on an attack of fever so violent that nothing but youth and constitution saved her. The malady left her at last, but in that terrible state of bodily weakness in which the patient feels life a burden. Then it is that love and friendship by the bedside are mortal angels with comfort in their voice and healing in their palms. But this poor girl had to come back to life and vigour how she could. Many days she lay alone, and the heavy hours rolled like leaden waves over her. In her enfeebled state, existence seemed a burden, and life a thing gone by. She could not try her best to get well. Gerard was gone. She had not him to get well for. Often she lay for hours, quite still, with the tears welling gently out of her eyes. One day, waking from an uneasy slumber, she found two women in her room. One was a servant, the other, by the deep fur on her collar and sleeves, was a person of consideration, a narrow band of silvery hair being spared by her coiffure showed her to be past the age when women of sense concealed their years. The looks of both were kind and friendly. Margaret tried to raise herself in the bed, but the old lady placed a hand very gently on her. "Lie still, sweetheart. We come not here to put you about, but to comfort you, God willing. Now cheer up a bit, and tell us first, who think you we are?" "Nay, madam, I know you, though I never saw you before. You are the Demoiselle Van Eyck, and this is Recht Highness. Gerard has oft spoken of you, and of your goodness to him. Madam, he has no friend like you near him now." And at this thought she lay back, and the tears welled out of her eyes in a moment. The good-natured Recht Highness began to cry for company, but her mistress scolded her. "Well, you are a pretty one for a sick room," said she, and she put out a world of innocent art to cheer the patient, and not without some little success. An old woman that has seen life and all its troubles is a sovereign blessing by a sorrowful young woman's side. She knows what to say and what to avoid. She knows how to soothe her and interest her. Ere she had been there an hour, she had Margaret's head lying on her shoulder instead of on the pillow, and Margaret's soft eyes dwelling on her with gentle gratitude. "Ah, this is hair," said the old lady, running her fingers through it. "Come and look at it, Recht." Recht came and handled it, and praised it unaffectedly. The poor girl that owned it was not quite out of the reach of flattery. owing doubtless to not being dead.
"In sooth, madam, I did used to think it hideous, but he praised it, and ever since then I have been almost vain of it, saints forgive me. You know how foolish those are that love."
"They are greater fools that don't," said the old lady sharply. Margaret opened her lovely eyes and looked at her for her meaning. This was only the first of many visits. In fact, either Margaret van Eyck or Reade came nearly every day until their patient was convalescent, and she improved rapidly under their hands. Reade attributed this principally to certain nourishing dishes she prepared in Peter's kitchen, but Margaret herself thought more of the kind words and eyes that kept telling her she had friends to live for. Martin Wittenhagen went straight to Rotterdam to take the bull by the horns. The bull was a biped with a crown for horns. It was Philip the Good, Duke of this, Earl of that, Lord of the other. Arrived at Rotterdam, Martin found the court was at Ghent. To Ghent he went, and sought an audience, but was put off and baffled by lackeys and pages. So he threw himself in his sovereign's way, out hunting, and, contrary to all court precedents, commenced the conversation by roaring lustily for mercy. "Why, where is the peril, man?" said the Duke, looking all round and laughing. "Grace for an old soldier hunted down by burghers." Now, kings differ in character like other folk, but there is one trait they have in common: they are mightily inclined to be affable to men of very low estate. These do not vie with them in anything whatever, so jealousy cannot creep in, and they amuse them by their bluntness and novelty, and refresh the poor things with a touch of nature, a rarity in courts. So Philip the Good reined in his horse and gave Martin almost a tete-a-tete, and Martin reminded him of a certain battlefield where he had received an arrow intended for his sovereign. The Duke remembered the incident perfectly, and was graciously pleased to take a cheerful view of it. He could afford to, not having been the one hit. Then Martin told his Majesty of Gerard's first capture in the church, his imprisonment in the tower, and the manoeuvre by which they got him out, and all the details of the hunt, and whether he told it better than I have, or the Duke had not heard so many good stories as you have, certain it is that Sovereign got so wrapped up in it, that when a number of courtiers came galloping up and interrupted Martin, he swore like a costermonger, and threatened, only half in jest, to cut off the next head that should come between him and a good story. And when Martin had done, he cried out, "Saint Luke, what sport goeth on in this mine earldom, aye, in my own woods, and I see it not? You base fellows have all the luck." And he was indignant at the partiality of fortune. "Lo, you know, this was a manhunt," said he. "I never had the luck to be at a manhunt." "My luck was none so great," replied Martin bluntly. "I was on the wrong side of the dogs' noses." "Aye, so you were, I forgot that." And royalty was more reconciled to its lot. "What would you, then?" "A free pardon, your highness, for myself and Gerard." "For what?" "For prison breaking." "Go to, the bird will fly from the cage. 'Tis instinct. Besides, coop a young man up for loving a young woman. These burgomasters must be void of common sense. What else? For striking down the burgomaster? Oh, the hunted boar will turn to bay. 'Tis his right, and I hold him less than man that grudges it him. What else? For killing of the bloodhounds?" The Duke's countenance fell. "'Twas their life or mine," said Martin eagerly. "Aye, but I can't have my bloodhounds, my beautiful bloodhounds, sacrificed to—" "No, no, no, they were not your dogs." "Whose dogs, then?" "The Rangers."
"Oh, well, I am sorry for him, but as I was saying, I can't have my old soldiers sacrificed to his bloodhounds. Thou shalt have thy free pardon. And poor Gerard? And poor Gerard too, for thy sake. And more, tell thou this burgomaster his doings mislike me. This is to set up for a king, not a burgomaster. I'll have no kings in Holland but one. Bid him be more humble, or by St. Jude, I'll hang him before his own door, as I hanged the burgomaster of what's the name, some town or other in Flanders it was. No, 'twas somewhere in Brabant. No matter, I hanged him. I remember that much for oppressing poor folk." The Duke then beckoned his chancellor, a pursy old fellow that rode like a sack, and bade him write out a free pardon for Martin and one Gerard. This precious document was drawn up in form and signed next day, and Martin hastened home with it. Margaret had left her bed some days, and was sitting pale and pensive by the fireside, when he burst in, waving the parchment and crying, "A free pardon, girl, for Gerard as well as me. Send for him back when you will. All the burgomasters on earth daren't lay a finger on him." She flushed all over with joy, and her hands trembled with eagerness as she took the parchment and devoured it with her eyes, and kissed it again and again, and flung her arms round Martin's neck, and kissed him. When she was calmer, she told him heaven had raised her up a friend in the Dame Van Eyck, and I would fain consult her on this good news, but I have not strength to walk so far. "What need to walk? There is my mule." "Your mule, Martin?" The old soldier or professional pillager laughed, and confessed he had got so used to her that he forgot at times Giesbrecht had a prior claim. Tomorrow he would turn her into the burgomaster's yard, but tonight she should carry Margaret to Tergou. It was nearly dusk, so Margaret ventured, and about 7 in the evening she astonished and gladdened her new but ardent friend by arriving at her house with unwonted roses on her cheeks, and Gerard's pardon in her bosom. End of chapter 39. Recording by Tom Denholm.